Hey everybody. What a day one we had yesterday with the Brendan Banfield au pair love affair double murder trial. We are going to be kicking off today with the au pair, the co-defendant, still on direct examination. I don't have a solid way to tell you, hey, this is what happened in that room on February 24th of 2023. I just don't know. We know that there were 4 people. Right? So we have the defendant, Brendan Banfield. We have the au pair, who, it's nobody's disputing that they had a romantic relationship. We have Joseph Ryan, who, for all intents and purposes, was a stranger. They found him on... The theory of the state is that together, the au pair and Brendan, the defendant, their co-defendants, went on the FetLife dating website and tried to find a mark. They tried to find somebody who would, not want to follow typical protocol of when you engage in a BDSM online dating meetup that's supposed to be consensual from the parties, and you meet up with who you believe you're about to meet up with, you're going to engage in some things that might seem a little scandalous, and the consent needs to be there. So they were on this dating website, according to the state, trying to find someone who would show up, and we got court starting, be willing to do some weird BDSM stuff, and they could stage a self-defense case where Christine, and we'll get that picture up one more time and we'll watch the live court, Christine Banfield, the wife of Brendan, who was living in the home with the au pair and their 4-year-old daughter, Valerie, she would just think that there was an intruder, an assailant in the house. And the defense's theory is that's not what happened. We think that Joseph Ryan was actually on some weird stuff. And Juliana, I think, is the crux of the state's case. Without Juliana, I don't know how this would go. So we're going to continue hearing her direct examination. We're going to get cross-examination. And you guys let me know what you're thinking so far. Let's get this volume up.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Carroll.
Poor TV still has the music going.
Do we have any preliminary matters before we bring the co-defendant back on the stand?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if we can bring the co-defendant back in.
Yes.
Get a little groove going. And good morning to everybody as well. Hope everyone is having a good one. Tough case, tough details. And again, innocent, guilty, state doesn't meet their burden. The details are horrific either way. Either way. This sheriff guy with the music. Good to see Kiana in the building. J Money, good to see you. We've got Jim hanging out with us again today. Good to see you, good to see you. Thank you for becoming a upgraded member. Yeah, Amanda says it's totally normal to bring your au pair to the shooting range, right? I guess it makes sense if you're in a relationship with them. But, I don't know. Maybe to be ready to prepare your, Is she wearing the same thing? And I don't know if you guys remember, if you watched the Johnny Depp trial, but when Camille Vasquez was cross-examining Amber Heard, she wore that, white outfit and had her hair forward down in curls. And I kind of feel like that's the look they're prepping her with for this testimony.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carroll, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Here we go, chat. Day 2. I'm impatient. I'm like, jury, walk in faster. Come on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you for being punctual today. I do appreciate it. As you may recall, we were in the middle of the direct testimony of Ms. Magalhães. And ma'am, I just want to remind you that you're still under oath. Okay, ma'am? You're still under oath.
Why is
Okay.
the music back? Court TV.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, happy
When we
birthday
ended
to Shay.
yesterday, I had asked you if you had told the police that you spoke to on the day that this happened, what you told us yesterday.
I told the version that Brendan had told me
And why did you do that?
because that's what he had told me all along. If I ever was going to speak with the lawyer or I should have told that version.
Okay. And were you ever arrested on, for the events that happened that day?
Yes,
And when were you arrested?
October 2023.
And
So
I'm
8
gonna
months
show
later.
you. I'm going to show you Commonwealth 79, and I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point.
All right.
Do you have a document on your screen?
No,
Yeah, she's really loud.
Yeah, it would be on your screen too.
It would be on my screen too.
He's like in the microphone.
There you go.
Do you have a document on your screen now?
yes,
Okay. I'm going to scroll through it so you can see it. Do you recognize this document?
yes.
What is it?
It's my plea agreement.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to enter Commonwealth 79
All right.
into evidence,
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 79 in evidence.
and this can be published.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to scroll down again, and I'm going to ask if you signed the document.
Yes,
That's your signature?
yes.
Can you read paragraph 5 for us aloud?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
factual
My
acknowledgments.
attorneys have advised me that the punishment which the law provides is as follows: a maximum of 10 years imprisonment and a minimum of 1 year's imprisonment, or in the discretion of the jury or the judge sitting without the jury, up to 12 months in jail and/or a fine of not more than $2,500, or both. And also the probation may or may not be granted, and that if I plead guilty to more than one offense, the court may order the sentences to be consecutively, that is, one after another.
And then I'd like you to look at paragraph 8. Can you read paragraph 8 aloud for us, please?
Yes. The following plea agreement is the full and complete agreement between me, my attorneys, and the Commonwealth's attorney. The Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will not cross count 2. The Commonwealth will recommend the defendant to be sentenced to a period of active incarceration, capped at the time served at the time of sentencing, provided she remains incarcerated until such time and conditioned upon the defendant's continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. All terms and conditions of the sentence shall be in discretion of the court.
So, do you understand that this document tells us that you pled guilty to manslaughter?
Yes,
And do you understand that this document tells us that the maximum penalty for manslaughter is 10 years?
yes,
And is it is it your understanding that you can receive up to 10 years for this?
Yes.
In this plea? Is it fair to say that you hope that you get less than 10 years?
Yes.
And before you entered this guilty plea, did you have your own attorneys?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with your attorneys the options that you had with regard to your own case in this matter?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with them your option to have a trial if that's what you wanted to do?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with them options for a plea agreement, to talk about a plea agreement?
Yes.
Interesting.
And when you talked with your attorneys, did they talk with you about all of the options that you had, the evidence in your case? Did you have full discussions with them?
Yes.
Do you know who paid for your attorneys?
Who, what? I'm sorry.
Who paid for your attorneys?
Brendan's mother.
And so you were arrested in October of 2023, and you entered your guilty plea in October 2024. Why did you wait a year?
I'm sorry.
Why did you wait a year?
I had things I was concerned about, such as I was afraid of not being able to be represented if it stopped the payment. I was afraid of not having any way of communication with my family, my mom in Brazil, because I depended on Brendan's mother to do that for me. And
So you said that you were concerned that you wouldn't have representation anymore. What do you mean by that?
because once the payment stopped, I thought I wouldn't have Ryan as my lawyer and it would be just dropped out.
And did that happen, or did Ryan continue to represent you?
He continued to represent me.
And you said you were concerned you wouldn't be able to communicate with your mom. What was your concern? Why was that a concern for you?
Because I only had Brendan's mother or him to help me communicate with my family in Brazil via phone call or messages. I depended on them financially to be able to be texting my mom, and yeah.
So what ultimately made you decide that you were going to enter this plea?
Was the thought of being the right thing to do. I guess we all deserved to know what happened, and I just couldn't hold it. I just couldn't keep it to myself. The feeling of shame and guilt and sadness and all those feelings.
And so you decided to enter a plea. What made you decide to cooperate and testify against the defendant in this case?
Well, I got the plea because it was also the right thing to do, and sorry, and also because I had a potential of getting less time.
Between February 24th, 2023 and October of 2023, did you continue your romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
And after February 24th, 2023, did you ever go back and live at the house on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
Who lived at the house with you after you were able to go back to the house?
At that point, it was only me, Brendan, and Valerie.
And when you returned to the house, what bedroom did you stay in?
When I first returned, I stayed in my bedroom, my upper bedroom.
Did anyone stay in that bedroom with you?
Yes.
Who?
Brendan.
And did the two of you ever move into the master bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Do you recall when?
I would say maybe,
Don't guess. Do you recall when?
no.
Okay. When you came to live in that house before February 24th, 2023, when you first arrived in October of 2021, who lived in the master bedroom at that time?
Christine and Brendan.
And where did you live when you came in
I
October of 2021?
had my own bedroom.
And where was that bedroom?
It's on the same floor as the master bedroom and Valerie's bedroom.
And did you hang anything up in that bedroom? Did you make it your own?
Yes.
What'd you put up?
A Brazilian flag, some pictures on the frame. Yeah, pretty much.
Some pictures. What pictures?
And did anyone else come to live with you in the house on Stable Brook Way after February 24th, 2023?
Well, Brenda's mother was mostly staying with us. And a few months after, we moved his grandmother down from New York to live with us.
And who was supporting you after February 24th, 2023?
Who was supporting me?
Yeah.
Brendan.
When you were first arrested, were you able to speak to the defendant on the phone?
Yes,
And did you send letters to him?
yes,
And did he send letters to you?
yes,
Did the two of you continue your relationship?
yes,
Did you speak to his mother on the phone?
yes.
And his mother's name is what?
Teresa, we call her Tess.
Okay. Did you send letters to her?
Yes,
Did she send letters to you?
yes,
Did you receive letters and correspondence from anyone else in the defendant's family?
his stepmom and his grandmother.
And did there come a time when the defendant and his family stopped communicating with you?
Yes,
When was that?
right when I signed my plea deal.
Nope.
And after you were arrested, were you able to keep in touch with your family in Brazil?
After my arrest, yes,
Okay. And how was that possible?
through Brenda's mom, she used to help us to communicate through a phone call, and she'd put money on my account so I can text with my mom in Brazil, my family.
And did that support ever stop?
Yes,
When did that support stop?
when I signed my plea deal.
Judge, I'd ask for the court's indulgence at this time.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness. This is crazy. Yeah, this is the au pair. This is the co-defendant au pair. The one who, according to her testimony, she shot Joseph Ryan and killed him.
Cross-examination?
Cross-examination. Oh, and no leading to help her. There's a lot the state just glossed over.
Or do you want it back on?
Yeah, like, duh, of course you're not. What are we gonna financially support you while you're saying I did something? Whether I'm guilty or innocent, why would I want to talk to you?
We're going to project? Yeah. So do you need to connect?
Yeah, I feel like they skipped over a ton.
Okay.
They tried to speed through a checklist of sketchy things this morning and pass the witness along. What a case. Oh, I could change my banner.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If I ask any questions you don't understand, just please ask me to repeat them, okay? I want to make sure you understand everything that's being said here.
Yes,
Yesterday, there was a great deal of talk about a plan.
Yes,
Do you recall that?
yes.
And I wanted to ask you, when did this plan, when was it originally formulated?
Can you talk a little bit louder, please? I can't really hear you.
When was it originally formulated?
Originally,
Yes.
say, after October, when he first mentioned the plan, that was just, at that point, was just get rid of Christine, and then I can tell you exact the date.
Okay.
But,
So sometime in October, the plan was to get rid of Christine.
yes,
At what point did there become clear actions that we're going to be taking?
what do you mean?
Did it ever grow to be something other than that?
Yes,
Okay, when did that happen?
when I created a website, I would say in January.
Okay, and that was January?
Yeah,
Okay, January 9th?
He
I
doesn't
can tell you the
remember.
date.
Okay.
She needs leading. She needs to be led.
Okay, well, let's just talk about that. So, I think you testified that the creation of a website required an email in Christine's name, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you remember the email address?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, were you there when the email was created?
Yes.
Were you there?
Okay. And what device was it created on?
Laptop?
Okay. Now, was Christine home at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so describe for me how you and Brendan were able to get Christine's laptop on this day when that email was connected.
Like I mentioned before, every time we would get her laptop, it'll be because she'd get home from work or the day before, her backpack would be by the door with her laptop in it and her work stuff in it. And so it was, I would say, easy access.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I've heard you say that before, but what I'm asking is,
Specifically.
who took the laptop from wherever it was that Christina thought it was?
That day, I do not remember.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Do you remember after the laptop was,
Do you guys realize that she's being asked about day one, the email creation, and she's saying she doesn't remember who did the email creation? She's already gone when she's not having someone to lead her story.
obtained, what room that you were in?
What?
What room that you were in?
What room in the house?
Yes.
When the laptop was
So
I'm confused. Sorry.
you just said you don't remember who grabbed the laptop,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Correct? But you're saying somebody grabbed the laptop. And I
Yes.
assume you're meaning between either my client or you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point, there was a creation of a new email, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where was that when that happened?
I do not remember.
Okay. So, so you don't know who took it, you don't remember that, you don't remember where the actual action to get this all started, the first part of the plan, you didn't remember that?
No.
Okay. Did you know at the time that you were creating it where Christine Banfield was?
In the bedroom upstairs?
Okay, so you can conclude that you weren't in the bedroom or upstairs, correct?
No.
So you just don't know what area of the house you were in?
Correct.
Okay. Now, leading up to that, did you and Brendan talk about how you were going to do it, or what type of an account it was going to be, or what kind of name?
If we talked about it,
Yeah.
probably did, but
Okay.
I can tell you details.
I'm sorry, did you say you can't tell any details?
I can't remember details
Okay,
of
you can't
how the
remember the
email
details.
was, the
Okay.
name, or, yeah.
Okay. And so, who was the one typing?
Typing what specifically? The email?
Yeah, to open the account.
Brendan?
Okay.
Let me clarify. So I'm not saying he cannot lead on cross. He can lead on cross. You're not supposed to lead on direct, but strategically what he's doing is he's embracing. This is why he wasn't really objecting too much yesterday, except for specific details about like the mechanism, who was firing what. We only heard 3 total objections yesterday. His strategy, clearly, I think it's really clear that his strategy is she went through her whole direct testimony being led by the prosecutor. Prosecutor was giving her questions that she was saying yes or no to, or saying things, and if she didn't remember, the prosecution would add a word to the same question, and then suddenly she'd remember seemingly what she was supposed to say. So strategically, he's asking open-ended questions because she cannot fill in the blanks without being led. So really, really not a good start for this witness on cross, if you ask me. Because she's suddenly clueless. Like, how do you not remember who on the very first day took the laptop to create the account?
Did you at any point type anything in or do anything to assist him with the laptop?
Yeah, eventually.
Well, on this initial day, which was when this all started.
Not that I recall.
Okay. So the actual beginning of this action plan, what do you recall about it?
Well, you asked, and I told you things I remember. That's what I remember.
Well, you didn't remember anything though. So what did you actually remember from that day?
Well, I remember that the account was created, the email, and that Christine was upstairs in the bedroom. That's it.
So there was an account created and Christine was in the bedroom,
Yes.
but you don't know where you and Brendan were.
I can't tell you for sure.
You don't know who got the laptop, which was the device that was used to create the account.
Correct.
And other than saying, well, she usually leaves her bag by the door, you don't know whether it was obtained from the door, correct?
You can say that.
Well, I'd rather you tell me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we'll get back to that, but ma'am, you were just speaking with Ms. Sprisler about letters.
Yes.
And that was a common way for you to communicate, correct?
Yes.
Is that displaying?
It's
for-
displaying just to the attorneys,
Okay,
to
okay.
myself. If you would like her to see it, I just need an exhibit number.
Yes, Your Honor, this would be exhibit number 1.
Okay, and you want to display it to the witness?
Display to the witness, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And if you can, just let me know when you need me to scroll for you. And I can make sure you see the whole thing.
I can see it.
Are you able to read that?
The whole letter?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm able to see it.
Do you want to read the whole letter?
Do you want me to?
I want to make sure that this is your letter. Is this your letter?
Yes, that's
This is a letter that you wrote, it looks like on December 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And that would have been about 2 months after you were arrested on this charge?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
2023.
And calling your attention to the highlighted portion. Is that fair and accurate?
Did you ask something? I'm sorry, I was reading.
I was asking you to read it, yes. Have you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. And the yellow portion there, can you read that, please?
Yes. Well, now that you know, parentheses, I mean, they already knew, close parentheses, that I'm not going to cooperate with them. There is nothing I can do. So I don't know what they are going to use. I mean, everything they have and can. I don't know everything. I just have the feeling they might hold me here until my trial. It can take months, years. There are many theories of what had happened, set up by you, us, or I wasn't supposed to be there, and etc.
Okay. In this letter, which you wrote, it suggests that someone from the Commonwealth had been talking to you about cooperating against Brendan. Is that correct?
No, they never talked directly with me.
Okay. How would they communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Overruled.
It was a question. What did she
How
she
would they
object to that for?
communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Okay. And so this is 2 months after you were arrested. And were you given an opportunity to plead guilty and cooperate at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that they were offering you at that time?
At that point, my lawyer had said that they were offering, in exchange for my cooperation, they would offer me a misdemeanor and I would be released on time served.
Okay. And I guess, as I understand it, your lawyer communicated that to you, and then you made the decision as to that?
Yeah,
And what was your decision?
that I didn't want it.
Okay. So you rejected the misdemeanor offer
Yes,
based on what you knew?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Judge, may we publish this to the jury?
If you're are you entering into evidence?
Actually, I'm sorry, I'll hold off.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see the letter on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 2. This is a 4-page letter, so I'll scroll through it if you need to identify it. Tell me when you need to move.
Is she supposed to be reading something?
I can see it.
Okay. Do you want me to scroll it so you can read the rest of it?
If you like, yeah.
She wasn't reading
I
it.
just want to make sure you have full understanding of what it is. This would be page 2 of 3.
I see it.
Okay. And this is page 3 of 3.
I can see it.
Okay. This looks like it was written on November 1st, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's your signature down at the bottom? Or
Yes.
your name? Let me bring your attention to the highlighted portions.
Okay.
Can you read that, please?
Yes. I said, it's killing me, and I mean it. And then another paragraph. It breaks my heart to think that I may not be able to be with you guys soon. It hurts me extremely thinking that I may not be there for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, friend's birthday, and all those special dates with the situation.
Okay. And do you recall, was this, so this would have been sooner than the one that I showed you before? Because it was November. Do you recall whether the offer of a misdemeanor had been extended prior to you writing this?
I can recall.
Okay. So you don't know whether it was before writing this or after writing this?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Ma'am, I put on the screen what will be marked as defense exhibit number 3. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And this appears to be, well, you tell me. I don't want to suggest anything to you. What's the date at the top of the letter?
14/11/2023.
So November 14th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to read that first page?
I can see it on the screen.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you have a chance to read it. I'm not trying to rush you through
Oh,
this.
do you want me to read them?
Well, I want you to make sure that you know it's your letters,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah.
When you're ready to know that that's your letter, then I'm happy with that.
It is my letter.
Okay. Let me call your attention to the highlighted portion. And this is after you've already signed off from your signature, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if you can just read that aloud, please.
Yes, I said, I can bear living this without you. It's too much pain that I don't want to live like this. I can't. I just don't want to feel this way anymore. It's a torture. I love you more than anything.
Okay. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the feeling that you're talking about and what is the torture that you're describing?
Being in this situation,
Okay.
what I was going through mentally.
Can you articulate what that situation was on November 14th, 2023 that was causing you torture?
It's being away from my family. It's being in a situation I've been in for the past 2 years.
Well, we're talking about then, what you were feeling then, which would have been November 14th, 2023.
I guess the fact of being away from him.
Okay.
There you
And
go.
so at that point, you'd been away from the Banfield house for a little over a month, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And so is the torture that you're away from him or the torture that you're in jail?
I would say both.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to suggest to you what you should say. I want to hear from you. What are you describing?
Well, I think it's always been both.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said it was always both.
Okay. So when you're being asked to recall, and I'm giving you a date, what I'm anticipating is that you can say what it is that you were feeling that caused you to write a letter like that. Can you remember what you were feeling that caused you to write that letter?
No, I normally write letters when I was sad, upset.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see a new letter up there on the screen in front of you?
I do.
And it looks as though it's October 15th, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is this a
Oh,
letter?
I think it was November.
Oh, I did say October. Sorry, November.
Yes.
And it says, "Hi, Mimi." Can you describe who that is?
It's Brendan's mother.
Okay, and so this is a letter to Brendan's mother, like the second one that I showed you.
Yes.
Okay. And can you just look at this and tell me whether you know that to be your letter, your letter that you wrote or not?
It is the letter that I wrote.
It's the letter you wrote? Okay, good. And if you could, I'm going to scroll down to make sure I catch all the highlighted portions. So let me start with the first page there. Can you read the highlighted portion there?
Yes. So what if they don't let me go home for now or so long? What am I supposed to do? I said it before, how disturbing my thoughts have been recently. I'd rather to die than live like this, live with this pain. It's too painful for me.
Okay. And that's obviously very serious language for you to write. What were you experiencing that caused you to write that particular portion of the letter?
Depression,
Okay.
and I just didn't want to live anymore.
Okay. Now, in terms of the procedural posture of your case, had you had a bond motion at that point?
I don't remember exactly the times I've had bone motion, but I did have a few.
So you were arrested, was it October 8th?
October 2023, yes.
Do you remember the day?
October 13th.
The 13th, sorry. And I imagine soon thereafter you had a bond motion, correct?
Yes,
And you were denied that bond motion?
yes,
And did there come a time where you had a bond motion in the circuit court?
yes.
And when would that have been in relation to November 15th, 2023?
Say it again?
November 15th, 2023?
What about it? I didn't hear it.
When would the circuit court appeal of the bond motion have occurred in relation to November 15th, 2023?
When?
Yeah. Do you know?
Can't know. I can't recall.
Okay. And so you don't know whether having the circuit court deny your bond motion was the cause of what you're talking about and your pain in your
I can't say for sure, no.
Okay. It was what you said before, being here and being in the situation that you're in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And let's look at and there's a further highlighted portion down the letter. Can you read that?
Yes. The first one says, I will always remember you, moments and memories we made in New York City.
Okay. And this was when you were with Tess up there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move. And finally, this highlighted portion.
I said, I am in a terrible and deep pain. I wish I could take it away. I cannot stand with it. I can't do this. It would be too much pain. Unfair.
Okay. Those are serious words. Did you seek any sort of help, or were these letters kind of you reaching out for that help?
I also started taking medication for depression, anxiety in the jail. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And when did that start?
I can say for sure.
Okay. Was it? Let's just take a notable event in every year. Was it before New Year's Day, or was it after New Year's Day?
I can't say it.
Okay. And so, Judge, if I didn't say it, I would mark this as defense exhibit number 4.
It's number 4,
Okay,
yes.
okay, I
You
just
did.
want to make sure. So for what's been identified as defense exhibit number 4, you're not certain what the source of the pain is that you're referencing in this letter?
Specifically, no.
Okay, but and this is my words, not yours, you tell me if I'm wrong. It appears to be getting worse.
It appears to be what?
As the letters go in chronology, they appear to be getting worse in terms of what you're saying about the torture and the pain and things like that.
Yes,
Okay, is that fair to say?
it is.
Okay. right, the letter before you, I'd identify as defense exhibit number 5.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you see that letter?
I do.
And this appears to be dated November 16, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And let me just bring you down, and would that be a letter that you've written?
Yes.
Okay, let me just bring you down to the highlighted portions. This would be a day after the letter that was received that we just talked about, exhibit number 4. Can you read the highlighted portions, please?
Yes. The first one says, I cannot bear living without you. And
Okay.
the second highlighted is, I'm trying to be as strong as I can be.
Okay, and let me just, I'll scroll down for you, so if there's any further. That's the end, okay. And ma'am, is there anything different about what you're talking about here? It's not talking necessarily about pain, but it's talking about bearing living without, living in the jail without him.
Living in what?
You say, I cannot bear living here without you,
Oh, yes.
okay? And was that based on what you were experiencing in the previous letters?
Yes.
Okay, the same thing, or was there something new about this particular letter?
Well, for me, it's the same thing. I guess it's just get confused. I guess messed up with words, how to describe them.
Okay, so it appears that up to this point, and I'm going to try to keep this moving along, everything appears to be kind of going back to the same thing that you've already testified to. So I'm going to show you letters. If something changes as to why you wrote certain things, can you tell me that? I'll ask you the question, but I just want to keep moving along.
Yes.
Okay?
He probably needs this for closing arguments. Like,
And can you read that, which will be marked as defense exhibit number 6? Sorry, were you able to read that?
Yes.
Okay, and was that a letter that you had written?
Yes.
And who is that addressed to?
Brendan.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion for me?
Yes. It says, during the day, I just feel like crying, sad, depressed, racing thoughts, heart pounding, and I can't sleep. And this is exhausted, physically and emotionally. I feel drained, no strength anymore, no courage, no hope. It feels like a personal hell in life. Painful, torture, disturbing, and I don't want to live or to feel this. Better take my life in trade of the pain. And the next it says, it's killing me.
Okay. It sounds like this is getting worse in terms of the things you're saying. Does that the way it sound to you?
Sounds like it, yes.
Okay. How were you, what were you feeling to make you write a letter like this?
I think the mixed feelings, like I said again, it was a lot to hold in.
Okay. And was there anything greater or lesser than what you had said about the previous letters?
Well, for me, it sounds basically the same, where I said, I just don't want to live to feel this.
Okay, well, it's not necessarily to interpret the letter that you see now. It's actually what was the feeling that you had when you were writing the letter is what I'm asking.
Well, clearly not good. not,
Okay.
no good.
And do you remember whether this was before or after you were offered the opportunity for a misdemeanor and to try, testify against my client?
Well, in terms of the date, I can't tell.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, can you see the letter that's on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And if you'd like to read it and just tell me if that's a letter that you wrote?
Yes, it is.
Be
Is-
Exhibit 7, is that correct?
I believe, yes, it's 7,
Okay,
Judge.
thank you.
This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 7, but if you could just please read the highlighted portions.
Yes. It says, I don't want to live this. I don't want to keep living, keep going. And the other highlight says, I just want this to be over. In one way or another, good or bad way.
Okay. And this would have been probably, let me see, would have been 3 days after Exhibit 6. Is this more serious, or is it the same as what you were talking about?
It sounds the same to me.
Okay. Did there come a time when you sought help within the jail?
Yes,
Okay, and that's where you got the medication from?
yes,
And would it be fair to say that these kind of statements weren't in your letters at some point after you'd done the medication?
these letters what? I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to understand. You sought help, they provided you medication.
Yes,
And is the medication specifically related to the pain and the torture that you're talking about in these letters?
it was related to all that I was feeling, all the feelings I was carrying with me.
Okay, and did that feeling that you've just described through mid to late November in the last few letters, did that continue on after you took that medication, or did it get better?
It made it better in a way, I guess, that I felt numb.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to what would be marked as Defense Exhibit number 8, I believe, Judge?
All right, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you read that, ma'am, just to tell me if that is your letter?
It is my letter.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just scroll up so you can look at the highlighted portions. It looks like there's just one line highlighted there. What does that say?
It says, I'm not willing to spend life in prison for something I didn't do.
Okay. Now, was it your understanding at the time that you had the possibility of life in prison?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Based upon the charge that you were charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And who told you that?
My lawyer.
Okay. And let's just talk about that particular area of the letter. Do you remember, so you're talking about something that you didn't do. Are you talking about this case?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that point, you were in jail and you wrote, I didn't do this.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, let's look at the next letter here. If you can tell me if that's a letter you wrote, then we can go right to the highlighted sections, but I don't want to rush you.
It's Exhibit 9, correct?
Exhibit 9, sorry, Judge.
That's fine.
It is a letter I wrote, yeah.
Okay. And can you read the highlighted portion? I think it looks as though there's 2 on the first page. This was dated December 4th, 2023. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what's written on the top. If you could please read the highlighted portion.
Yes, it says, well, they arrested me for the obvious reason, right? But they want me to cooperate against you because according to them, I know more than it's being said, and they say they know more than I think they know.
Okay. And then the lower portion?
It says the only way this I'm not sure what I said either, but the only way this case is not going to trial if they drop the charge, and we know they won't.
Okay. And that's, do you recall whether or not you've said this statement, the first one, whether you had met with the police or the prosecutors at this point on December 4th?
No, I have not met with
Okay.
them.
So this information comes from when you and your lawyer were talking?
Yes,
Okay. And then you wrote a letter to Brendan about that?
yes.
Okay, what was the intention of that?
The letter
Yeah,
to let him know, but I think I always let Brendan and his mom know that the Commonwealth was offering me something in exchange of my cooperation, and I always let them know.
okay. And this just supports that you weren't going to do anything with cooperation?
Yes,
And in the last letter, you said because you didn't do anything?
right.
Okay. I'm sorry, I think I may have hit the same one. Was that number 8, Judge?
That was number 9.
Number 9, okay.
That is the same one on the screen.
Okay, sorry. Ma'am, can you take a look at this letter and read it, make sure that it's something that you authored, and then we'll look at the highlighted portion.
Is this Exhibit 10?
This would be 10, yes, thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Okay, you ready to move down to that?
Yes.
Okay, can you see it? Can you read that read that highlighted
The
portion?
highlight, yes. It says, do you know why we, parentheses, me, Dina, and many other people, close parentheses, think about suicide? It's when you're facing too much pain, living in too much pain, the pain you cannot bear, the pain you want to be able to change or to make any better. I'll tell you this, what I can't bear, a life sitting in prison and causing pain to all of you and my family in Brazil. A life without you guys, Brendan, Valerie, a life where my dreams can't come true.
Okay, let me just check and see if there's any further
Your
highlighted.
Honor, do you mind if I move the microphone
Yes,
so
okay.
she won't have to track it
All
somewhere?
right,
Yeah.
you can do that. That'd be fine. Thank you.
If you move it over here. And then maybe
Okay, it's
This
better.
one doesn't bend.
She has to be close to it.
Yeah, that way you can lean in and read.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sorry, Your Honor.
Ma'am, can you see this letter?
Yes,
And this would be marked as Commonwealth's, I'm sorry, Judge, bad habit. Defendant's Exhibit number 11.
Yes.
Is this a letter you wrote?
yes.
Please read the highlighted portion.
Yes, it says, they want me to cooperate against you, your son. Since the beginning, they've told us they could make, they've told us they could make from my charges something very simple called misdemeanor, and I wouldn't be charged with this if I decided to cooperate with them. They know I'm not doing that. I don't have anything to cooperate with them. With what they say that happened, I know it didn't make them happy. So they will do anything to hold me here, anything for them to win. They've got it so far, right? I have no idea what they are making up, faking stuff, lies, etc.
Okay, and there's another portion down below.
And I said, I would give my life for his, and I would never do anything to hurt him or against him. Whatever they're saying, whatever they want to believe, I don't care. I would take the blame for both of us.
And this is a letter to Mrs. Banfield, correct?
To his mother,
His mother, Tess.
yes.
Okay.
So is she writing all this just to appease
Look at the
them?
screen. Do you see a new letter there?
Do you think these letters are truthful, or do you think it's like what Alicia Andrews said she was doing, where she's just writing things to appease the, she's still trying to keep things good with the person that she wants to get back out and go live with, that she had already started living with, moved into the bedroom with. She's just trying to appease the person that's paying for her attorney. Or do you think she's writing this stuff because she thinks she's innocent? Or is she writing this stuff because she thinks they're going to read her letters? I don't know. But one thing is clear. She's capable of writing full paragraphs and writing things out coherently, which means that if she's telling the truth that they were both doing this messaging to other individuals, it really didn't have to be Brendan doing it the majority of the time. Kiana wants to vote for all of the above in the poll.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you read that to determine if that is your handwritten letter?
It is.
And can you look at the highlight portion? This would be Exhibit 12.
Thank you.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
Yeah, sure. It says, I would do anything for you. If they want me to turn against you, if they think or whatever they believe, and if they want to blame me for that, that's okay. I can take the blame. I'll never do anything to hurt you or against you.
Now, just to kind of break away from that for a second, the letter's date is January 3rd, 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in 2024, you had been charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of use of firearm in the commission of a felony, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we saw in the plea agreements that they just showed you that had been dropped, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you were charged with a warrant of arrest, so you had a preliminary hearing at some point, correct?
Correct.
And when did that preliminary hearing, what month of the year was it in 2024?
If I remember right, it was around March, if I
Okay.
remember right.
If I told you it was April, would that sound right?
In my mind, I have March, but
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So you knew there was something coming ahead which was important for you,
yes,
correct? And so, and is it fair to say in your communications with your lawyer and you're learning about this case, you were receiving discovery from the Commonwealth?
yes,
Okay, and so when your lawyer would get discovery, he would provide discovery to you, is that right?
it is.
Okay, and kind of moving forward toward what ultimately would have been your trial date in 2024, November 12th, you had received all discovery from the Commonwealth prior to September 30th, is that right?
I guess so.
Okay, and so that was discovery that you and your lawyer, and in fact, the case was continued one time because there was more discovery that was being held back and your lawyer had to review it in order to get ready for the next trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is it fair to say it's a pretty large amount of discovery?
Yes,
Okay, lots of videos, lots of reports, lots of other things, correct?
correct.
And you got a chance to fully understand all of that prior to what was going to be your second trial date.
Well, from my understanding, yeah,
Okay. But you had full discovery is what I'm trying to say.
Here you
yes,
go.
Okay.
The archery.
Would you agree with me that everything that you testified to yesterday was provided to you in discovery?
Oh,
I'm not sure if I'm following your question.
Well, you had
uh-oh.
a series of facts that you were pointing out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And this was within weeks of your trial that was scheduled, correct? So you had all the information. And is that what the basis for what you testified to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury was yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor, this is ambiguous.
Ambiguous is your objection?
Yes.
Overruled.
You're ruining my
Do you
case.
understand my question?
Not really ruining it, but
Nope.
Okay, let me repeat it.
it's a little poke.
So what I'm saying is, and what you've said to me is that you received all the discovery for the case. That would be what the Commonwealth's required to give you before you go to trial. And what I'm asking you is the basis for your testimony yesterday was provided in discovery prior to you testifying here today, correct?
Well, are you suggesting that my testimony is based on the discovery and not the facts that happened? I'm not sure. I'm confused still. Sorry.
Well, just tell us, what role did the discovery play in the decision to speak yesterday and what you said?
The truth?
Okay, I appreciate that. Was that the truth that was provided by the discovery so you could work for the Commonwealth?
No. The truth was that will happen. I can't make my words fit into the evidence.
Girl.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm saying is you can make their evidence fit into your words, however.
I don't know what you're suggesting. I'm utterly confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's just go back to our letters here, and we'll get back to that.
That's Exhibit 12.
Is this a letter you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes,
Okay, and can you look at the highlighted portions and please read that off for the jury?
Is that
Yes.
Exhibit 13?
I'm sorry, 13. Your
Okay,
Honor.
thank you.
it says, excuse me, it says, oh,
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it centered for you.
okay. It says, nobody is more afraid and sad, upset than me. I'm the one facing life in prison. Even though we are confident and positive that we have a strong case, we don't know what's going to happen. I can be fucked up forever. Will be up to 12 people to decide.
Was this before or after your preliminary hearing?
Like I said, I do not know the date.
Oh, sorry, let me show you.
I mean, I do not remember the date of my preliminary hearing, so I can't tell for sure whether or not it's after that.
Okay. But your letters seem to be changing tone. You're talking more about the case at that point. Would that be a reason why you, either the preliminary hearing had come or was gone?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we heard yesterday that with the preliminary, she was upset with the lawyer because the lawyer
You can
wanted a
look at
continuance,
What will be marked as Defense Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
meaning she'd still have to be in custody longer without even having a trial date.
I'm just going to find the highlighted portion real quick, ma'am, before we go through this. Okay. Oops. I don't think we want that there. Ma'am, I'm going to let you go from the top. Is this a letter that you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes,
Okay, and I'm just going to go down to the highlighted portions. Can you read that?
yes. It
Okay, please
says,
read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
it says, I really just hope I have the chance to be with them again, back home. I really do. I can't stand the thought of not being with them anymore for my own mistake.
Okay, and the lower portion?
It says, I would never forgive myself if I couldn't see them after all this.
Okay, now this is April 14th, 2024, and your letter is speaking about the family in Brazil, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this isn't the family that you had been writing and talking about in the first set of letters.
No,
Okay. Is that showing up on your screen, Judge?
Your files, yes.
Yeah, I don't want that. Ma'am, is this a letter you wrote to my client Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see the highlighted portion?
This would be 15 for the record.
15, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Can you read that, please, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, sometimes I just think to myself, like, I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. Then things weren't supposed to be this way, right? But people are stupid, including me, and make mistakes, act without thinking. That's all I did.
Okay, and
What?
I believe that's it. Ma'am, can you see the new letter that's on the screen right now?
Yes, I can.
Looks like it's July 24th, 2024,
Correct.
and it appears it's a letter from you to my client.
Yes.
Okay, and,
Exhibit 16?
sorry, exhibit number 16.
Okay.
And can you read off the highlighted portion?
Yes, the first one says, I wanted to make sure you get this letter through Ryan.
Okay, and what about the remaining highlighted portion?
It says, I would feel if we were able to get a guilty plea for me, that would be plead guilty for voluntary manslaughter plus time served, plus not testify against you, plus deportation. Well, that actually sounds good if he gets it for my case instead of facing a murder charge, plus sentence.
Okay, and so, and I'll just get this other portion down. So you can read it. Go ahead.
It says, because since the beginning, all they tried to get from me was for me to testify against you. So maybe they would give us that under the condition if I turn against you. A lot of people end up turning against the other person. They either broke down after a few months in jail or they got a good deal for their sakes.
Okay, and I'm just going to make sure that there isn't anything else. And so July 24, 2024 is a different sort of communication with Brendan, correct?
Correct.
Compared to, you know, the torture and the pain and then the stress of a trial and all that sort of thing. You're talking about a resolution at this point.
Yes.
And who suggested that to you?
Suggested what?
The resolution that's described in this?
That's something I was thinking.
Okay, so you came up with the idea?
Yeah, they never offered me another plea or I wouldn't testify against Brendan.
What?
That was my mind.
They offered you a trial unless you testified against Brendan?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And you didn't feel very good about going to trial, correct?
My lawyers never expressed any concerns relating going to trial. They were very confident.
Okay. How did you feel?
I feel as any other person would feel going to trial, being in a situation like mine. I don't think people feel very happy about it.
Notice
Okay.
notice she's speaking like off the cuff here without having to think or leave it to minimal answers.
So your answer to my question is that you weren't happy about it?
Nobody is. If you have been in a situation.
Okay, I'm just asking you to answer my question, not to
All right,
say it in
no.
that manner. So you didn't feel confident in the evidence that was going to be presented on your behalf?
I just didn't feel confident, yeah.
Okay. I think that we left out the lower portion. Of this letter. Did you read that?
I already read that one.
Did you already read it? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to move on to. Ma'am, can you see? This is from the jail's mail called Smart Jail Mail.
Yes,
Can you see that?
yes, I can.
And there's a highlighted portion in English, but the original was in Portuguese.
Correct.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this Exhibit 17?
This is 17, Judge, sorry. Now, please read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the highlighted portion.
It says, anyway, yesterday my lawyer tried to call me, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't talk. The call was not working. He had told Mimi that he was going to try and schedule the trial for the first week of October. However,
Got her.
at the hearing, he didn't mention anything about October.
This is
The
the
option he gave
continuance.
was November, December, and January. I was so pissed. I started to yell and cry. I hate
Starts
this.
yelling, crying
He
in
said he
court.
was going to try October, and for no reason he offered January. Fuck him. Screw him. He said he would.
So we were promised this in opening statements by the defense attorney, John Carroll, and here it is in her own words. She's upset after giving this whole, and I think it's very agreeable what she said. Anyone should be nervous about going to trial. That's why plea deals are so effective. People take plea deals all the time and they're not guilty of, maybe they did something, but they're not guilty as charged. Or maybe they're completely innocent, but they don't want to risk a trial because they're accused of something that they think the jury's going to get them on. But we just heard her say, well, I didn't want to go to trial. It was uncomfortable. Nobody really wanted to. But the prosecution was telling you, take this plea or you have to go to trial, right? And she's like, well, I didn't really want to go to trial. But now in her own words, she's upset because her attorney is not taking her to trial sooner. So it's a bit inconsistent. It's a bit inconsistent. And I don't know. I don't know if I can really go with the she didn't understand because she's writing very coherently about it. She's writing very coherently about these things. So I don't know. That one my opinion is different, but I understand, it's just subjective.
Come see me today at 12:30. Let's see, because he says he'll do so much and he doesn't do shit. I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer who doesn't do his job in a timely manner. And the other portion of highlighted says, anyway, I'm disappointed at my lawyer, who should be doing a better job and holding to his word. They scheduled the trial for November 12th. They say it's 2 weeks of trial.
Okay. One question about that. Under the first highlighted portion, you said, I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer. Did you pay the
She
lawyer?
doesn't get her.
No, I did not.
Okay, someone else.
This is critical. So I'm seeing in the chat, this doesn't change the facts of the case. The facts are in dispute. If facts weren't in dispute, there's no point of a trial, right? The point of a trial is the facts are in dispute and the state has the burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. The issue here is the state made it a fact in dispute. The state's the one that brought in the argument that the only reason Juliana didn't flip sooner is because his mother was paying for the attorney. It's this extension of this. She's a young girl. She was 22. She's from another country. She had no family here. And Brendan manipulated her. And she fell for it because she didn't know better. And by extension, his mother's doing the same thing. But now we're seeing in her own words, she's the one volunteering this information from a preliminary hearing that she was party to. She was at the preliminary hearing. I didn't hear the state say that Brendan was at the preliminary hearing. And she's disagreeing with what this attorney is doing. It's her words that says she wants to go to trial sooner. So to me, that completely undermines the state's issue with And again, this issue just comes down to, why did she decide to flip when she decided to flip, right? That's all this all pertains to. And the defense's theory why this is so important is because she's sitting in custody and wants to get out, and she's given this time served, and she's been in there over 2 years already. And we should lay this out cleanly, because I keep seeing, I've said it several times, but I keep seeing opposite things. She is currently in custody. She is being walked in by bailiffs, by deputies. She's not free right now. She's also not going to be free as soon as she's done testifying. She was arrested in October of 2023 and has been held ever since. She's turned down the same plea deal that she has right now. She was offered multiple times and turned down multiple times. She was even offered a misdemeanor and turned it down. So, very critical for the state to be able to explain why that is. And the state, the best they could come up with, they rushed through it right this morning to finish off their direct, was it's because mom was paying for the attorney. It's the family having some kind of coercive control over her, this pressure, wanting the jury to think that she just didn't know better. And that might be really effective. There could be a whole jury sitting there thinking, this is a girl who English is not her first language and she doesn't know better. Based on the letters, I don't think that that is an excuse. But you've got this now. You have the defense giving what was promised. And that comes down to someone, why did they actually decide to flip? Could it actually be because she was being held for over 2 years, still did not have a trial, just wanted to get out of there, no longer cared about the relationship with Brendan anymore? It's too far gone. So this idea of getting out and everything going back to normal is off the table anyway. So F it. I just have to say what the state wants me to say, and I can go back to Brazil. So she is still in custody. And the deal that she's taking has been offered to her multiple times previously, and she turned it down. And the deal is it's contingent. So what the state will do is they have promised to recommend a sentence of time served. This is an incredible offer of leniency. Based on her own testimony that the state put her on the stand to testify to, she saw a man was still alive and made the conscious decision to pull a gun out and shoot him so he would be dead. Now, maybe she's just saying that because the state needs her to say that. Maybe she didn't actually shoot him, but that's her testimony. And that's the testimony the state's agreeing to give her this plea down from a murder 1 to a manslaughter charge with a recommended sentence of just time served. And the state glossed over this in their finishing up of direct. They had her read the maximum penalty. So the jury might be thinking, oh, she pled out and she's going to get 10 years. I saw some people in the chat thinking that. And I think that's what some jurors might have heard. I don't think it's clear to the jurors that just because that's the maximum that could be that she could be facing, that they're willing to give her time served for her testimony against Brendan, including that she willingly shot a man that was still alive. And the state wants the jury to hear and think that the only reason she waited to accept this deal and suddenly flip was because she was under the pressure of an attorney that was paid for by the defendant's mom. But here she's telling you in her own words that she had a preliminary hearing and she didn't like what the lawyer was doing. She wanted to go to trial sooner. She wanted to get out, which to me is much more consistent with the idea that she didn't want to be in custody anymore. So she's just going to take this deal and get out. And again, that only goes to the decision to finally take the plea. That doesn't really get into anything else that's in dispute. But that is a critical issue as far as credibility goes for any witness, for any trial. And if you want a conviction against Brendan Banfield to stick, you better hope the defense attorney, or any defendant, you better hope the defense attorney crosses and properly impeaches a witness on these things, because this would be a critical appellate issue for ineffective assistance of counsel if he didn't bring this thing in and question her on it. So, just crazy. And all in all, if you guys haven't figured it out, I'm pretty disgusted that the state really thinks that she killed a guy that was still alive. She's just going to get to brush her hands. But this, again, is all contingent, right? So this recommended sentence, if the state thinks she performed and met her side of the agreement, then they will hold up their promise of this very generous leniency for time served. But they're only going to be recommending that to a judge at that point. The judge still has to accept. So it is a negotiated plea offer that they could withdraw if they think that she doesn't do what she's supposed to be doing on the stand here. But if they move forward and recommend what they recommend to the judge could then still take into consideration her testimony here. And, you were cooperative, so I'm going to accept this recommended sentence. Or the judge could say, hey, I find XYZ, I'm actually going to reject this. And you have the opportunity then to withdraw your plea, but here's what I would recommend instead. So this isn't over for Juliana. She still has to stick to the state's story. She's still in custody. So she's not in jail clothes because she's sitting in front of the jury, right? The state doesn't want her to sit there in jail clothes while she testifies. But yeah. So I think it's a lot more complicated than, she just knew nothing and had an attorney that had a conflict of interest, and maybe, but it's very clear by her own words, and because this is happening from a preliminary hearing, that the issue she's discussing in this letter is because of what happened at this preliminary hearing. And not a sudden realization that, oh, I forgot my attorney's being paid for by my co-defendant's relative. So, yeah. So I know it seems like, why is he asking so many questions about this? But if he didn't, this would be an appellate issue. So,
Else paid for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does this fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
The what? I'm sorry.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
I can hear you well.
Is this a fair and accurate transcript of your statement to your mother?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, that's July 1st, 2024, correct?
Correct.
Can you see this new message marked as Defense Exhibit 18?
I see it.
Can you read that, please?
Yes, it says, my lawyer came to see me. He said he's scheduled for November because my female lawyer was unavailable in October, and he can do it without her. Anyway, this made me even more pissed. But what can I do? I can't do anything. It's too late. I didn't really want to talk too much to him today. I'm so pissed off.
And this is on the same day that you sent the previous message to your mother, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's just talk about the messaging. When you're talking about with Ms. Bristler the money or how you communicate, this is what the money is for in order to communicate with your mother, correct?
Correct.
And so the money that was being provided to you by my client before he was arrested and his mother before you turned state's evidence, I guess, that was money that was being used for this in order for you to be able to communicate with your family, correct?
Correct.
And also to communicate with them, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you communicated with whomever you wanted, friends, former boyfriends, all those sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the money for this, the money that was being given to you was also to buy edible food in the jail.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that the food otherwise you didn't like?
It's just not enough.
Okay, and so you would ask Tess or Brendan for money and they would put it in there so you could get more meals?
Yes.
Okay. But these messages are also part of that as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And here's a message to your friend Paola, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and is that a message that you wrote?
Yes.
Can you please read that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says something you can't really read, and then it says with my lawyer, due, that he changed my trial date for it to start on November 12th. We had a hearing on Monday to get it scheduled. Anyway, I'm very frustrated and upset, satisfied with my lawyer. And thinking back now, I think he already knew all along that it wouldn't happen in July, that in April, they agreed for the trial to be in July, so just to have a date. But my lawyer already knew he wouldn't be ready. I think that's what upsets me, that he has been super slow lately. The specialist we need to testify, he hadn't even hired yet. Anyway, my female lawyer who works with him is not available in October. That is why it will be November. I had asked him to try to go for at least the first week of October. But I think all this time he already knew it. It's unfair because everyone was anxious with expectations. We were so close, and he took the hope away from me. No matter how much he promises to take me home and knowing that I am innocent, it doesn't change the fact that I feel neglected. I really wanted to risk everything and do it in July, even if he isn't ready. I only signed papers for this, but there's no such contract, you know. If there was, I would.
All right. Do you think, and this is not an absolutely what you think, but like a spectrum consideration, I can totally picture someone who's factually innocent writing this exact letter. I can picture someone who is complicit writing this exact letter. Right? I don't really think this, my whole conversation, my whole spiel a few minutes ago, it's really not a judgment on what somebody in custody, the pressure they're feeling because they're in custody, going to their innocence or guilt, or maybe like some split hybrid type of culpability, like they didn't do something to stop it even though they were aware. But I think this same type of letter, this desire to have your day in court or somehow get out of here. The food's gross. I don't have my freedom. Everything sucks. I think that's a shared feeling. I mean, it's got to feel worse when you're actually innocent, right? To know you're being held and you're innocent. But I think that same sentiment being expressed in words here is something that could come from someone that's innocent, could come from someone that's culpable, liable, guilty. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Okay, and so this is after the continuance of the first trial date, correct?
Correct.
And the scheduling of the second trial date.
Yes.
And that was the one that was the trial date that you were going to trial until you decided to accept the Commonwealth's deal.
Correct.
Okay. This is from July 8th, also to Paola. Can you please read that highlighted version?
That's Exhibit 20 now, right?
I'm sorry, 20, yes.
It says, yeah, I'm really disappointed at my lawyer because I expected the prosecutor to try and delay it as much as possible, you know, to make fun of us. But this time, it was my lawyer's screw up. And no matter how much he wanted to postpone, it didn't have to be almost 5 months, right? That's too much. He's being paid, Joe, and he's very expensive. He has a lawyer working with him. He says that we need a specialist, blah, blah, blah. But all this time, and he hasn't done anything. I told him that Brendan's mother could help him find the right person by making calls, checking who is available or not on the date of my trial. I said that we could pay someone else to help him prepare if he needed it. I don't know what else to say to him. Anyway, I'm sure he knew it all along, and that's what stresses me out, because he made everyone anxious and hopeful for nothing. I prefer that he tells me the truth all the time.
You see this letter from July 15th on Smart Jail Mail, which would be marked as Defense Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, "This week my lawyer is on vacation at the beach with his family and all." Then he says, "I'm sorry, you can't enjoy the beach this year." The other portion of the highlight, it says, "Brendan's mom and I are pushing him to do what needs to be done. But the truth is that I myself was never satisfied with his work. He could have done a lot of things differently, faster, putting more pressure on the prosecutor and everything, not to mention that his communication with me is terrible." And the other part of the highlight says, "But that's it, I don't have any news. After all, my lawyer is enjoying it. After all, my lawyer is enjoying his vacation."
Ma'am, can you see the message from July 17th, 2024, and the highlighted portion, which would be marked as Defense Exhibit number 22? Is that a message you wrote?
Yes,
Okay, and that was is it to your mother?
yes.
Okay, can you read that highlighted portion?
It says, "And about your lawyer friend, he's right. But I can't force my lawyer if he says he's not ready, right? And he's there chilling at the beach with the family, enjoying his vacation, right?"
And so the substance of that message is you're essentially asking your mother about whether that's right to continue a case because you need to obtain experts, or you need more time in order to prepare. And the lawyer's saying that you're right, or saying that the lawyer's right, but that you can't force them, right?
Yeah, that's what I said, yes.
Okay, that still doesn't help. That doesn't affect how angry you are, but that's an explanation your mother was giving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You see the new message, July 20th, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion?
That's Exhibit 23, correct?
Sorry, Exhibit 23.
Okay.
It says, "My lawyer returns from vacation tomorrow. Then he'll come see me during the week. We'll see."
See the Smart Jail Mail communication, July 25th, 2024?
Yes,
Is that your communication?
it is.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, "Waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow."
And I'm sorry, that's Exhibit 24. Sorry, I interrupted you. I want to make sure I got
That's
that.
fine.
Ma'am, go ahead and read that.
It says, "Waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow. I'll tell you more, okay?"
And so it's fair to say that getting to see your lawyer is pretty important at that point after July, or at the end of July. Is that right?
For me, it's always been, doesn't matter when,
Okay.
yeah.
Now, this is a message that you wrote from July 25th, 2024. There's a highlighted portion at the bottom, and that would be Exhibit number 25. Go ahead and read that. Can you go ahead and read that?
It says, "If my lawyer hadn't changed my trial date, you'd be starting next week, right? But anyway, my lawyer is coming to see me tomorrow."
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what is going to be marked as Defense Exhibit number 26. Can you read that highlight portion?
Yes, it says, "And my lawyer didn't even come to me at all. He said something happened in his bathroom, that the plumber was at his house and he wouldn't be able to come today, but he'll come on Sunday. I doubt it. But anyway, it's an excuse, one thing after the other."
Okay. Ma'am, can you see your communication with your mother dated 7/27/2024? It would be
Yes.
Defense Exhibit 27. Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, but that's it. Let's see if my lawyer comes to see me tomorrow.
Mr. Carroll, do you have many more letters?
Do I have any more?
Many more.
Sorry, Judge.
I'm going to take that as a yes, so.
I have
Ladies-
about, oh, sorry.
That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess, morning recess. All right, so we'll get back at
All right.
11:45, so just don't talk about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Look at Patty. She's like, oh, what is going on? We'll be able to jump ahead a little bit. Doesn't look like they're going to say anything.
All right. So we'll come back at 11:45 then, okay?
Thank you.
All right, they might be back if they're on time. Look at that, time traveling, guys. So by the way, Cross has been going for an hour and a half. Hour and a half of Cross. And it really focused on these letters. And, you know, I think this is all just to counteract and dispute the when and the why, the timing of the decision to take this plea deal. Again, recommendation for time served, manslaughter, instead of murder 1. And sentencing is withheld until after she satisfies her agreement to cooperate through the testimony in this case. Oh, and let me say out loud, when they say the jail snail mail, guys, that is the kiosk, and sometimes it's a tablet where an inmate can use like electronic. It's faster to correspond. You don't have to write out a letter and send it away.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
I think the defense attorney should get right into like clarifying the offer of leniency and then get into having her retell the story. You know, can she narrate what happened and stay consistent without yes or no questions, leading questions?
Mr. Carroll, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, may I have Madam Clerk redirect?
Redirect to your laptop?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we took it down because.
Okay,
we
that's
were
fine.
leaving.
There you go.
Ma'am, do you see that email or smart mail message from July 27th?
Yes,
And did you write that message?
That would be you. There.
I didn't touch anything.
Did the screen just go blank? I wish you could see.
Check the connections. There you go. And this is going to be
I
Exhibit
think
20.
it fell asleep.
Exhibit 28?
This is Exhibit 28.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, can you take a look at that?
Yes,
You wrote this?
I did.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, tomorrow when my lawyer comes to see me, I'll send you a message.
This would be Commonwealth Defendant's Exhibit 29. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail writing on your screen?
I do.
And do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that something you wrote?
yes.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, my lawyer came to see me. Didn't bring anything I had asked him to bring. Said he came to check on how I'm doing. I was like, darling, how do you think I'm doing? All the same.
Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail on the screen?
I do.
Did you write that?
Yes,
Judge, we'd be introducing this as, or I'm sorry, identifying it as Defense Exhibit number 30.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
it says, the situation here is the same. My lawyer is calm and positive. He just postponed the trial to be ready for real. But my hearing is in November. It starts on the 12th. I think it will last about 10 days. Tiring. But it's okay.
Okay. And this is to a friend of yours?
That's my brother.
Okay, your brother. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail communication that's on your screen?
Yes,
And this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 31. Is this a jail mail that you sent?
yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
It says, tomorrow I'll message you more. And if my lawyer comes to see me, I'll let you know.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail communication on your screen?
Yes,
And this would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 32. Can you read the highlighted portion?
it says, when my lawyer comes, I'll let you know how he was.
Ma'am, can you see the smart jail mail communication on your screen?
Yes,
Can you see the highlighted portion?
yes,
Is this something that you wrote?
yes.
Judge, we'd identify this as Defense Exhibit number 34?
33.
33, sorry. Please read that for the jury.
It says, waiting for my lawyer. He was already supposed to be here, but the appointment he had in another city this morning got moved to 1 p.m. So I don't even know what time he will arrive here or will have time to do anything shitty. Everything that happens is to mess things up. It's impressive.
Now, you talked about getting medication from the jail relating to the depression that you were experiencing around the holidays going into the new year, correct?
Well, I told you I didn't remember when I started taking it, so I can't tell for sure.
Well, let me ask that question in a simpler form. You were experiencing anxiety and depression during the holidays into the new year, correct?
Yes,
Based upon those letters?
yes,
Okay. And at some point you sought help from the jail, the pharmacy.
correct.
And you don't know when it was.
No,
StreamYard just yoinked. Hold on, let's share a screen. I must have hit a hotkey or something. I saved her. I got her off the stand, guys.
When you did get any sort of medications or things like that, how long did you stay on those?
How long did it stay what?
How long did you stay on the medications for anxiety and depression?
As far as I remember, it was a few months.
For a couple of months?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I would say so.
Do you remember when you started?
When I started,
Yeah.
I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember when you finished?
I do not remember the date, no.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see the new Smart Jail Mail communication that's on your screen?
I do,
And is this something you wrote?
yes.
Your Honor, we identify this as Defense Exhibit 34.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, my lawyer didn't come. He called me to say he wouldn't have time today and that he'll come on Monday. I hung up on him. I'm so angry. He's the reason for my stress and anxiety.
Okay. Now, the stress and anxiety you're talking about, is that the stress and anxiety that you were receiving medication for?
No, it's a different kind of stress and anxiety.
Okay.
It's mostly disappointment. That's it.
Okay, so this is
Huh?
disappointment.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
But it's clearly on your mind. I mean, for the entire month of July, these messages to your mother are about, you don't feel like you've seen your lawyer enough, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to read the new smart jail mail that's on your screen. This will be identified as defendant's number 35. Is this a communication that you wrote?
Yes.
And can you please read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, living in Brazil did not work out for Brendan. Jill, not culture, Valerie, his family, career, not anything. That's why I'm getting this idea out of his head and telling him it's okay to move on with his life. That's what makes me more upset, knowing that my trial would have been this week and the next, and that this would have come to an end one way or another. But what can I do? And yes, it will be November. The son of a bitch better to think, not to think about moving again. I'm already pissed off at him because for the third time this week, he said he would come see me today and everything, but he didn't come. He had unforeseen circumstances. He says he'll come on Monday, and I already feel like we're behind again in hiring the specialists we need, etc. I don't even want to think about it. He's stressing me out. And you soon be back to college classes, right? And how is the progress on your paper? That's right. Enjoy the stuff around the house. I reckon that anything there costs 200, 100 reais. So expensive compared to here, LL. Wow, don't even get me started on letting go of relationship.
Is this your communication saying that you're letting go of your relationship with Brendan?
Well, it seemed like it,
You wrote it.
yes.
So is that what this is?
It sounds like it.
So, ma'am, what I'm doing is asking
Ma'am.
of you as the author. You wrote that for a reason. Is that the reason?
What did you ask?
You as the author, you wrote it for a reason.
I wrote a message for a reason.
And is the reason here that this is you letting go of Brendan and your relationship?
I guess so.
Okay, well, do you know? Do you remember writing this?
Yes.
Okay, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. can you see the new message, smart jail mail message on your screen?
Yes,
And do you see the highlight portion?
I do.
And Your Honor, this would be marked as Defense Exhibit 36.
Okay.
Ma'am, please read the highlighted portion.
It says, I'm waiting to see if my lawyer responds about coming to see me today. I hope so, because I'm pissed off at him.
Ma'am, can you see the next smart jail mail?
Yes, I do.
You wrote that?
Yes,
Your Honor, we identify that as Defense 37.
Okay.
Please read the highlighted portion, ma'am.
it says, my lawyer came to see me, but he brought his computer uncharged yet again, just like on Sunday. He came, but we didn't do anything. I don't know how he doesn't check it before coming. He came from home, wearing normal clothes. He wasn't even working. Ridiculous. I'm pissed. But I told him that I don't want to hear him say that we're not ready again. That he asked how I was doing, and I just cried. He couldn't speak. It's because of him that I'm still in this place. But I told him that I don't trust and believe in him. He's traumatized me. He said, my lawyer will come to see me next week. Let's see.
Ma'am, there's a new jail mail communication that will be marked as Defense Exhibit 38.
Okay.
You write that.
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted portions?
It says, I don't expect much from Brendan, whether I come back or get deported to Brazil, for various reasons. Valerie, his career, family, fight with Christina's parents, etc. And I'm very honest. He knows what I think and feel. Even though he wants to be with me, it's more complicated than it seems. And the other part says, that's why Brendan's mom and I got really mad at him, because he says he's coming to see me and he doesn't come. She keeps calling him, drives to his office, and nothing. She pushes him and calls his attention. Now it's getting close again. For me, it is a long time. But for them, 100 days isn't much. And finding and hiring the people who we need, etc. But I think he doesn't care. Time is money. The longer he pushes things back, the more money it will cost. Ridiculous. And the other part says, Brendan and I, we are different in many ways. Money, career, culture. We are only the same about sex, LOL. But still, if I can, I want to make it work.
So in this message, you're also talking about the possibility of letting go of this relationship, but then you say that you want to try to make it work.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you're saying in the first portion, in the second portion, that's why Brendan's mom and I got really mad at him. You're not talking about Brendan, are you?
No.
Okay, you're talking about your attorney.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail to your brother
Yes.
dated August 6th at 10:44 a.m.?
Yes.
And did you write that?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as Defense Exhibit number 39.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, the same old crap as always. No news. My lawyer comes to see me and it just makes me mad. And the other one says, Brendan and I are doing well.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail communication? And this is from you to your mother on August 6, 2024.
I see it.
Did you write that?
I did.
And can you read the highlighted portion for the jury? Your Honor, that we'd identify that as Defense Exhibit 40.
Yes, sir.
It says, so I got pissed at my lawyer. He brought his computer uncharged again. Ridiculous.
do you see the new smart jail mail communication on your screen?
I do.
It's one written by you to Paola. Did you write this?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd identify this as defendant's 41.
Okay.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
It says, so I'm so pissed at my lawyer because he just disappears for no reason. Says he's coming to see me and nothing. Anyway, I hope this changes. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to prepare for November. But he said we have enough time. We'll see. I told him that I don't trust him or his words anymore.
Okay. Ma'am, with regard to this, the timing on the message is 90 days out for your trial. Is that correct?
After my trial? Was that what?
90 days out from
Out.
your scheduled trial.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that why you're upset?
Well, it
Because
seems,
it's close to trial?
I was upset because I was not seeing my lawyer.
Okay. I mean, you know you wrote it.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that's on the screen?
Yes.
It's a message you wrote to your mother.
Yes.
Will be marked as defense exhibit number 42.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, and I spent almost 2 hours with my lawyer. It was good, but no actual news. We're just reviewing a few things. Marina, a reporter here, sent me a message today saying that the article about my case will be published on Sunday with your interview and everything. I hope I didn't say anything stupid. Everyone will see it.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message to between you and Paola?
Yes.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, yes, you and Brendan are a bit complicated, right? Because it involves many circumstances, family, his daughter, but once you live there, you guys will figure it out what needs to be figured out. Now you really need to give your lawyer a push, right? To make sure everything will be ready for November. This person, he said, you would need the specialist. He has gone after this person.
Now, there's a pattern in the August messages which appear to be about your lawyer, but also about your relationship with Brendan. Is that fair?
Yeah,
That was on your mind at the time?
probably, yeah.
Okay. Is it fair to assume that if you wrote about it, that was on your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, if you can look at the smart jail mail that's on your screen, is that something that you wrote?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, we'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 46.
44.
Can you please read the highlighted portions?
44.
44?
Is correct?
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry.
Yes, 44.
44.
This is 44.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions of this smart jail mail communication?
It says, my lawyer came to see me on Friday. We spent almost 2 hours together. And I was reading the stuff, the interviews, they did it with everyone, my friends, Brenda's, Christine's, and the guys. I discovered even more betrayals on Brenda's part. Haha. Since the beginning of the relationship, several that he never mentioned. I was shocked. Haha. And the other one says, Brendan and I, sometimes I consider it a lost cause, but I really feel for him, you know, but a lot has happened, and there's a lot to be considered before any decision, and we don't even know what's going to happen in November, right? Now, we're really on his tail to make sure he won't screw up again and postpone it. I'm not so confident about it, LOL.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail to your brother dated August 25th, 2024, will be identified as Defense Exhibit number 45? Do you see that?
I do.
And can you read, is this a message that you authored and sent?
Yeah,
And can you see the highlighted portions?
I can.
Can you read that, please?
It says here, nothing new, my lawyer barely comes to see me. And later on it says, I told mom that Brendan wants to go to Brazil with me, buy a house there, etc. But she's kind of pissed because she doesn't want me to live away from home. And that grandpa likes Bruno, but doesn't like Brendan, even though he doesn't know him. Valerie or anyone personally, I told her to stop judging based on what she heard people say, what she assumed to be true. She assumes to be true.
Okay, so if we can identify, Bruno is your former boyfriend?
Yes,
Okay. And with this smart jail mail system, were you communicating with him as well?
with Max?
Yes,
Yes.
okay. Thank you. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail that's on your screen?
Yes.
And did you author that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 46.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes. It says, my lawyer came to see me, but he had a problem with the computer again, and we basically did nothing. He told me that they lost the other trial that took place 2 weeks ago. And the other one says, another American reporter messaged me today, trying to talk to me. I don't even know where these people
Okay.
get.
So, I'm sorry, you're saying another American reporter messaged me today.
That's what it says, yeah?
Do the media and reporters and those associated with the media, do they have the ability to communicate with you on smart jail mail?
They do.
Okay. And how long have they been communicating with you, whether you answer them or not?
I guess throughout the whole process. I'm
So
not sure.
From the time that you were arrested?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And are there any particular media or news people that you communicate with frequently?
Yes.
Okay, and who is it that you communicate with frequently?
Do you want me to mention the name?
It's fine too.
I'd say Josh.
Okay, Josh, and who's he associated with?
Should I say it?
I'm asking you.
He's a producer with 48 Hours.
Okay.
48.
And are you speaking to anyone else who's a producer or potentially looking to buy your story?
At that point, no.
Or you want to rephrase your question?
Are you speaking to any other media person
Was I?
other than Josh?
Was I?
Was you or are you now?
No, yes.
Now you are?
Yes.
Okay, and that's my question. Who are you speaking to?
Who am I speaking to?
Yes.
2 people.
Okay. Do you know their names?
I don't know their names, yes.
Okay, and is one of them Josh?
No.
Okay, what are their names?
Kate and Zachary.
Okay. Is that Kate Brower
Yes,
and Zachary Franks?
correct.
Okay. And has there been any sort of, have they given you anything in anticipation of something?
Anticipation of what?
In anticipation of anything? Have they given you anything? Have they provided you anything?
Yes, they have become my support system, so they've been helping me with money to communicate with my mom,
Become-
my family in Brazil,
They become my
and whoever I
support
want to
system.
communicate with,
Okay.
and money to her commissary and that stuff, yes.
So let me just slow you down there. I didn't quite hear all of that. I heard something about them giving you money,
Yes.
okay? And was it money to your mom in Brazil?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if you could just slow down on that and just say exactly what you just said.
I said they have become my support system.
Support
They've
system.
been putting, yes, they've been putting money on my books to talk to my mom, my family in Brazil, and whoever else I want to talk to, and to buy commissary and stuff, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
the media has become my
So
support
they're,
system.
in the absence of Tess, who used to pay all of that,
Yes,
these two are paying money toward your commissary?
yes.
And what is it that they want from you?
Eventually I want to tell my story.
Okay. And have you negotiated anything?
No, not really.
Okay. Have they thrown a number out?
Have they what?
Have they thrown a number out for your story?
Yes,
Okay. Have you agreed to that number?
no.
Okay, so you're still in negotiations.
Well, you can say so.
Well, you tell me. You're the one who's involved in it.
Yeah, if you want to say yes.
Okay. And do you owe them any obligations for paying for your commissary money or your ability to use smart jail mail, any of those sort of things?
I do intend to write a story with them eventually, yes.
Okay. And is, just for curiosity's sake, is the story this story?
It's the truth, if that's what you're asking for.
No, I'm asking, is that what they're basically communicating, being your support system, paying money? It's for this story, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what outfit are they with that would be handling this story?
What?
What company are they with that would be?
It's called Cream Productions, if I'm pronouncing it right. I'm not sure.
Cream Productions?
That's what I would say, like, yeah.
Okay, and is this story going to air on any network or TV streaming service or anything like that?
I've heard,
Well, if she knows, that she can answer it. Go ahead, you can answer it if you know.
as far as people told me, yes, but not that I have seen. Just people telling me that.
Well, it hasn't been
Other
made yet.
producers have made this
Okay.
story, yes.
But they represent some company, correct?
Correct.
And what's the company?
I'm not sure. Some people said Dateline.
I'm sorry?
Some people told me they saw it on Dateline, for example.
Okay, so
I haven't, but that's what I heard.
you've spoken to Dateline too?
I did not speak to them. I said they made this story, and somebody told me they saw it.
I'm sorry. They're talking about another story that they made that was on Dateline?
I did not know they story that was on Dateline. I did not see it.
I'm just trying to understand what you just said. Something about Dateline.
Yes,
Are you saying that Kate and Josh are associated with Dateline?
no, they were not.
Okay. So how did Dateline come into what you just said?
You asked if other producers, company, whatever it is, made the story, told the story on the news or TV, and I said, as far as I've heard, they did, but not that I have seen.
Okay. Well, I was just asking who you were associated with and who was supporting you and
Okay.
who they were associated
Yeah,
with.
that's not them.
Okay. And you don't know what their company is?
You're going to have to use your mic, I'm sorry.
Judge, that's been asked and answered. She said that they represented Cream Productions.
All right, asked and answered, so I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. I'll move on from there. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Sure.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail for August 30th
I see it,
from you to Paola?
yes.
And that would be, Your Honor, that would be identified as defendants 47.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, in next month, I have a hearing, one of the regular procedural hearings that we have before the trial to decide some things. I presume now it's supposed to be twice as tiring. And of course, he won't want to talk about these things over the phone. I don't even think there are enough excuses, but it's fine. I'm getting over it. So this thing about the article in my case, my lawyer told me that last month, this Marina sent him an email saying that she was going to publish the article, etc. And he even got mad at her because we gave them your information so they could call you and write about me, not about the case, since I haven't even had my trial yet. And he said that she does not have access to police documents, my interview with them, evidence, etc. She only has access to the hearings I had because they're public documents here. But they must be either bluffing or waiting to see if I talk to them, because she told me she was going to publish it 3 weeks ago and still nothing.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that's on the screen before you?
I see it.
Your Honor, that would be identified as defendant's exhibit for number 48. Ma'am, did you write this message?
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, my lawyer didn't even come to see me and said he had a hearing in the morning, and when he arrived here, there was a line of lawyers and they didn't have enough time to see the clients because there are only 3 rooms, 3 lawyers at a time. He says he'll come tomorrow, son of a gun.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message that's on your screen?
Yes,
From you to your mother?
yes,
Did you author that?
yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, and yes, I hope my lawyer comes tomorrow without fail. He stresses me out more than anyone else. A son of a bitch. I've already started crying and all because I got frustrated, you know.
And that's exhibit 49, is that correct?
49, I
Okay.
apologize, Judge. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message on your screen
Yes,
dated September 5th, 2024?
yes.
This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 50. Can you read the highlighted portion of the message?
He says, your mother messaged me saying she's going to see Ryan now, and he's coming to see me. She wait for him because I have something for Ryan.
Ma'am, do you see the new message on smart jail mail?
Yes,
And did you write that?
I did.
Okay, Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense 51. Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion
He
for the
says,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
well, again, my lawyer won't come and see me today. Mimi met him. He said he has another hearing now, and while he was here earlier, he was talking to my lawyer. I'm like, are you kidding me? You have all the time in the world to talk to her, and you do that instead of coming to see me since you were here, and I've been waiting since yesterday, as if I could go to his office to see him, right? Guess what? I can't because I'm here. I've been here longer than necessary because of his own screw-ups, delaying everything. Let's see if he won't screw up my trial too. During the trial, they will ask if I was satisfied with my lawyer, And if he represented me well, I'll be honest and say no. But it's so good that you feel the change, Mom, and try to get along with what he said to you. It's not worth it acting like this. Did he say something about being in touch with me? Because it stops there.
I think that's just a bad highlighting job. Thank you.
A bad highlight job.
Ma'am, can you see the smart jail mail communication that's on the screen?
I see it.
Okay. And is that a message sent by you to your mother?
Yes.
And it looks like it's September 5th, 2024 at 9:18 a.m. Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 52.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
It says,
Gentlemen of the jury.
let's see if my lawyer shows up today. He makes me very frustrated. I'm never happy and satisfied with his work. He says he will do things, but he doesn't. He's delaying my entire process. Says he'll come to see me and nothing. Doesn't make an effort, you know. I should have changed lawyers long ago, but now it's too late.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail on the screen?
Yes.
And this looks like it's September 5th, 2024.
That one I already read.
Is that the one you just read?
Yes.
Oh, that must be a duplicate. Sorry. Scratch that, Judge.
All right.
I don't think I did nothing. I believe there are some differences, ma'am. Can you just read the highlighted portions, and that would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 52?
53.
53.
Well, that's the one I just read.
Can
It
you
still
just
shows
please
it.
read it again?
Oh, it says, well, again, my lawyer won't come see me today. Mimi met him. He said he has another hearing now, and while he was here earlier, he was talking to my lawyer. I'm like, are you kidding me? You have all the time in the world to talk to her, and you do that instead of coming to see me since you're here, and I've been waiting since yesterday. As if I could go to his office to see him, right? Guess what? I can because I'm here. I've been here longer than necessary because of his own screw-ups, delaying everything. Let's see if he won't screw up in my trial. During the trial, they will ask if I was satisfied with my lawyer and if he represented me well, and I'll be honest and say no.
And that's one of the questions that's on the plea form that you signed.
Oh,
As far as I remember,
Okay. And did you say no at that time?
I did not.
Okay. So you told him you were satisfied. You told the judge that you were satisfied with his and her services.
Yeah, he explained well to me.
Okay. So between September 5th and the plea in October 29th, everything seemed to be fine with your relationship with your lawyer that you've been talking about in these mails?
I guess so.
Okay, well, you lived it, so I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write this?
Yes.
And can you, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 54. Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, difficult to trust him, knowing how he's like. His lack of commitment and care. At first, he said he would spend 2 hours with me, and when he came to see me, I wish. He barely shows up. He just makes us wait. But what can I do? It's too late to change lawyers. I don't trust him.
Ma'am, this is a smart jail mail that you authored to Paola, your friend. Can you read this would be marked as exhibit number 55. Defense Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, and about my lawyer, I wish, good heavens, he makes me so mad. Last week alone, he said 3 times that he would come to see me on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. He didn't show up. Brendan's mother kept sending messages and calling, and he kept her waiting for him, me waiting for him, and he still hasn't shown up. So on Friday, my female lawyer came to see me to talk about this next hearing. Nothing much, sweet Lord. I told her that I don't trust him. I'm scared because my life is in his hands. You know, that I don't know how he expects me to stay calm when he doesn't even have the responsibility and commitment to come to see me or do things when they're supposed to be done, delaying my entire process, etc.
Ma'am, do you see the message that you authored from September 15th, 2024?
Yes,
Okay. This would be identified as defense number 56.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
it says, it's been 11 months since I've been here. My goodness, I need this to end as soon as possible.
Okay, so on September 15th, you're just ready to end it, correct?
Yeah,
Because you have a trial in less than two months from then, right?
correct?
And what's the basis? Why are you saying, I just want it to end right now?
That's the same way I always felt. I just wanted this to be over.
Okay, but this is the first time that you've written it in one of your smart jail mail messages. What's the reason at this point?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. Do you remember writing this?
I mean, it's here, I know it's for me, but I can tell you all the messages I wrote every day, and
Okay. So you don't have any specific recollection as to this message?
specifics, no.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see this smart jail mail message
Yes,
on the screen? Your Honor, we identify that as defense number 57. Is this the person that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your friend who's supporting you?
no,
Okay, so this is someone who's reaching out. Were you aware when he reached out that that was the day that Brendan was indicted?
at that point, I didn't.
Okay. Did he say anything to you in your communications in addition to this?
Yeah, he had mentioned that Brendan was just indicted.
Okay, can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, Dear Ms. Magalhães, I'm a producer for the show 48 Hours on the North American channel, CBS News. Our team is researching your case in the hope of producing a 1-hour documentary about your story. We'd like to ask you to consider participating in an on-camera interview. I'd also like to speak with any friends or relatives you think could be additional voices on your behalf. But first, I propose that we have a conversation over the phone, or even a video call, or an informal in-person meeting, so that I can tell you a bit about my experience over more than 30 years of a journalist, my interest in your story, and my ideas for the project. Feel free to contact me if you can. If you prefer to speak in Portuguese, I can arrange for a translator. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Now, was Josh one of the contributors to your account here at the Fairfax County Sheriff's Office?
Pode me vai contribuir?
Did he put money in?
No, he did not.
Okay. Are you still talking to him?
I was.
Are you still?
No.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail communication on your screen?
Yes.
Did you author this?
Yes.
This would be marked as defense exhibit number 58. Can Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? This
It's-
is from September 16th, 3:49 p.m.
It says, I heard they either arrested or are detaining Brendan now. Have you heard anything about it? I'm scared. They sent me downstairs because they had a search warrant for my cell to see if they didn't find anything here, etc. You know. Then a guy from the TV channel messaged me saying he saw on the news that they had arrested him. My goodness, I don't know what's happening.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that is on your screen?
Yes,
And is this something that you authored?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I'd identify this as defense exhibit number 59.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions to the jury and the
It's
ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I want to avoid people staring at me and talking about me and Brendan. I'm so disheartened, so low on energy. I just want to lay down and sleep, tired. Even with the double dose of medicine, I didn't sleep well.
So Brendan's arrest had a real significant effect on you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is that where you're disheartened, you're low on energy, you're not able to sleep?
That's
that
what I
you're saying
said.
in this message?
Yes,
Okay, and that corresponds with him you've confirmed that he was in fact arrested, not just heard it, you've confirmed it 5 days later, correct?
yeah,
Okay. Now, at that point, were you on any sort of medications for depression or anxiety or anything like that?
at that point, I don't think so.
Okay, so you had stopped them at some point?
I had.
Okay. Ma'am, can you read the smart jail mail message that's on the screen before you?
Yes,
And did you author that?
that's from my mother to me.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the
It
ladies
says-
and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, but it seems that I was guessing he was guilty and putting the blame on you. At least you'll get rid of this. I don't know if it will be good for you to tell. I'm afraid she might block you from being able to talk to us. But you know what is best, because she probably doesn't know that he planned it. If you tell Mimi, tell her not to cut you off from your mom, please. Tell her that it was who planned it.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about. It appears you and your mother are worried about the monies to be able to communicate, correct?
Like I said before, yes.
Okay, no, I'm talking about this at this moment.
Yes,
Okay, and it appears that you're worried about any monies that might be going in so you can get extra food, correct?
yes,
Okay, and it appears that your mother is telling you that Brendan is the planner, correct?
yeah, that's what she said.
Okay. And was that the first time that you said that?
Judge, I'm going to object. This message is from,
I can't unring that bell. It's a delayed objection. Thank
Okay.
you.
Is that the first time that you said it, that Brendan, in time, on October 26, 2024, is that the first time that you said what your mother's written here?
The first time I said what?
What your mother has written in this message?
Well, that's the only one I see here. I don't remember if she had said it before. I
She
can't
takes
recall.
the plea.
I'm not asking about whether she said it.
He takes
I'm
the plea on the
asking about whether
29th.
you said it.
But I'm confused because this is a message from my mom to me,
Yeah.
not from me to her. So I don't know what I said before this.
Well, it appears she's telling you to tell Tess or them that Brendan planned the whole thing.
Oh,
Well, that's what she said, yes.
Okay. Okay? And what I'm asking is, was that the day when you told the police that Brendan planned the whole thing?
I had mentioned to my mom before about the plea. I had mentioned to her that I was thinking about taking the plea. And I had the reasons I was scared of why I didn't take the plea. And this message, that's when I told her that I had signed the plea, and that's what she responded to me. But she was aware before that I was thinking about taking the plea.
So you had signed the plea on the 26th of October?
Now I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the plea as being October 29th?
Oh,
3 days later?
Yeah, the picture said yes.
So when was it that you made the agreement to the plea that you signed and was executed on October 29th?
I don't remember the day exactly I signed it. I don't know where we're going with
Do you
this.
need to see the plea form?
yeah, this was a.
Do you need to see it?
Yeah, you can show me.
Okay.
GG's. What the what?
Can you see the plea form on the screen, ma'am?
I can.
Just let me know if you need me to scroll up for you when you finished looking at it.
I see it.
Do you need me to scroll up so you can know when you signed it?
Yeah.
Is that the 28th of October?
Yeah.
Is that what it says? I just,
It says 28th of October, yes.
and so my question was with regard to the previous message, that was where your mother said to you, tell everyone that Brendan planned this. And within 2 days, you've signed a plea with supporting evidence saying that Brendan planned this. Understand? So my
Understand.
question was, when did you say Brendan planned this to the police for the first time?
During the first interview we had,
And do you know when that was?
I remember it was a Friday.
Okay. Was it in October?
It was in October.
Okay. So October 25th, does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
Was that where you were in a room with another prosecutor, not these two, was asking you questions?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a little bit about what went on prior to you entering into that plea. Can you see your screen?
Yes.
Have you seen this?
Now that I remember.
Okay, let's go through it. It's a pleading in the circuit court.
Judge, I'm going to object. She says she hasn't seen it, so how could she testify about what's in it?
I think she said she's not sure.
And
Well, I mean, if you want to ask questions about it, you can, but can we mark it as an exhibit though, please?
Oh, yes. Okay. Your Honor, we mark it as defense exhibit number 61.
Okay.
Let me just scroll through it so you can see what you need to see, ma'am. And if you want me to slow down, so you want to read? Or you
I'm
wanna
not
read it?
reading.
You've already read it?
I said I'm not reading right now.
Would you like to read it, is what my question was.
If you want me to, I can.
Well, I'm going to ask you questions about it, so it might be a good idea. The next page?
Yeah.
Next page?
This is reading anyway. And by the way, that whispering seems to be coming from the state's table. When they have panned over to the defense side, it seems like there's one person that's sitting there by themselves, and they're at the table behind where Brendan Banfield is sitting. So I don't think that's them whispering. I think that's coming from the state table. And it sounds like two women's voices, which is, we've seen two female prosecutors. I want to read, Sheriff Chuck is saying this way better than I can. I think that there could be a credibility problem for someone like Juliana in her position, and those credibility issues could be there, whether she's innocent or whether she's actually guilty. And I think Sheriff Chuck words this much better than I can. This defense attorney is doing an excellent job of breaking down the problem with plea agreement testimony. Because what happens when there's a plea agreement in play? These questions make them lie to stick with the state's theory or tell the truth, but if they tell the truth, they lose the deal. So if the state has some details that they're stuck on, that they're harping on, that this was our theory from the start and we don't want to let go, we don't want to go back to the drawing board, and they include those things as part of a plea agreement that someone has to testify to, they're almost forcing that witness to testify to things that just aren't true, that she doesn't have actual personal knowledge of happening. So I think the state created a catch-22 here, and often does with plea deals, because they want to interject certain details that maybe they don't know that well, but they say, hey, let's get this person to just put their signature on it. So when there might be things, let's say Juliana is guilty, this is a plan to carry it all out, some of the things she's saying are truthful, but then there's other details that the state wanted her to sprinkle in there that she didn't know anything about, never thought of. She's gonna lack credibility when she talks about those things. And of course, if she's actually innocent, but is trying to preserve this very nice deal that she was offered, same thing applies to everything that she's got to testify to. So, and I wonder what a trial against her would have been like. Whisper, whisper, whisper. And she might have already pled, but remember, sentencing is withheld. So she's at huge risk for losing everything that, she pled, but everything that she'd receive as a benefit for pleading could be completely off the table if she doesn't satisfy the state here. And then even if she satisfies the state, she's got to get through, the judge has to accept the recommended sentence. And Ms. Vicky, I think we should feel uncomfortable about that, because Sure, in some cases, someone might lie a little bit, but it might get a guilty person convicted. But in other cases, someone might be under pressure to say something that's not true, and it gets somebody wrongfully convicted, if that makes sense. So I think it's something that it's not going to sit well because it's not like a pure approach to getting the truth.
Next.
I think that's the end.
Okay.
Had you ever received this motion?
Again, I do not remember that.
Okay. Do you, what you read there, do you remember what was happening, what happened or was going to happen prior to the plea?
I think I was going to continue my trial.
Yeah.
That's what you're asking, yeah.
So when did you find that out and how did you find that out?
I don't remember how I found that out.
Could it have been this motion?
Could have,
Did you go to court?
but my lawyer told me.
Okay. So were you in agreement with this motion?
To continue the trial?
Yeah.
Yes.
You agreed to continue the trial.
Well, what choice did I have?
Well, that's a good
What
point.
choice did I have?
What choice did you have?
There we go.
Yes.
You agreed to continue the trial.
Well, what choice did I have?
Well, that's a good point. What choice did you have? Had you agreed to plead guilty prior to this motion being heard?
I don't
Judge,
think,
I'm going to object. There's no date that has been given when
right,
this
you want me to
motion
foundation for a
was,
date?
there's no, yeah.
I'm just asking what, I don't know when the motion was going to be heard either, Judge.
She needs a date for reference, I think.
Okay.
I can answer if something I don't know about.
It's exactly right. So you don't know about it.
Well, I'm saying this now.
Now, let me just ask you this. We'll switch subjects. During the beginning portion, during the first 2 weeks of October, you had an emergency health crisis, correct?
I did.
Oh,
Okay, and you were taken away from the jail here, correct?
Yes.
And you were in the hospital setting, correct?
Yes.
And you were being watched by law enforcement because you had come from here,
Yes.
correct? How long were you in the hospital setting for?
10 days.
10 days. And that was the first portion of October?
It was.
What was the time frame, if you recall?
It was October 13th.
Until October 13th or sorry,
No,
13th?
I went to the hospital October 13th.
So you were in the hospital October 13th, and if I understand, based on your answer, you were there until the 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on the 28th, on the 25th, you told the prosecutors you were going to accept the deal.
Yes.
And then on the 28th, you signed the deal.
Correct.
plea
And you
colloquy was
appeared
the
before
29th.
Judge Ascarati on October 29th.
Correct.
So you recall all of those dates.
I do.
Okay. And my question to you is, you just testified that you were going to tell the story the Commonwealth's having you tell because you just wanted the truth to be out there. Is that correct?
I wanted to tell the truth, yes.
Okay. And so from October 13th, 2023 to October 28th, 2024,
You were in custody.
you were not concerned about telling the truth, but then on the heels, on the brink of a trial, which potentially was going to be continued. We don't know.
Testifying and not asking a question.
He's getting to a
What's the
question.
objection?
Counsel is testifying. This is a narrative that counsel is providing.
Argumentative, possibly?
Argumentative.
All right. I'll sustain the objection if you want to.
I'm sorry?
I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask another question.
So, are you asking the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you came out during that time frame because you wanted the truth to be known versus any time the year before that?
Well, the fact that I took a year to accept my plea, it does not mean that I didn't have an intention to tell the truth before. It does not mean that.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said, just because it took me out a while to take the plea, it does not mean that I didn't have the intention to do so. I just didn't get to do it. And for many reasons I said before I was concerned about.
What?
But it
Okay.
does not mean I didn't want to do it.
Okay. And so your health crisis didn't have anything to do with it?
Well, we just coincidentally, when I came back from the hospital,
So it was a coincidence?
you can say that.
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, yes.
Okay. Could it have something to do with being 3,000 miles away from your family when you're having a health crisis?
Well, it might have been all the factors together. We can consider that one of the factors too.
Okay, and that's what I'm going through. An upcoming trial, is that part of it?
I was not really thinking about that.
Okay. The health crisis, being far from home, correct?
Correct?
Okay. Brendan being arrested and jailed, is that part of it?
Yes.
What other parts?
I said before that I had my concerns about communication with my mother. And yes, that's what I said before too.
Okay, so it was because of communications for your mother that you thought you'd take the deal as one of the parts?
You can put into the equation, yes.
Okay, so it's all the things that we just talked about went into you
Telling the
deciding that the truth was to be told on October 28th, 2024.
Yes.
And that's what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
What am I telling them?
What are we telling
That
them?
That's when you decided the truth needed to be told?
I'm not telling them that.
Yes, you are.
Well, you're testifying before
I
them, you're testifying before the court.
withheld the truth for a long time just to myself. And it was a lot for me to deal with.
Okay,
And I just couldn't do this anymore. It was too much for me. And I do believe that part of me getting sick, it was just one of the factors. There is only so much your brain can take before your body starts responding to the stress as well.
True.
Only I do know how I felt. Only do I know what I was carrying with me, how long I withheld the truth.
okay. And so when I was asking you how you felt that made these statements about pain and torture and all those things in the emails, you didn't really have anything to say about that.
Of course
So
I
what is
didn't
it-
have.
What is it that you were holding in?
Of course I didn't have anything to say to that because I knew our letters could be read because I was going through my lawyer. And at that point, my lawyer did not know the truth either. I did not tell him that. So I knew he was reading the letters as well. So I couldn't do that. And I did not tell Tess, Brendan's mother, about how I was feeling, withholding the truth, because she did not know either. She did not have any knowledge about what really happened. And so how was I supposed to do expressing the letters that I was feeling guilty or ashamed and all that stuff for if the letters were being read? If she didn't know the truth, I couldn't do it.
So the truth, you were holding the truth yourself and no one else knew.
Well, Brenda does.
Well, but we're talking about you in jail,
Oh, yes.
okay? And so you were just holding that for an entire year by yourself.
I was.
enjoying the benefits of a lawyer,
Yeah,
enjoying the benefits of whatever comes into the commissary or for communication purposes. Correct?
if that's one how to describe it.
Well,
We can describe that way.
Isn't that some of the benefits of either having, you're a lawyer or Tess Banfield helping you out?
Well, I had their love and their support. Yes, I did.
Okay? And so you were concerned about losing that? Is that why you were holding the truth?
Losing what specifically?
Losing her love and her support financially?
Yeah, I was lost and afraid in so many ways, yes.
Okay. And that's essentially the crux of the communication with your mother, which was the last smart jail mail that we were talking about. Isn't that right?
Can you rephrase your question?
That was essentially the discussion between you and your mother about telling everyone that Brendan was the one who planned this.
Well, that was the conversation we had.
I understand that. I saw it. And that's something that you knew was going to be read, correct?
Yes.
And when she said that to you, my question to you was, who was it you told that Brendan planned this whole thing for the first time, and when was that?
Yes, my mother.
And when was
Because,
that?
how can I tell you? I do not remember the date.
I mean, with all due respect, you don't remember a lot of details.
Yeah.
And that's what's really concerning about this.
Well, if you were in my shoes, you don't remember either. You know, your brain has a way to, a defense mechanism it's called,
Okay.
and it protects you from losing your mind, losing yourself.
Okay.
And many things
Interesting.
our brain blocks out. And I guess everybody can relate to that at some point.
So your brain's blocked out the details of this plan that
Judge,
you've talked about?
objection. That is not what she said.
I'll overrule, I didn't hear the question.
So your brain has blocked out the details of this plan that essentially your whole future rests on with the Commonwealth?
I still don't understand your question. What
So
are you implying?
You suddenly
Your
remember
lack of
now.
detail is because of your brain blocking it out?
Yes,
Okay. And even included in the things that are important, like this plan that you've been talking about, but we haven't heard any details.
well, I can tell you that the fact that I do not remember some specific details does not mean it's a lie. I can guarantee that everybody has things in life that they do not remember. And it doesn't make
Okay,
any
well,
less.
I appreciate that. We're talking about you, though, and what you say.
I'm talking about me too.
But if you can just give me a chance to question, what you're saying is that you're forgetting crucial details regarding a horrific, tragic event for many people here.
Yeah.
And you're not able to remember those details.
Well, I think you can also call it trauma
Okay,
for things you've seen, for things that happened that your brain blocks out.
okay.
Yes.
So your brain's blocking it, you've got trauma, that's blocking it. What else? What are the other reasons you're not able to explain details relating to this case?
What do you mean other reasons?
What other reasons? I mean, you seem to have two at least. What are the other reasons?
Or I cannot remember some details.
Okay. Okay. Well, Your Honor, is this a good time for break?
I was just going to ask you, is this a good time for break?
This is a good time to break.
Oh, okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess then for the next hour. Please do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? Thank you.
We'll watch them walk out.
She couldn't remember the details.
So,
What happened
oh,
on day 300?
hold on. Let's listen to them. They're whispering. Let's turn this up and eavesdrop. Whisper, whisper.
She couldn't remember the details of what happened on day 379. She didn't know the details of what happened in that month. She didn't decide at any point in time that she couldn't remember what was happening at the murder. She couldn't remember Thursday of last week. We can hear that out. But the objection,
Ma'am, since you still are testifying, make sure you do not discuss your testimony or your case with anybody during lunch hour, okay?
Okay.
All right, back at 2.
thank you, Judge.
All right.
2 people, okay.
All rise.
So, but there's a problem. And now the whispering said that she couldn't remember something 3 days ago. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. And this is what the defense attorney's trying to get at. And it's again, this is a catch-22 that is created by the very nature of testimony in exchange for a plea or sweetheart deal. Is you end up having, we can rewind if you want to listen to it again. We've got this argument over like this question that the defense attorney was asking. That's not really what she said. But really the conversation, the broader conversation is this entire expanse of time from when you're arrested in October 13th of 2023, from when on October 28th you say, yes, I'm going to sign this plea deal in 2024, and then you show up for your plea colloquy on October 29th, 2024, you didn't want to say anything. And then she says, well, I knew the truth. I was holding it to myself the whole time. I knew people were reading my letters. Very valid. I think she pushed back well there. But then the defense attorney's like, but you were still sending all these different communications. So you're still volunteering information to other people, even though you know you're being watched. And then we get up to this timeline. And then she starts to get into this idea of why she doesn't remember specific details and why she can't be specific to justify why she wasn't saying consistent things, even when she was saying a little bit. But the problem with that is that you just testified on direct yesterday. And you agreed to very specific details, albeit in my opinion, in response, a yes or no response to a leading question where the prosecutor was saying the details in their question, and she was often just saying yes or no. But you are saying yes or no to those very specific things. So this memory issue, she's playing it like there's this wider span of time. It's not just the day that this incident, this very traumatic and bloody incident, traumatic, violent incident took place. She was having trouble remembering that day. This question about her memory was from October 13th of 2023 to her decision on October 28th and 29th, 2024. And the sudden switch. The sudden switch. If her plea colloquy was streamed, we should watch that. We should watch that. And again, I think this is valid too. Amanda says you're in danger, girl. Don't think the state is going to comply with the leniency. I mean, it's their call, but who knows? And we haven't even we're only on the part of cross-examination where we're talking about what led up to the plea deal. What led up to the plea deal? I suspect that after lunch, and I think this witness, and I would be exhausted too, I think this witness is getting exhausted. She's fighting for her freedom. Whatever actually happened, I would hope that everybody in the chat can agree that she's fighting to get out, get her time served as being the recommended sentence, although this sentence is currently withheld and hanging over her head, contingent on her testimony here in this trial. But the defense attorney hasn't even started asking about the details of the things that she promised to testify to. So what happens if after lunch the defense attorney wants her to, all right, tell us what happened on February 24th, 2023? And even though as this being cross-examination, he could lead, and the prosecution wasn't supposed to be leading, you let her do it on her own. You don't give her hints. You make her come up with the answer. And then when she says she can't remember, didn't you testify yesterday? And if this defense attorney did very good prep work, you're going to see exactly why it's a catch-22 with plea deal testimony. And again, she could be innocent and agreed to this plea deal and agreed to certain sets of facts because she didn't want to take it to trial. She could be guilty for exactly what she claims happened, and it could happen exactly the way she says it happened yesterday on direct testimony. She could be guilty, and she's distancing herself from culpability because she wants the judge to accept a plea for manslaughter rather than murder. And she doesn't want to say anything during her testimony that's going to piss Judge Azcarate off for her, I think March 21st is her sentencing date, where she's like, I don't accept this. I don't find that there's facts to support manslaughter here. Or maybe I accept what you're offering here as far as the count. We're going to null process possession of the firearm. We're going to reduce the murder charge down to manslaughter, but I'm going to put you to the max of 10 years. And you have the opportunity to withdraw your plea or accept the 10 years. Even though the state could stick with their recommendation of time served. So, this is a lot. This is a lot. And at the end of the day, I really think this is the product of the state. You know, we heard, and we haven't gotten to the witnesses that are going to talk about it yet, though. But we've heard that there's rifts. There was rift among law enforcement, the homicide unit. Hey, we don't really see this catfishing theory. Fairfax PD's own digital forensics person, said, hey, it looks like Christine had her own devices. There's a rift. So the state might have this marriage to certain details that aren't true. And even though it might be true that Brendan and Juliana plotted and Brendan steered the ship most of the way to carry out these murders, by just having this inability to let go of certain parts of their theory, you're going to have credibility issues. And you might be putting someone in a box where they have to testify to things that they have no personal knowledge of just because the state's too stuck up their own butt to walk back some initial theories. So, I don't know. I think this is totally a catch-22 created by the state. I think that's signaling some of their objections as well. And again, right now it happens to be Brendan Banfield who's on trial. But I am so curious what a trial against Juliana would have looked like. Especially, assuming the trial would have gone forward as, murder 2 for the death of Joseph, and then a possession of a firearm charge, which, kind of goes hand in hand if she's going to say she shot him. Would that case have been, would she have levied just a simple, it wasn't me, Brendan did it all? I didn't know what was happening, or I thought there was a stranger in the house and I was worried about Christine and I shot him to defend her. There's several theories of defense if she went to trial that she could have put forth. And we don't get to see how that played out unless maybe this deal gets revoked entirely. I see a rain of gifts, so let me properly say thank you here, guys. Check your screen, see if you are turning green. Because the goat in the chat, KP, has dropped 5 gifted subs and then said, hold on, another 6, another 7. And then Dolly said, hold on, I want to be number 8. So we're getting this back and forth. Good to see you guys both in here. And thank you so much for gifting. We've got another one from KP and another one from KP. So if you guys got a gift, say thank you. There is a special Elaine Bredehoft emoji. For YouTube only lets custom emojis. I can't enable them for everybody. It's a YouTube locked feature for those that are members of a channel. But I wish everybody could use the Elaine emoji. But if you just got a membership, you can now use the Elaine emoji. The attorney from the Depp v. Heard trial, just because it's memories of being in the same courtroom with the same judge. So, but this is a time, and this seal, I think the Virginia seal is just who's gonna step on who? Oh my goodness. I think it's very fitting for the nature of this. And you guys said that you wanted to re-listen. We have a hour with lunch. You guys want to re-listen to the whispering? So we'll do that. And then yesterday we said we were going to watch the longer body cam of Eric Klingon, the former lead prosecutor on this very case, on August 8th of, was it 2025 or 2024? I have the date somewhere. We'll figure it out when we pull the video up. It was 2025, August 8th, 2025, where police respond to a call about a man drinking behind dumpsters early in the morning. And that man was Eric Klingen. And, yeah, was at the time the lead prosecutor on this case. So we're going to watch that body cam footage to kind of get us a little away from the craziness of this case. Really disgusting crimes. And I think we're going to talk about, and we've been talking about documents, but again, I think after lunch, you guys, the defense attorney has to get into the details of what actually supposedly happened that day. So I do think we're going to be talking about the undisputable fact that somebody was stabbed and somebody was shot, right? So we'll get a little escape from that over watching this body cam footage before we get into all that. Yeah, Mr. I'm not in court today. Whew. And then I think, Dolly, did you sneak in with another one? Thank you, Dolly. Hold on. I just saw it go by. Yeah, we had another one. Thank you, Dolly. So Dolly's in here dropping another gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Good to have you watching this while we have the au pair on the stand. And then Sheriff Chuck, thank you so much. Always supporting, dropping another 5 gifted in the chat. So guys, check it out. Use those Elaine emojis. Anytime you see someone say, what if any? We've gotten a few from the state. Drop that Elaine emoji. Thank you, thank you. So let's listen to these whispers. All right, I think it was like right here we started to hear some of the whispering. It's even picked up on the closed captions. All right, so remember Judge Penny, I'm going to lower it a little bit because I think Judge Penny might talk a little bit, and then I'll boost it so we can hear the whispers.
The line of questioning she couldn't remember the details of what happened on day 379 measuring, not the details of what happened in the month. She didn't testify at any point in time that she couldn't remember what was happening at the murder. She couldn't remember Thursday of last week. We can draw that out. But the objection,
Ma'am, since you still are testifying, make sure you do not discuss your testimony or the case with anybody during the lunch hour, okay?
Okay.
All right, back at 2.
thank you, Judge.
All right.
2 people, okay.
All eyes.
I don't think, did we hear any more whisper? And Keisha says the state is leading her, and it took me, I don't know, probably like a good hour or two into direct before I was like, all right, maybe I'm seeing why the defense attorney is just not going to object here. Because the prosecution was really feeding in the specific details in the question. And I think the defense attorney already had it in mind. She's not going to be able to recite these same details if she's asked very particular questions. And what I also thought is weird, and this is my own, just what I feel like I picked up on, there were some moments that seemed contradictory to the state's theory, but seemed very truthful and detailed when Juliana started saying them. Namely, like, she goes up the stairs, enters the room, and it seems to me like at one point she said she saw Joseph on Christine. And there's all this commotion. And I don't know if that to me sounds like she was maybe recollecting true memory of her reaction and what she was seeing contemporaneously as it was happening. And it's a little bit different than the theory. We have this like vague timeline of Juliana goes outside the house and she's keeping an eye to see when Joseph pulls up into the driveway with his car and goes inside. And the concept, right? So using this BDSM site, it would have been, if this was the plan and it's Juliana and Brendan pretending to be Christine on this app, Joseph just thinks that Christine is telling him, I'm going to leave the door unlocked. And so Brendan and Juliana, knowing that that's what Joseph expect, when they leave, because Brendan's going to go to McDonald's, which either there's something in discovery that points that he was at McDonald's and Juliana says, okay, I have to come up with a reason for that, or he actually went to go to McDonald's to say, hey, they have video cameras. They're going to know I was there, so I can use that as an alibi, right? There's McDonald's involved somewhere. Juliana sees this all play out. They leave the door unlocked. Christine has no idea. If this is how this played out, Christine has no idea why somebody would be walking into her bedroom. It's like an intruder setup, as someone said in the chat earlier. And Joseph has no idea that that's how the actual Christine would receive that, because under this scenario, he thinks he's been talking to Christine and has Christine's consent for all of this. And so Juliana says, I saw him pull up. I tell Brendan that he's here. And then they get home. So to me, with that storyline, there really isn't room for Christine to be dead upstairs already. And this is why I say the police were married to details that they can't remove themselves from, and the prosecution just has to work with it. We had the one police officer who wanted to volunteer and insist that Christine's blood had been there for a while. How could you tell? Well, I observed it. It was coagulating and it was absorbing into the carpet. It had been there for a while. And that's really critical, because if we're going to rely on the police officer, and maybe that's a minuscule detail, but if that's what they all believed early on, then they would have approached this whole thing thinking somebody killed Christine way earlier and Joseph was just hanging around. They potentially thought maybe Joseph was killing Christine and carrying out a rape after she was dead or in the process of dying, and that Juliana and Brendan weren't home. They didn't consider them to be suspects at the time. And by the time they get home, Joseph, for whatever reason, is still there, and they're like, oh my God. But then Juliana ends up telling them, Christine told me to call 911. I heard them screaming, so I run up there, and Christine tells me to call 911. So for the state to be able to work with that testimony, that necessarily shifts the timeline, because that would mean Joseph hasn't killed Christine. This is all just trying to work out and need the details, right? I'm not saying any of this is actually what happened. I'm just working through what the state, they have all details to weave together, and maybe there's some details they should have abandoned but didn't, and it's creating a catch-22 with this testimony today. So with that being said, Juliana, for them to be running upstairs, if Christine was already dead, then Christine couldn't have told her to call 911. So, it's a situation where I can't say definitively what all four persons knew or didn't know, or who was using a device, but I can tell you that I think the details that the state has tried to present as their theory, some of them are just incompatible with what they've chosen to work with. So, and yeah, this was a really gross topic. This is why we have to just go watch the body cam of Eric Klingon. So yeah, I think there's an inability to let go of certain details, and then you have Juliana, who is a critical witness for you. She feels like for this deal to work, she has to take the details you want her to testify to, or that she saw in discovery, and incorporate them to make sure her testimony is good enough to satisfy the terms of this deal. So, also, another huge thank you here. We have more gifts here. And Dolly said, I just like my name being read out loud. When I join your chat, I always, in my head, I sing the Dora the Explorer song. I go, do, 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 Dolly. That's what I say to myself. And now once out loud on a stream. Sheriff Chuck also dropping another 10. So super, super, super thank you here. Let's say that Sheriff Chuck is sponsoring this reprieve, where we're going to go. Let me pull up the playlist. And we will watch this body cam. While I do that, you guys, also tomorrow, we're going to be watching this tomorrow. I don't think there's court on Friday for this courtroom. So Friday should be a day off from this trial, but Thursday night, Thursday night. We are going to be live. My StreamYard, I turn on the feature where anyone that joins me can simulcast to their own channels. So you can watch wherever you want, but we'll be live here as well. The Trial and Error podcast, so Katie and Dana, and maybe Kinsey. I should let them know that Kinsey, of course, has an invitation. We now also have, I told you guys about a little bit about this, but now Bob Mata from Defense Diaries is going to join. So very, very excited about that. Love Bob. And as I told you guys yesterday, Lana Oriani and also Miss Janet Demeanor are going to be joining. So we are going to do a Janet Britt listening party tomorrow night. This is coming out of the Holly Bobo investigation, the Zachary Adams case. We are going to listen to the hour-long recorded conversation that Janet Britt signed an affidavit about, and prosecution Amy Wyrick used that affidavit to accuse Katie Spirko of threatening Janet Britt with a 10 to 15 minute conversation. That's demonstrably not an accurate description. And you guys get to be the judge. You guys get to see if you think that Katie Spirko was actually threatening Janet Britt. And it's just a really interesting conversation to hear for a lot of reasons. So we're going to have a whole panel on for that. It's about an hour-long conversation. And of course, we're going to have the commentary. And we're going to show you the legal arguments, the affidavits, where the state was trying to use this as a reason to get Katie booted from the courtroom. And more importantly, Katie Spirko was speaking with so many people, and nobody else made the same accusation, only Janet Britt. So if you guys forgot, Janet Britt is the wife of Terry Britt, wife 6 or 7 of Terry Britt, convicted sex offender, who, hot mess, just a whole hot mess. I could go on for an hour if you let me keep going here. But they're married. There's reason to believe that together they scope out possible victims. In their shed, in their locked shed, there was a binder with a newspaper clipping of Holly Bobo with her name and her picture circled. Just sitting in a binder in a locked shed. Some interesting stuff. Lots of interesting stuff. Yeah, can't wait to see it. Can't wait to hear it. It's going to be audio only. But yeah, it's going to be a time. And let me say, yes, the bad Janet. Good Janet will be on the panel, Miss Janet Demeanor, to help us look at the recording of Bad Janet. That's going to be 6 p.m. Eastern. If you guys are busy at 6, it's going to be at least an hour because of the audio recording. The first 15 minutes will probably look at the accusations from the state, as well as introduce everybody on the panel for, I assume that everybody knows everybody anyway, but we'll do some introductions and then we'll get into that. I had 3 videos, and I do want to apologize. Yesterday I was like, hey, do you want to watch the body cam of the prosecutor yesterday? And we won't watch the Juliana body cam until, we actually get to see that brought up in evidence. I just forgot. As soon as it auto-played, I was so into it, I forgot that we even had that plan. So I did an oopsie yesterday. All right, so we've got this playlist. There are 3 versions. We watched a short clip of, if it wants to let me share. There we go. We watched a short clip yesterday of it, but there's a 1 hour and a 43. So I think we can just go ahead and watch this 43. It probably cuts out time where the officer's just sitting in their car. But I will drop a link to this playlist in case you want to watch the full 1 hour and 13 minute body cam footage. So let's go. And there's usually a loud beep right when they start. So let's turn this down before they get out of the car. That body cam initiation beep. This was August 8th, 2025. It is 8:07 in the morning, local time, at the time on the screen.
X-ray 102.
X-ray 102.
Sorry, 103. Can you put a Virginia tag, Charlie 02 Tango Romeo Yankee Lima, into the event, please?
Right.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay.
What's going on?
Not much.
Are you an attorney?
I am.
Commonwealth.
Uh-oh.
You're good. Someone called on you for some reason. I don't know why.
Not good.
They said you were drinking beer.
Um,
I don't know if this is true or not. Yes, no, maybe so. No. Okay.
Yes, no, maybe so. They mute if
All
they're
right.
reading an address or something.
Are you headed to work?
I am.
Okay. Do you have an ID real quick?
I do.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, for anyone that's listening, our friends that are working and lurking, listening with their headphones, love and appreciate our hardworking workers and lurkers. There is a bottle sitting on the roof of the car while this is all happening.
Don't you guys normally get in at 8 o'clock?
I'm actually going to go in, but I have to do some things before I go in.
Okay. All right, cool. Do you normally park back here real quick?
No.
No? Okay. All right, just sit tight. Thanks, buddy.
See if he says anything over the radio. Like, yeah, bro, he's sitting here with a bottle on his car when I pulled up.
X-ray 102, traffic stop, Johnson Avenue and Pickwick Drive, Pickwick Road, Illinois.
Commonwealth attorney.
Yeah.
Go check if that's beer. Go check if that's beer. When I asked him if it says that beer, he just looked at me.
Yeah, exactly. It is.
Is it one of the non-alcoholic beers?
No, it's that's one of my favorite beers. It's dogfish.
Dogfish. The deep sigh. Let's run back that deep sigh. Look at his face. He's so excited. He's like, that's one of my favorite beers. I love a good dogfish. I think I have a screenshot button on this extension. I'm gonna take a little screenshot there just for the memories.
Is it one of the non-alcoholic beers?
No, it's one of my favorite beers. It's dogfish.
And hold on, do you think in any other scenario, if this wasn't like a Commonwealth attorney, that, and maybe it's because the bottle looks a little odd. I don't think that's what non-alcoholic beers typically are dressed like, but there's so many non-alcoholic drinks now that, you know, there are a lot of different labels and branding and bottling and packaging. But do you think that this was a regular Joe Schmo? That this officer's first question would be, do you think it's non-alcoholic? Like, I don't think that same grace of a question would be afforded to anybody else. But yeah.
Beers, 10% moral.
He said he's going in late.
He's going away to work?
Huh?
He's heading for work?
Huh? You know who this is. He's a Commonwealth attorney. For us.
Yeah, that's definitely I know that beer well. Sorry, you been drinking? I know that beer.
Listen, I'm not out to get you. You know, you are parked here, smoking cigarettes. And if you are drinking, all right, you shouldn't be drinking out here. All right.
I'm going to head to work and forget about all this.
Okay. My concern is just the way you parked and everything.
It's because I'm only going to be here for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Checking my email. That's all I was doing.
Okay. So the only thing I want to note is that I guess our complainant called in, said that you normally come over here and park. They didn't describe who they were. They said they drive through this area every day, and they say they normally see your car and they see you there drinking. I don't know. It's my first time. Obviously I've seen you often, but it's my first time seeing you here. Okay. It's just concerning drinking.
How many of those have you had?
There's that one right there.
I see another one. There's another one on the.
I can't.
Huh?
Not that one.
You didn't drink that one?
That's right.
Is that another Dogfish IPA on that too?
I didn't even see it.
I didn't even see it. Listen, I wish there was a way that anyone that's listening in the bushes, if I could just like pop up a visual right in front of them, like virtual reality, where I just send you screenshots of someone's face when they answer a question. I wish you could see him answer this question. He's saying he didn't even see. They're asking him about this other bottle that's on the car. Is that also a Dogfish IPA? He says, I didn't even see it.
Huh?
Not that one.
You didn't drink that one?
That's right.
Is that another Dogfish IPA on that too?
I didn't even see it.
Is there more in the car?
Do you have anyone to come pick you up?
I mean,
Oh, I wish we could hear. But they might have just
Give
been
me a
saying
second.
names.
Call Glasgow. X-ray 103, what's in for? Yo. Hello? Can you hear me? You get Glassman on the next to you? Ah, shit. Alright. This is a Commonwealth attorney that's drunk. Eric Killigan? Clinton? No, but he's intoxicated. So I'm trying to help him out. I'm losing you, sorry. Hey, my stop over here, it's a Commonwealth attorney.
Should we do a Commonwealth attorney counter?
Give me a second, just let Duffy ring. He has been drinking. So he said he's going to work here soon. I'm like, no, you're not. So he's parked a little crooked. The car's not on. He was outside of it smoking and drinking. So he says he does live right down the street. He's been cool with us. And I was like, hey, man, I recognize you. I know you're a Commonwealth attorney. That's the first thing I told him. He says he is not like the incident in Manassas where they arrested her for dip and disorderly and shit like that. He's been
What?
chill with us, but
They arrested her for dip, so there's another incident in Manassas. Who was that? I think if Tio Toys is in the chat, I think Tio Toys might have mentioned this, and maybe Marie also. I think Marie might be the one who mentioned this. But there's like 2 other like body cam. We could do a whole watch party just on Commonwealth attorneys in Virginia that are caught because someone called them in for doing something odd and unusual while on a substance of choice. So maybe we have to find that one. Maybe that'll be another lunch break watch.
this is not like the incident in Manassas where they arrested her for dip and disorderly and shit like that. He's been chill with us, but I don't feel comfortable with him driving. So I was like, hey, I don't even think comfortable with him walking. Okay. Stu. It's a subject stop, not traffic stop.
So does
On
that
the
save
phone with
him?
Glassman Major. It's Eric Kilgan.
Jesus, it's 8 in the morning.
I've been calling him Klingon.
So, what are you, is it a DUI? Are you giving him?
I mean, he's been pretty chill with us. He's been respectful. The car was off. There's 2 beer bottles outside the vehicle. We definitely smell odor of alcoholic beverage coming from this person. I was like, well, what time are you going to work? He's like, I'm going to work late, but I will be going to work soon. He's dressed up, I explained to him, I said, listen, the complainant has said that they've driven through here multiple times every other day and have seen you here drinking. So I was like, I don't know who the complainant is, but it seems like you come here often and drink. So this is the first.
Where's your location right now?
Over at Sully Station Plaza, behind, like in between here and the Goodwill shopping center, or the Goodwill. Right across from the station.
What's his name?
His name is Eric Clegan. You want me to take a picture of his license, send it to you?
Yeah, that's perfect, yeah.
Give me a second.
And he is obviously drunk or just seems drunk?
He's not plastered drunk, but I mean, you can definitely smell alcohol coming off his breath.
Yeah, he sounds intoxicated. Okay.
He's drinking.
He's got open containers?
Yes.
Yeah, he's drinking Dogfish IPAs.
Say it
there's
again.
one in the car he says he has that he was drinking. Those beers are 8%. That's what I drink. And there's also another one.
Wow,
I
of
know these
course.
beers. There's another one on the.
I am not. I mean, 8%, that's the frugal choice, right? You get more bang for your buck. But is anybody surprised that this guy's saying he drinks these specifically because they're 8%? Stu.
Car he says he has that he was drinking. Those beers are 8%. That's what I drink. And there's also another one. Yeah, I know these beers. There's another one on the
Hey, Ashley's fake
trash
accent
can in
from the
front of the
past.
car, which is the exact same beer, and that one's empty.
It's 16%.
So that's 60% right there. You got it.
Okay.
But
Lord. Okay. And we don't, was the key in the ignition or?
No, when I rolled up, the car's off. He was outside of it smoking a cigarette next to the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I told him, hey, what was that?
Parked on private property?
Yeah, it's private property. I was like, hey, I don't feel comfortable with you. I'm gonna come pick you up. He's like, no, I'll walk. And I'm like, hey, buddy, I don't feel comfortable with you walking either.
Okay, yeah.
So.
Nate, how close is it? I mean, 100% sure that's what we're gonna do. But if he's being cool, right? You said.
Yeah. He's being
All
cool
right.
and respectful. He's been cooperative. Yeah.
I mean, to me, that makes all the difference.
Yes,
So.
I agree.
But can you give me 2 minutes? Are you
Yeah.
guys good? Just
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you. All right, we'll call you back.
All right, cool. I'm here. Huh?
They coming over?
No, it's 2-minute phone call. They're calling it. I'm sure. They're calling it. I'm sure the Commonwealth's office. Probably reaching Chief Magistrate or Chief Commonwealth or whoever.
Yeah.
She's like, if he's cool, take him out. But she's been cool. Like I was explaining to him, I said, obviously the big one was the one they arrested in Manassas. Remember that one?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So we're not trying to make a scene. He's been cool. Yeah. God forbid we arrest that Commonwealth. Like immediately, like I pulled up, I'm like, he looks so familiar. And the moment I got close, I'm like,
Yeah, we do.
holy shit, dude.
When I got the car and I looked over, I saw him and I was all the other beer was transparent. It's the same type of beer.
I don't care. He can fucking leave his car here.
Yeah.
If it gets towed, it gets towed. Or have someone else come pick his damn car up. She's been drinking before going out.
You know this is not the first time.
Well, that's why I mentioned, like, the complainant said they've driven through here numerous times, and they said he's been parked here all the time.
What's surprising is I pay might be the same because I pay ACIB and stuff like that.
There might be an incorrect letter.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Might have to look at his front tag real quick.
Beer is hard enough to laugh because that was my favorite.
Well, I'm thinking, like, when coming over here, remember Bruce had a call, like, 2 or 3 weeks ago, a guy was drinking the 0% Heineken.
Oh.
So I was thinking, I was like, probably same dude.
Yeah,
same dude, probably drinking the Heineken.
Yep.
I show up and I'm like,
Hold on, what? Bruce had a call, and it was actually a 9. Is this for real? Or is he just trying to come up with a reason why he was suggesting that in the first place? There's a different guy named Bruce that starts off his morning routine by going somewhere in public and drinking non-alcoholic beers.
well, I'm thinking, like, when coming over here, remember Bruce had a call, like, 2 or 3
Bruce
weeks
got
ago,
the
a guy
call.
was drinking the 0% Heineken.
Oh.
So I was thinking, like, probably same dude.
Yeah,
Same dude, probably drinking the Heineken.
Yep.
I show up and I'm like, I haven't looked like Heineken.
Do you guys have hobbies here? Like, is there anything else to do in Sully Station, in the Sully Station area? I don't know what that's the name of the shopping center. But
Well, now we're gonna have to 98 this and write it up.
Yeah.
Write up as like a field contact or suspicious person.
Oh yeah, they're gonna want it. You said on a roll call this morning?
I was not there, no.
They all did.
I got in my cruiser and my front right tire had a, where's he going?
The bees getting them.
Oh, the bees are getting them? 3 PSI. Literally completely fucking flat. Like, bro.
On your personal car?
No, my cruiser. Brand new. Yo. Sorry, I was Glassman. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, even better. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I'm cool with taking them home. That's cool with me. Yeah,
I wish
sure.
we could
I
hear
can reach
the
out
other
to him.
line.
Yes, ma'am. Will do. No problem. See ya. Do you mind calling the complainant and just seeing what's up? Major wants all of our body cameras docked, and I'm going to take them home. All right, so I'm going to be taking you home. All right, car's going to stay here. Do you need anything from the car?
I would ask.
The dogfish.
I don't need anything from the car.
Okay.
The rest of the dogfish.
So I was on the phone with my supervisors, running it by.
I got
Okay.
you. This is. I have.
This might be a cop turnout because they're all nosy and heard that it's a prosecutor. So they're like, whoop whoop.
Like, I can see your house. That way I can see you walk in your house. I can see you walk in your house safely.
Watch out. You gotta.
Oh, geez.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
You guys don't mind?
Yeah.
That mask.
I understand you don't want this to be... possible right now. Like I said, I ran it by supervisors. This is all the route we want to go, is to get you home. Okay? So I'm fine with taking you down the street and getting you as close as your home as possible. And then as long as I can see you go inside the house, okay? You know, we can deal with everything about this later down the road. The goal is just to get you home, okay? All right? You're in a
Must be nice.
position where I don't want you to be, okay? I'm trying to help you in the best way possible.
I understand.
Okay.
Let's get that done. Okay. Front seat.
He doesn't want
in
to
my
be
front
stuck.
seat? Yeah, I think I'm fine with that.
I think that's why he put his hand over his chest, because he was trying to pause and think if they were just trying to trick him and that they're really going to take him down and charge him with something, or if he legitimately meant, I'm going to give you a ride home so you don't need to call a friend or family member to drive you home. And here we go. Now he's saying front seat, right?
Let's get that done. Okay. Front seat.
In my front seat? Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. Or you can sit in the left rear passenger because everything's cleaned out in the back.
I prefer to be in the front.
Okay. All right. Do you need anything from the car?
No. I got a parked wanted.
Yeah. Well, we're just going to leave that there for...
Just parked all crooked and leaving it there. Thanks for becoming a member, Ariane the vegetarian. All right, and Tree 90 with the... Well, Tree 90 official says, the Uvalde watching it over with Nick and Mo. It's still an S show, Clown World. It's gone off the rails so much today. Even more? Even more?
Okay. I got it. Thank you. 674. Cool. And you don't need anything from the car? Is the car locked? You don't need any paperwork or anything? All right. Give me 1 second. Let me get my front cleared out.
wiping down the front seat. Come on.
All right, come on. You don't have any weapons on you or anything? All right, cool. Someone follow me.
You can say it's
Wait,
What's
did
your address again?
hold on? Did Eric Klingon? Did he say stupid, or was the officer saying stupid? Who said stupid?
You can say it's
I think it's the prosecutor.
What's your address again? Or you just want to show me where to go?
I'll show you. I don't want to be recorded right now. I don't know if I'm being recorded.
Well, we all have our body cameras on. That's our policy.
As you should know.
With you being in
Prosecutor.
here, the ICV is on.
That's what they record on the inside with.
I think this situation's the best for you. I can tell you that, coming from my experience. You mind putting your seatbelt on? Thank you.
Yeah. Eve here with the he touched his chest to see if it's so loud. Eve says he touched his chest to see if cop would turn his body cam off. Oh. Oh. And now it gets quiet. Also, T Wood, thank you for becoming green. Thank you for becoming a member. Tatum has it all figured out. The perks. These benefits weren't listed in the job description. I think the best way to have people use their seatbelt is to have that beep mechanism in the car when someone doesn't have their seatbelt on. Like, I feel weird. My parents always made us buckle up as kids. It feels weird. Like, you know when you catch like a draft? I get that same feeling when I don't have a seatbelt on. Like, it just feels weird. But when you get in the car with someone that doesn't put their seatbelt on and it's beeping at you, it's like, how do you live like this? How do you drive with this thing beeping?
You have your house keys and everything? Cool.
see closed captions will slow it down. Oh. Does YouTube have a voice boost feature built in now? I haven't seen this here before. I think YouTube has a new feature. I have YouTube Premium, so maybe it's only a premium thing. I use an extension for the voice boost, but this is here now, just so you guys know. And the extension is Enhancer for YouTube. It's a red wand logo.
Well, I told you I'd get closer. I was feel comfortable with you right next to this road. I've sort of got an idea where I want to drop you off, and then as long as I can see you go inside your house, I'm solid.
I can't go inside my house yet.
Okay.
I was going to suggest this is in right up here on the left.
On the left, right here?
The door's down.
Right here?
Take it off and then
Oh, let me go right here.
I think it looks fast because we're sped up. But who knows? Alright, so let's slow it down now that they're at the house.
1 second. I'm gonna have to wait here until about 8:45, 8:50.
Yeah, is the wife home or something still? Wife hasn't left yet? I mean, there's a reason he's not just drinking at home.
Cut me that. I'll be here. I'll move.
Alright, let's check court feed, you guys.
We can go hang out.
Alright, they're bringing everyone back into court, so we are going to...
Allow me this much.
Believe me, I'm helping you out the best that I can.
Helping you out the best that I can, I know. Yeah. So timestamp is 31:32 for this video. We will continue this saga on our next lunch break, but let's get back over to court. Court is back in session. Oh, let's see the poll over here. All right, so Court TV has 3,000 votes. 13th juror poll, does former au pair Juliana's testimony seem credible to you? 55% say yes, 21% say no, and 24% say I'm not sure. Get this volume boosted.
I apologize, Your Honor. A little technical difficulty.
Well, hopefully they figure that out.
Sorry.
Shout out to good Janet in the chat.
Your Honor, is it published to the
It's
counsel?
It's to the counsel at the moment. And to the witness.
The witness? Ma'am, is this the person that is your support and you're working with?
Say again?
Do you see on the camera before you?
Yes, I can.
Okay, is that your friend Kate Brower?
It is.
Oh,
Okay.
we're back to the content
Do you
production.
want to make that Exhibit 62? Just,
Yes, Your Honor,
Picture?
Exhibit 62.
okay.
And I'd like to play that for the witness.
No, if you want to approach.
Oh. Oh. Why are we approaching? Are they going to play it for us too?
Ma'am, and did you have a conversation with your friend
Foundation.
on March 14th, 2025?
Well, you have the date, so let's say I'll take your word for it.
Do you remember the date?
I don't know your date.
How many conversations do you have with her?
Depends. Sometimes more often than other times.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. How many times have you talked to her?
How many what?
How many times have you talked to her?
I don't know.
Okay. When did you first meet her?
I would say back in January, February, I want to say.
February of 25?
Yes,
And you continue talking to her to this
Yes.
date?
yeah.
When was the last time you talked to her?
Last week, I guess.
Oh,
Last week?
Yes.
last
Okay.
Thursday?
And so how many times a week do you talk to her?
Well, I don't know how many times I talked to her.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said, I don't know how many times.
Okay. Do you talk every week?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you talk 2 times a week?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you talk 3 times a week?
Sometimes.
Do you talk 4 times a week?
Well, we have the records because I don't remember. I can tell it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I can tell.
Without the
You can't
record, she
tell?
can't tell.
You don't know?
I
So
don't know for
you don't
sure.
have a guess of
I
how
don't
many
know for
times you've
sure.
talked to your friend?
No.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see what's on your screen there relating to the smart jail mail?
I see it.
Okay. And let me just slide it up.
for the record, so the record knows what she's looking at. So the picture was 62 that we just,
Yes, sure.
that she just saw. And so this would be 63, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Defense Exhibit 63.
thank you.
These are a compressed version of smart jail mail communications.
Yes,
Do you see that?
I see it.
And are these the communications, you can see the ones that you're responsible for are the outgoing communications?
Yes,
Can you look at that first outgoing communication just to make sure that it's accurate and it's yours?
yes,
Okay. And so that appears to be from January of this year. And those are back and forth communications between you and Kate Brower, is that right?
right.
Is it Brower or Brewer?
And it says this is 100 that's on this document of 236 entries. Would that be accurate in terms of your back and forth communications with Kate Brower since January 28th?
Judge, I'm going to object at this time. If we go back up to the top of the document, please.
Could go up to the top.
Judge, this question assumes facts, not an evidence. There's a date range at the top of the document that necessarily limits the number of messages that we're going to see.
I guess the date range is,
Is there a motion in limine that excludes it, or because there's not a message on that paper doesn't mean you can't ask about when the conversations were happening?
yeah, why don't we approach?
Do you guys get my confusion? So there's a date range at the top of the paper that is more limited than, how long ago were you having conversations with Kate Brewer or Katie Brower? I'm not sure on the name, but there's a Katie Brewer that's associated with BBC in some way, and a Kate Brower who writes for New York Times. So I don't know exactly who we're talking about quite yet. But this range date of questions, his question seems to be when you were having conversations with this Kate person, generally speaking. And the objection's well, this document contains messages that don't encompass that date range. I don't really know if that matters. If you're just asking how long you've been having conversations with this person. That guy Nick is over it. And so far we've got that they've at least talked, January, February 2025. It seems like the thing he wants to play is March 14th, 2025. That they talk weekly, they talked last week, they talk several times a week. This is her media support system.
Ma'am,
Ma'am.
I'm sorry if I created some confusion there, but I'm asking for whether or not the 263 messages were from January 28th, the first message, up until October of last year. Does that sound right?
Well, it sounds right. It's there.
Okay.
The state does not want foundation to be laid for this, whatever's in this, to get in front of the
Do you need to see any
jury.
more, ma'am, in order to verify that these are your communications?
What is your question?
Do you need to see any more of this document in order to verify that these are your communications?
No.
Okay.
There we go, foundation laid. Come on, the people we want to know.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Calling your attention to the Smart Jail Mail dated 12/9/2024 at 1:20 p.m. It will be
2024.
identified as number 64.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read that and see if that's a communication that you remember writing?
Yes,
Is it?
yes.
Okay. And the highlighted area, can you read that to the jury?
Yeah, it says, now I'm sending a message because I'm talking to Josh, Matthew's friend, and each time he sends a message, he transfers 50 credits, which is necessary to send the message.
And ma'am, if you can look at December 13th, the Smart Jail Mail,
That's so sweet, Ariane.
12/13/2024 at 9:25 a.m. Did you write this
Yes,
and you recognize it?
I do.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the, I'm sorry, Judge, this would be Defense Exhibit 65.
Okay.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, yes, let's work together to achieve more things. After a while, I went back home. I work for a producer and write a book with my story. And maybe even a movie. Make money, right? Well, as producers, everyone tells me to do this, that I have a talent.
What? Everyone tells me to do this, that I have a talent?
Ma'am, if you could look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 66, March 4th, 2025, 2:41 p.m. Is this something that you wrote?
Yes,
Okay. And can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
yes, it says, what can you do, right? I had a video call with a producer who works with Netflix, and I want to make a movie, a documentary about my case, and he explained in terms of compensation, money, etc. Things that Josh had denied, saying that don't do that, right? Anyway, he wants to finalize the contract already, so when I leave here, we can have the interview and everything else. But I want to be exclusive, so I can talk on to them. It's worth it. They want to pay because they want to talk to you too, in interviews, and you share photos, videos, facts from when I was a child, adolescence, etc. Things for them to add to the movie. So they're thinking about $10,000, which would be around $55,000 in our money. Helps and it's good, but I want to negotiate. I want more than this because if I sign the contract, I end up losing other opportunities to make more money if I talk to other producers, etc. Right? We have to think. I know I can make even more than $25,000. It would already be more than $100,000 in our money, guys. Think about our future. What do we want to do?
So she can negotiate her own contracts. Oh!
Your Honor, I'd identify this next item as Exhibit number 67, 3/5/2025, 4:06 p.m. Ma'am, do you recognize this Smart Jail Mail communication that you created?
Yes.
And could you please read the highlighted portions?
Yes. It says the documentary film will be made regardless of whether I am here or in Brazil. It'll be an interview and everything. I'm still talking to them, negotiating. I want a higher amount, especially since my whole life will be exposed to everyone, right? And they're going to be making a lot of money off of it. We deserve something.
Okay. And in that instance, so these last messages that have been in the spring of 2025 appear to have changed their tone. Is that correct?
What do you mean, in terms of what?
Well, they're less about, I'm so upset, I'm in this situation, I'm feeling pain, I'm feeling torture, I'm feeling all those sorts of things. Or, Brendan and I are still going to be together, which some of the older ones were. Or, I haven't seen my lawyer, I don't know what's going to happen with this trial. We don't see any of that. We're talking about the future now, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're talking about the future and basically what the future is going to mean for you monetarily, isn't that right?
Oh,
He talks about it.
Okay, is that
it
what
talks
you're doing?
about it. You talk about it.
What I am doing?
Yeah, you're making a plan for how you're going to negotiate?
Eventually.
Okay, and I think your last words were, we do deserve something. Is that
Yes,
right?
it is right.
And what's the reason? Just give the details as to why you think you deserve something.
In my point of view, it's always been most about my family and what I've put them through, what they've been going through since my arrest and all this had happened, what they've been struggling with. And so my whole point was about helping them because that was only when I was working before. And if they can have something to help them, I want them to have it.
Okay, but you're saying we, which includes you. Is that right? And
Well, yeah,
You deserve something. What does that mean?
Take literally the word we, yeah, that's me.
So what does that mean, you deserve something?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked. She just answered it, and she answered it very well.
Overruled.
Very well. Hold on, let's run that back. And so I have some questions about the Son of Sam law and its application in Virginia. Now, is this incident all one transaction? And is that the framework? Is that the test that someone would look at to see whether or not a Son of Sam law would apply to any proceeds that she, Juliana, would be looking to earn directly or indirectly related to the crime she's pleading guilty to and thus would have a conviction for? But her plea would only be for manslaughter for Joseph. So is she just not understanding something? Or is there a workaround where she can't make money off of something that would be her telling the story and profiting off what happened to Joseph, but she's not really charged and convicted with anything relating to Christine if this deal goes through? So is that like some type of gray area? I don't know. So that's me thinking out loud. That is me thinking out loud. And then also Dizzy says, well, can she get paid when she returns to Brazil? So, some people don't want to get deported. They don't want to speak to police because they don't want to get deported. But is there a benefit here where going back to Brazil and, having a support network to help her get back to Brazil is now what she wants? It's the better option for her. Because then there would be no jurisdiction. And I don't know exactly how that works. Would there be a way for there to be some injunction over the paying party that's based in the United States? So, it's way more than I can actually give any clarification on, but it's just for food for thought. That's what I'm thinking about. That's what I'm marinating on. So, a lot there. And again, with a Son of Sam law, there has to be an initiation. Someone has to go through the motions to stake the claim. So,
What does that mean? You deserve something.
That's what it says, the words, we.
I know that. What do you mean?
Also,
what are the details that are associated with making a
yeah,
statement?
so also me in the future, yes.
And what is it you deserve something for?
For everything that I've been through, my family and I, for everybody.
For being what you've been through?
For being through what I've been through.
Okay. You were charged with murder because you shot someone. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
And so why would you deserve something because of that?
Not because of that. I didn't say that I deserve something because of
Okay.
what I did.
I didn't hear any details, so feel free to tell me why.
I'm saying for after, when this is over, for me and my family. And again, for everything we've been through.
Okay. Now, when prior to you accepting the Commonwealth's offer and accepting the story, were you negotiating with anyone prior to taking your plea?
No, I remember.
Okay, I'm sorry, not that you remember.
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking to any media?
Not that I remember either.
Okay. Was there any talk of money with anyone, no matter who it was?
No.
Other than people that you want to pay into your account?
No.
Okay, so this newfound interest in, a nest egg for yourself or
A nest egg?
money for you has come about since you pled guilty and accepted their deal, correct?
Well, that is correct.
And you and I guess it took a little time to go out into the future in order for you to feel comfortable doing that. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about my future, yes.
Thinking it was a huge risk?
Is what?
Did you say huge risk?
No, I was thinking about my future, yes.
Oh,
That's what I
thinking about your
said.
future, okay.
Yes.
And so that gets back to where I started. So that's just what this is about, is just thinking about your future?
You can say that.
Okay. Well, do you say that?
If you want to put it that way, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's in the writing that we read. Well, that she read. Heck yeah, Bailey, I'm so confused with her. Same.
Do you see the letter that's marked March 8th, 2025?
Yes.
Did you write that?
Yes,
Do you see the highlighted portions?
I can.
And Your Honor, this is defendant 68. Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I'm talking to this girl. She's an author, published books and everything. She even sent me her books to read. Her name is Kate. She works with the guy named Zacharias. We have video calls sometimes. They are the ones interested in making a documentary with Netflix about my case, interview, etc. So I'm negotiating with them regarding money, etc. Then they could help me while I'm here putting money in my account.
And is that the first time that you told your mom about her?
Well, that's the only message I have here that mentions her, so I would say so.
Okay. And the words say that you're negotiating. Do you have anyone assisting you in negotiating this?
No.
Okay. So it's just you on your own against
He's capable of negotiating.
I mean, I had some people, I would say cellmates, that talked to me about it, and they were more, I would say more smart about it, I guess, and telling me to negotiate, and yeah.
Okay.
So I had people telling me that.
So you're getting advice, but you're doing the negotiation.
Well, I was the one texting, yes, but I was getting advice, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I was the one texting, but I was getting advice from other people, yes.
Okay.
He wants to stay playing
And
dumb.
those are also on Smart Jail Mail?
This is all coming down to her wanting to maintain that she's dumb and doesn't know any better. And she's saying, I was getting advice from my inmates. I didn't just know better. I didn't know how to negotiate on my own behalf.
So you're getting advice, but you're doing the negotiation.
Well, I was the one texting, yes, but I was getting advice, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I was the one texting, but I was getting advice from other people, yes.
Okay. And those are also on Smart Jail Mail?
Yes, should be. What, the messages?
Yeah, the people that you're getting advice from.
No, it's not.
Okay. How are you communicating with them?
I just said it was my cellmates.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Got you. I didn't understand that. March 11th, 2025, Defense Exhibit number 69. Ma'am, is this something that you wrote?
Yes.
And the highlighted portion, can you read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I'm still waiting for my lawyer like a fool. He doesn't return any messages or anything, call, visit, nothing. It's been more than a month since I've been trying to talk to him. Anyway, what can I do, you know? I need food, but if depend on him, I will start first. I'm talking to the people I told you about who want to make a documentary with Netflix. The guy says he can send me some money to buy things now, but that he would send a contract through my lawyer for me to sign. But I'm not very confident in doing this because I'm talking to another company that they'll probably be able to offer more, you know?
Okay. And it's clear then you didn't sign a contract, but money has been sent?
Yeah, to buy stuff, yes.
Okay, how much do you think that amount is?
I cannot recall the amount.
Okay, $1,000?
No,
$500?
I don't know.
It's close to 500?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Ma'am, are you able to see what's on the screen?
What?
Are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. This is going to be related to questions relating to what you have there. Can you see what that is?
Well, I'm not so sure what it is, so.
It's a WhatsApp chat between you and Christine Banfield.
Okay.
Okay?
Is this
Yeah.
number 70 for the record?
Yes, Defense Exhibit 70.
Okay.
Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes.
And do you remember on January 9th chatting with Christine Banfield on the phone?
I'll not remember the date specifically.
Okay, the date is the date when the email account was created.
Okay.
So I think you'd said she was up in the upstairs bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you were down in the basement?
I did not say that.
Okay. Do you know where you were?
I said I don't remember.
You don't remember where you were?
I do not.
Okay. And do you remember? Okay, so I think you had testified that you didn't remember where you were when the account was signed on, but this is
Where when?
when the account was signed in, was created. The email
Well,
account,
now I'm confused.
January 9th?
What?
January 9th?
Oh, okay. I'm confused just about what you just said.
Okay, we previously talked about setting up the email account, and you
Right.
indicated that you and Brendan did it, right?
Right.
And you weren't sure which room of the house, but you were below where Christine was, which was in the top level bedroom, correct?
Yeah, we're always, yes.
But do you
alone.
remember saying that to me? It was just this morning.
Well, I said I didn't remember where I was in the house.
Right, but do you remember saying that that the two of you were together, you just weren't sure if it was the main floor or the basement floor?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any clarity on where you were
No.
at this point? Okay.
No.
So, but you were chatting with Christine just prior to the setup of the account, isn't that right?
Well, I do not remember.
Okay, if this is before the setup of the account, you were chatting with her, right? That's all I'm asking is what you have on the screen here.
I'm going to object. I don't think that she's answered that she knows that this is before or after or when in
What's
conjunction.
the objection? I really need one-word objections from you. That would be very helpful.
I apologize, Your Honor. Objection is foundation, lack of
Okay,
foundation.
foundation, there we go.
Well, I think the foundation is, this is the WhatsApps,
Well,
which
you
have
want to lay
been
a foundation for it, that's fine.
for the question?
Yes.
Okay. We previously talked about you and Brendan setting up an email account, correct?
Correct.
And it was on January 9th, correct?
Well, I'll take it for it. Correct.
Okay. And, well, do you dispute that it was on January 9th?
I'm saying if you're asking me about dates again, I don't know about date, but if that's what it says on the system, the history, I'll take for it.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily want you to do that. What I want you to do is remember it. And what one might do when trying to remember it is remember the times that you and he were together and who was signing into the accounts.
Mr. Carroll, is there a question there?
I'm just trying to direct her.
I need a question.
Sorry. So you don't know what day the account was set up?
I already said it before, I don't.
Okay. And you're not sure are you certain as to whether or not this is a communication that you had on January 9th?
Again, Mr. Carroll, if it's here, it is what it is.
Okay, so we can conclude that you had a WhatsApp chat.
Right.
And from there on after this, you don't remember anything?
Gosh. No, I don't.
Okay. Let me switch gears here and go through something hopefully that you'll know.
Well, dang.
Ma'am, can you see the slides
Yes, I can.
that are before you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay. If I told you this was January 21st, 2023, would you know, did you do this or did Brendan do this?
I said based on why he did.
I don't know that, I'm not sure what you said.
I said he did.
Brendan did.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll, just again for the record, is this a 71? Is
This would be a presentation as 71.
the whole PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, this is a FetLife message
Oh,
from
boy.
January 19th, 2023. Do you recall that message?
Well, it's very similar to many other messages that were exchanged on the website.
Were exchanged.
It's
That's very
very
passive.
similar to what?
To the other messages exchanged on the website.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
It's very familiar, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me, did you create this or did Brendan create this?
Both of us always do write basically the same things, I would say. Very similar ways and yeah.
Okay, let's try it this way. Who typed it?
Well, both of us use it to type.
Okay, so which one typed this one?
I can tell for sure, this one.
So you don't know which one of you did it?
This one, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And if you didn't do it, then did Brendan do it? Or is it just your memory?
It's either of us. We were the only ones using the website to write messages.
Okay.
So
And
one-
my question is, which one of the two of you, there's only two, which one of you did this one?
I can tell.
You can't tell? Okay. Now, at this point, when this one was written, did Brendan have his laptop or did you have his laptop? Do you know?
If we what?
At the time that this one was written, which I told you was January 19th, 2023, do you know if Brendan had the laptop or you had the laptop?
Well, we always had her laptop.
Okay, I guess I'm asking about you.
And I'm telling you, I do not recall if it was me or him.
You don't recall?
This one, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall who was on the laptop?
Again, either me or him.
Okay. Do you recall this message?
Again, the messages are all similar. If you scroll through all the messages exchanged, they're all very similar.
Right. But there were certain things that you would write and there were certain things that he would write. You testified that to the ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah.
And remember, guys, we're talking about the FetLife correspondence here. So these are very particular types of subject matter that, I would assume if you're not doing this all the time and you're only doing this for the strategy of luring somebody to a house to stage a double murder as a false intruder, you'd have to think of what to be saying on this type of application. So I don't think it's not as usual. Who would remember something from 2 years ago? I think this is a little bit different. I think if you asked me to, Kat, go type out a fan fiction of what you'd write on FetLife, I think I'd remember some of the stupid things that I came up with trying to play that role.
Do you see any of the things that you traditionally would write when you were reviewing this?
I normally use some different words than he used to use.
Did you read this?
I wouldn't use I am without the apostrophe, for example. I would normally say I'm. I talk different ways sometimes, but I can tell some stuff that I wouldn't say,
Okay.
dumb,
So your position is you just don't know.
I did what?
You just don't know?
I don't know what.
whether you did this or not?
Well, I'm supposed to say for sure, right? So
Well,
I'm not
just
gonna,
asking
I'm not gonna
between the
guess.
two of you in the plan,
Yeah, so
who did it and who didn't?
you're telling me to be specific with this message. I'm telling you I don't remember which one of us did it.
I wish
See,
I knew
if
what
I
the
can
message
guess,
said.
I'm not gonna give you any guesses. I'm gonna just say, I'm not sure.
Okay, and just, I mean, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm just trying to find out what you wrote.
Right.
And so what you're telling me is so far, you haven't written any of these things.
Asked and answered, and he's also mischaracterizing her answer.
All right. As asked and answered, I'll sustain that objection next.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
There's more. I counted that as 2 objections with
Can you see
sustained
that
on one
now?
ground.
Yes.
This was on January 22nd, 2023. Do you remember that?
It could have been me, it could have been Brendan.
Okay.
And hey, so Skylar brings up a good point, but remember, we only have this statement from, we don't know if this was actually said. We don't have Joseph alive to testify for himself. But we had this testimony yesterday from Juliana saying, well, we would use her devices, and when I had Christine's phone, because I had to call him to verify my voice or whatever, he said to me, so this is Juliana saying it in court that this is what Joseph had said to her was, oh, I didn't expect your accent. We don't have something typed out. That was what he said over the phone. I'm not sure we have a message. I don't think we've had a message introduced where that's typed out from Joseph's account. So as far as I know, we only have testimony, the claim from Juliana that Joseph said that to her over the phone when she was supposedly using Christine's device to answer. So, and that's a very good thing. If you're lying and you want the story to stick, that's a very good detail to get out there, because if the jury takes it at face value as she testified to, and I think a lot of people find her credible, they'll go, okay, so she was in fact able to use Christine's devices and knew to speak with this man on Christine's phone, because it had to have been him that was on the other end of the phone line. Right? There's going to be some phone record that shows that Christine's device, that these two claimed that they were using, this phone, answered a call from Joseph. And then we only have her word to tell us what was discussed on that call. But very, very compelling, I'd say, because I don't think there's any, like, Christine isn't, we haven't heard any testimony that Christine has an accent or anything like that, right? So there's no mistaking. So.
I appreciate that statement, but are you trying to remember whether or not you wrote this?
You're telling me to be specific if it was me or Brendan, and I'm telling you that I do not recall which one of us. And the reason is because we're always doing this most times together, and the words are very similar, and they're very all familiar. So if I can tell you for sure, I'm not going to say again, I don't know.
Okay. And do you know who was using the computer?
I'm going to keep giving the same answer, Mr. Carroll. It's either me or Brendan.
Okay.
Yes.
How about this answer, or this statement that was put on the FetLife website? Have you read it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember it?
Remember what? If it was me, if it was Brendan, if
Do you remember the message first? And then
Well-
I'll ask you the question.
there was all the type of message, again, exchange the same kind of messages. It's impossible for me not to remember, but it's hard for me to say which one of us wrote those messages.
Okay, it looks like there are some of the things that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you would oftentimes be part of. Like it says in the second one, gagged. Don't leave marks on my face, I think you may have said. Are those familiar to you based upon those items that you testified to the jury?
It is familiar.
Okay. But you don't know which one, you or Brendan?
We both used those exact same words. It was, yeah, all the time.
Okay. How about this one?
I wonder if this is the type of thing that the jury will be able to read while they're sitting in the back. Deliberating, not just like right now.
What about it?
Do you recognize it?
Sir, with all due respect here, I said those things are all very familiar words we used with all the people we communicated. So if you want me to be specific, again, I might say it's me, or I might say it's Brendan, and if I'm not sure, what am I doing? I'm guessing, and I'm not doing this.
So you're not going to answer my questions about specific pieces of evidence that I'm showing you?
Objection, she answered, objection asked and answered, objection argumentative.
I think she says she's not going to do this.
She did say that. They got to approach. That is what she said.
If I'm not sure, what am I doing? I'm guessing, and I'm not doing this.
So you're not going to answer my questions about specific pieces of evidence that I'm showing you?
Objection, she answered, objection asked and answered, objection argumentative.
I think she says she's not going to do this.
You want to approach this?
And she did the hand that's very like, yeah, you're getting what I'm saying. But I think the thing here is not just the recollection, but I'm sure there's a data point that neither of them could have been in possession of the devices that some message was sent from. Like, I don't know. I think that there's like, generally he's trying to show that she's just saying whatever to stick to the story. But also I feel like there's going to be a specific example that comes into play whenever we have someone going through the digital forensics on the stand. But he's getting through the foundation, the stage of setting that now.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Oh,
I do.
Was this you or Brendan who created this?
I told you I'll keep giving you the same answer because that's what it is.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Yes, I do.
Have you read it?
I'm reading it.
Is it you or Brendan?
Well, you wanted me to tell you who is most likely to wrote this, or
I just want you to answer the question.
most likely? Is it valid?
I beg your pardon? Most likely what?
The person?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't understand anything you said. You said most likely.
I'm asking you if my answer would be valid. If I told you based on the message, which one of us was mostly like the one who wrote this, it would be valid.
It would be valid?
Ma'am, I just need you to answer his questions, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Is it you or is it Brendan? Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Can't-
just ask the question again.
Can't
please.
tell.
You can't tell?
Can't tell.
And you don't know? Okay.
Yes.
But she's going to know every detail. And then you're going to,
Ma'am,
this
have
is
you
a
seen
great
this
order.
message?
This is a great order because then you're going to have to get into her retelling the event. And either she's going to have to come up with the details off the top of mind without leading questions from the prosecution, and or she's going to show that suddenly she can remember all of those little nitty gritty details, but she can't remember a single message that whether it was her or not that wrote it. So if you can't remember any of this, doesn't look good when you get into the, and I'm sure the defense attorney is going to have to get there, who was going up the stairs that day, what happened when you entered the room, and all of those little details.
See it.
And have you read it?
I'm reading it.
Is it you or Brendan?
Don't know.
Mr. Whisper.
Ma'am, did you see the next message?
I do.
Have you read it?
I did.
Is it you or Brendan?
Again, I don't know.
Thank you, Kay Schmidt, for the 5 gifted.
Ma'am, did you see this message?
Yes,
Have you read it?
I read it.
Is it Brendan or is it you?
Okay, I should say for sure, right? Yes or no for sure, if it's me or him?
Is it
100%
Brendan
sure.
or is it you?
Okay, I don't know.
You see this message, ma'am?
I do.
Tell me when you finish reading it.
Finished.
Did you
Is
move
it
her head to make it
Brendan
look like
who
she was
wrote that,
reading?
or is it you who wrote that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said I don't know.
All right, let's chat, let's vote. Was she actually reading this, or was she just making it look like she was reading to be coy?
You see this message, ma'am?
I do.
Tell me when you finish reading it.
Finished.
Is it Brendan who wrote that, or is it you who wrote that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
Or she did read it and is going to say the same thing anyway. I don't know. Also, shout out to Iceman for the 5 gifted. Holy moly. Giving everybody the access to the Elaine emojis.
Aaron, take one moment, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, on Exhibit 70 that I just showed you, 71. On 71, which was the screenshots that I just showed you.
Right. This one that's on the screen now is 70.
Yeah, this is 70,
Okay.
but the previous chats that you pretty much said, I don't know to anything.
Mm-hmm.
Do you realize that you told the Commonwealth that Brendan did
Oh.
5 of those?
Well, just because I remembered something at the time where we had the interview, it doesn't mean I'm remembering the same things right now.
Okay, and when you said that, that was October 25th, 2024. Do you recall that?
When I said
You talked
what?
to Mr. Klingon?
Right before the
When I
plea.
said what?
That
Right
Brendan
before the
did
plea.
5 of those.
It was October?
October October of
25th.
2024, when you sat down with
The
them?
first interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I remember the interview, yes.
Okay. If I show you those messages now, knowing what I've just told you, would you be able to identify which ones you identified from Mr. Klingon?
Maybe, maybe not. Again, things I remembered when I told them when I had an interview. It doesn't mean I'm going to remember just right now.
Okay.
Oops.
Now let's go back and try talking about a specific date and see if that gives you any, and that's actually why we have 70 here.
Yeah, this
So-
is bad.
These are digital forensics from WhatsApp. Do you understand that? And so WhatsApp is saying is that you and Christine had a conversation during
Okay.
that period of time.
Okay.
Do you want to look at it and just make sure you're familiar with it? Oh. Sorry, there it is.
Your Honor, if I, Mr. Herndon, to zoom in on it, please.
I think if you put it in presentation mode, you can,
I'm sorry.
if you put your PowerPoint in presentation mode, it won't,
Now you're really,
I know, I'm sorry.
Remember, this is the
I think I can zoom in Unless he
co-defendant.
puts it in presentation mode.
So cross-examination by the defense attorney, John Carroll, who was a former prosecutor in Fairfax County.
There you go.
is that better?
Yes,
Can you see it?
I can see it.
Okay. So my question for you, and I understand you don't have a good memory on where you were and things like that, is when this conversation was going on, which is from 10:40 to 10:56, were you with Brendan in the house during that time?
Uh-oh.
I can say for sure. That you asked me to be specific with date and time, which if I'm not sure, I'm not going to give you that.
Okay. And then I'll just follow up with my other questions, which may end the same way. Did Brendan already have Christine's laptop at the time that you were talking to Christine on the WhatsApp?
Well, how's the question?
Did Brendan already have Christine's laptop at the time you talked to Christine on WhatsApp?
Well, I can say for sure.
Okay. But that conversation, I don't know if you remember this conversation, but that was with Christine. Do you remember having a conversation with Christine on January 9th?
I already told you that if you give me a date, I can tell for sure. If it shows here to me that it had, so I had. But I'm not saying that I did because I don't remember for sure a date.
And once again, I guess I'll ask, where were you in the house when you and Brendan were together? Either during this chat, this telephone call, or before it, or after it?
Well, every time we were exchanging messages on the website, FetLife, we were either in the kitchen, at the counter, or other times in the basement. And that was it, mostly,
Okay.
yes.
So we're on to something else at this point. I was just talking about the creation of the email that kind of got everything started.
Right.
So would that be the same thing? That you'd be downstairs in the main floor or down in the basement?
Like I said, I didn't remember before where exactly we were, but I would say so, because that's where every time was a laptop, it would be either in the kitchen or in the basement.
Okay, so when you were working on the laptop with Brendan, you were either in the kitchen or the basement, you can say that.
Yes, so yes.
And that would be for the creation of the email. Now, in order to create the email, did you and Brendan talk about it as part of the plan?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes, I am.
You're asking if we talked about it?
Well, so the email setup was a kind of an important day. So did you talk about it? Was there any sort of a plan? The plan that you talked about mentioned, getting onto these.
Well, obviously, yes, well, it's
Okay,
part
so
of the
just
plan.
tell me the plan. Just tell me.
Tell you what specifically?
What was discussed and how did you arrive at the email that you opened?
Well, first of all, I was not the one creating it. It was Brendan, and Christine used to have many different emails for different things, and he created a new one specifically to use on the website.
Okay, so you were there with him, but you didn't do it?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there during any sort of discussion about what email company you were going to use or what the specifics of it were? How would you identify it as something that was Christine's? Like, for example, what were the call signals of the email? Any of that sort? Do you have any discussion?
You're saying in terms of like if it's Yahoo, like Gmail, those things?
Yeah.
I can't tell for sure, no.
Okay, but my question was, if the two of you worked on this, what was the discussion leading up to executing this plan to open a Gmail in Christine's name?
I'm still confused about her question too. I already said the email was part of the plan because she had many different ones and he created a new one. And I'm lost as to the rest of your question.
So
I'm not.
my question is, and let me just see if I can say it in a different way. You start an email account, you first have to decide what email. If you're doing it by yourself, you decide for yourself. If you're doing it with someone else, you talk about it.
Yeah.
You make a plan. What was the plan for this email account?
Well, not necessarily. If I'm not the one responsible to having all the plan in my head, I'm not going to be the one responsible for thinking about what's going to be. I'm not responsible for that.
So what are you responsible for?
I was there after the account was created, exchanging messages. That was it. It was not my idea. As for the name of the email, it was not what company to use.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you weren't the main creator. You were the person who was there. Were you the person that would manage the account?
Who would what?
Would you manage the account? Like email and delete and clean the inbox?
Like I said, to exchange messages, both of us did.
So at some point you deleted messages?
Might have.
Did you create messages?
Wrote messages by his instruction when he was with me and changing things because he asked to change words or whatever. Yes.
Okay. And would you sign into the email?
Signing into the account?
The email. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm talking about the email account that was created.
No, it was normally Brendan too.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a difficult time understanding your answers.
It was Brendan who would access the email.
And so you didn't have any access?
Well, I knew he was accessing it, but I was not the one logging in.
Okay, so you were logging in and he was doing the emails.
Say it again?
You were logging in and he was doing the emails?
I said I was not the one
Oh, I'm
logging
sorry,
in.
I misunderstood. Okay. So on this day when you created the email with Christine's laptop, do you remember how long you had it?
How long had the laptop?
How long you had the laptop?
I can't say for sure how long. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours.
Okay. Do you have any details as to how the laptop was put back into Christine's possession?
It was always either me or Brendan putting back in her laptop, in her backpack, I'm sorry.
Okay, and so on this day, do you remember, was it put into her backpack? Was it put onto her desk in her office?
That day specifically, I do not remember.
Okay, so you don't remember where it was put, and am I right in saying you don't remember who put it in wherever it was put?
I said that day specifically, not other days I do, but that day specifically I don't.
Okay, so what would be a day that you could say right now for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you took her laptop from her while she was there?
Many times at night.
No, I'm looking for specifics. That's what you said you'd be able to do. There were other days that you
Yeah,
remember
other days
that.
when we were both texting, in fact, texting.
And can you give any more detail to the days that you're talking about?
Days I'm not, as I said before, I'm not good with dates, so I can't really.
Can you just
give you
describe
that.
like days she would be at work or?
So, but you have details, even though you don't have dates.
Details as for the conversations that were always kind of the same.
Okay, but I'm
Exactly.
talking about details like, I went and took the laptop out of her bag by the door, or I went into her room and took it off of her desk or her nightstand. Do you have any details like that, even if you don't know the dates?
Details of what, taking her laptop like that?
Yeah.
I do have memories of that.
Okay, and so let's just go with those memories. What did you do when you took her laptop and Brendan was waiting for you?
I had to bring it to the kitchen.
Okay, and would he be there with you or would he be taking it as well?
A what?
Would he be there with you in the kitchen?
In the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so you would, so on this instance that you're describing, something that you actually have memory of detail, you took it from where?
Her backpack by the door.
Okay, so you went from the front door, what, about 10 feet to the kitchen?
I'm not sure how many feet, but it's not that far.
It's on the same level, right?
At the same level, yes.
Okay. And then, do you remember in that detailed situation who put the laptop back?
It would be me sometimes, him, again.
Well, if you took it, would you put it back?
Well, we always put it back in her lap, and where we got it from, yes.
I'm not sure you answered that, but if you were the one who took it, would you be the one who put it back?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there's no real detail as to, on this instance where you're recalling doing it,
Not
as to
necessarily.
what the rest of the.
Sometimes I'd take and put it back, sometimes I'd take you to put it back, and vice versa, yes.
So, you testified that when you or Brendan alternated posts on FetLife, it took place when one of you would leave the gym early, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so the days that someone left the gym early, would those be the days when the laptop was taken by the person who left the gym early?
Yes,
Okay, well, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
yes.
Were the days when Brendan left the gym early?
Not sure what you're asking.
Well, if when either
Well, if it was-
one or other you left the gym early
Whoever gets home earlier, yeah, that's the person who would take it, yes.
from the gym.
Whoever gets home earlier from the gym, yes.
Okay, so that would be some sort of a plan that you've created between the two of you at the gym. Go home, do this, get it done.
Yes, basically, yes.
And so the days when you get home earlier, you're the one who's taking the laptop and signing in and doing
Yes.
all those things. Okay. And so every time that we can show when you arrived home from the gym before Brendan did, those would be days that you did the posting?
I would say so,
Okay. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, so there we go. We got a little bit of detail. How many posts like that did you make all by yourself after leaving the gym?
I don't know how many specifically.
Okay.
I don't think it was a lot of those.
Okay. So 2?
More than 2.
Okay. 5?
Again, I don't know. I know it's not 2, but
10?
I don't know how many.
10?
Asked and answered. Sorry, asked and answered, Judge.
She said she doesn't know how many.
Oh, because she said she wasn't sure, and then I said 2, and she said definitely more than 2.
Well, definitely more than 2, but I don't know how many.
And we wait for a question. All right, you can continue, then. Go ahead.
Okay. So we know it's more than 2. Let's figure this out. Is it as much as 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Does that seem reasonable? Based upon your recollection of what your role was in this?
Maybe.
Could it be 20?
Maybe.
Okay. Could it be 30?
Well, maybe.
Okay. Could it be 40?
We're gonna go like this, like up and up and up, and
Well,
that's maybe.
so what you're saying is any number I say higher than that to try to figure out this number?
I'm saying maybe because
You're
I'm
gonna
not
say
sure.
maybe.
I already answered that.
Okay. So in your testimony, you stated that you were present, and we're moving on to Telegram, okay?
I was present what?
I'm just telling you that
Oh.
we're moving on to Telegram.
Okay.
When you testified, you said that you were present
Yes.
with Brendan.
Yes.
Just bear with me, I'll get the question. And you witnessed him delete the 2-factor authentication code on Christine's cell phone. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I do.
Okay, and that Telegram required that for a setup. You recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. What specifically did you observe Brendan do?
He had her phone, her personal phone, her cell phone with him,
Okay,
and he plugged in her phone number and received the code. And after he received the code, He deleted it from her cell phone.
Okay, and after he did that, did you ask him, why did you delete that from the cell phone?
Well, that was so she didn't see it.
Oh, so is that what he said, or that's what you're saying?
He also said that too,
Okay, so he told you that he didn't want her to see it,
obviously.
okay? And that made sense because you didn't want it on the cell phone, is that right?
Didn't want what?
That you and he wouldn't want that code on the cell phone,
Correct.
okay? Now, do you remember when that happened, where she was?
I would say upstairs, maybe.
Upstairs?
Well, she wasn't in the kitchen, so I'd say she's upstairs somewhere.
Okay, but when you're getting that two-factor authentication, that's not usual. That's something that's kind of unusual. So would it be that you might have a recollection as to where you would be?
Where I would be?
Or where she would be, I'm sorry?
Well, we were in the kitchen, Brendan and
Okay. And where would Christine be? It's kind of a big thing, don't you think?
I. Well, yeah, she could have been in the shower. She could have been.
Okay, so you weren't worried about being caught working with her phone, waiting on a two-factor authentication?
Am I the only person that, like, I bring my YouTube, it is in the bathroom with me, so it's on my phone because I can't bring my computer. And I try to listen and catch up to all these different streams for cases that I need to catch up on. Like, I have my phone with me. Like, I'm sure a lot of people that don't watch cases, don't have YouTube stuff to catch up on, bring their phone to listen to music. I have my phone with me when I take a shower. So, this is a little bit hard to, like, maybe the laptop, they're using the laptop, but they're talking about two-factor authentication, so.
Thing, don't you think?
Well, yeah.
And Amanda says I bring my laptop.
Okay, so you weren't worried about being caught working with her phone, waiting on a two-factor authentication?
No, he always knew when to do things.
You testified that you...
But I have a question. So how does this work? They use her devices and then they turn off notifications for the apps and make sure nothing pops up? Where Christine would be like, why am I getting Telegram notifications? Or why am I getting emails synced? And when you open an email, because I have multiple emails connected through my phone and when I sign into Gmail on my PC and I just toggle, some I get forwarded all into one inbox, but I get notifications. And if I click the notification for one email, when I open it up, I don't really realize what email it's coming to if it's like a spam thing until I drop it down and see what email someone sent to me. And it's persistent, it's petulant. I get notifications for apps when I restart a computer and I gotta shut them down, or I gotta, like, I think it's a BHO is like the acronym for something that prompts something to start up when you start up your computer. I've got to remove them because every time there's a version update, it kicks in the feature that makes an application start as soon as you restart your device. So how are they doing this stuff on these devices and these individuals? Because it's not just Joseph Ryan that they're supposed to be communicating with through these accounts and devices. They're trying to scope different individuals who are out there messaging back, or maybe even sending I don't know how it works, first instances of correspondence. How are they making sure that none of that stuff pops up on her devices? Is it just something that you learn to ignore? Like, sometimes there's advertisements that'll be like local singles in your area. Is stuff like that popping up through notifications on Christine's phone? And she's like, this is fine. It's just how advertising works nowadays. Like, something about it just doesn't. How are they doing this all and nobody's noticing it? Yeah, so Jaso just has to get the phone to get the code for the new email account before she could notice. I don't know. Phone just for the two-factor authentication, and would that only be for the account creation? Or is it like the type of thing where every few sign-ins, every few days, all of a sudden your phone needs a two-factor again? And I guess this isn't the right... They're going to ask her if she was doing this or has a recollection of doing this, but I'm assuming they'll have the digital forensics will be able to see when a two-factor authentication was required and or input into something. when one device was accessed and then a login subsequently on another device. Oh, this digital forensics is going to be real interesting. Real interesting.
Well, we were in the kitchen, Brendan and
Okay. And where would Christine be? It's kind of a big thing, don't you think?
I. Well, yeah, she could have been in the shower. She could have been.
Okay, so you weren't worried about being caught working with her phone, waiting on a two-factor authentication?
No, he always knew when to do things.
You testified that you told Christine about the zoo trip a few days before February 24th, is that correct?
Correct.
And were you scheduled to work on the 24th prior to that change?
I do not recall if I was scheduled, probably.
Okay. Was your schedule changed so that you could be there for the 24th?
Well, she was supposed to be at work that day, so I was probably scheduled to work that day too,
Okay.
because she would be working.
And so whatever your schedule was it changed? So what was the schedule before that change, and what was it after that change?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Were you scheduled to work on the 24th before you found out that the zoo was going to be happening?
I think so.
Okay. And when, so nothing changed, you were still working?
Well,
Is that correct?
supposedly, yes.
Okay, but you weren't off and then they put you on for the work schedule?
I don't remember being off, that I was supposed to be off. I don't remember that, no.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. And who was it who made your schedule?
It was, I would have 2 days off normally. The weekends I would be off, and sometimes I would work. When they would have late nights, I would be working too. Could have been the weekend, weekdays, but normally throughout the weekdays.
Okay. Now, let's move on to, you testified about a window replacement project.
Yeah.
And when did you first become aware of a window replacement project?
When he told me that that's what he was going to do.
Okay, when was that?
I can give you a date again.
Okay. So when he told you, was that the first time you had heard about windows?
As far as I remember, yes.
Okay. But you don't know when they were actually, when the contractors were met with, or there was talk of deposits or any of those
I was not
details?
present, no.
You were not present?
No.
Okay. And you were not privy to whatever orders for windows and however long it took to bring them there?
Well, I remember when the people came in to change the windows. I remember those days, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. But, that just doesn't happen. You have to order them, you have to measure them, you have to decide how many windows you want.
Right.
Right? And this was a whole house job for windows, correct?
Correct.
So it did all of the windows around the entire
Not just
house,
the
not
bedroom.
just the bedroom that
Correct.
you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay? And so what I'm asking you is, you don't know when that process started, do you?
You're asking me if I don't know when the process started?
Well, let me ask you this way. Do you know when they first started looking to change their windows at the house?
No.
Okay. And is it it's your belief that he changed these windows in furtherance of the story that you've told them regarding catfishing?
He told me so.
What did he say?
That's the one that was on his plan as well, to change the windows to be more soundproofing, which I don't know the name of it, but he had told me that was part of the plan too.
Oh,
He was
okay.
going to do it.
So another part of the plan. Okay, good. It's coming out. Do you, and I may have already asked this, but do you remember when he started planning for the windows?
I just answered, I said I don't remember.
Okay. But you were included in the plan about windows, but you don't know when the window planning started?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified yesterday that you made 2 calls to 911, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
And you said one where Brendan Banfield motioned you to hang up, and then the second call, correct?
The first call, yes.
Okay. Did you attempt any other calls?
Not that I remember.
you don't
Okay.
remember?
And so the only calls that you made were the 2 calls, correct?
Yes.
And you're certain that you didn't make any other calls?
I'm saying if I did, I do not recall that.
Okay, so you don't recall. Now, let's talk about the telegram call with Joe Ryan. You testified that you were with Brendan and you made the telegram call to Joe Ryan using Christine's laptop. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you just have the laptop, or did you have the phone too?
I remember just having her laptop.
Where was Christine when you took the laptop?
She was upstairs.
And where were you?
Ben and I, we were in the basement.
Okay, so you were in the basement, and so were you in the basement, and you know you were in the basement, was that because it was particularly noteworthy in your mind?
Now you remember where
Can
you
you say
were.
that again?
Well, a lot of the questions I've asked you, you don't have any memory of where you were, but for this one, you remember you were in the basement.
I remember that one, yes.
Okay, do you remember what day it was?
It was just a couple days prior, the 24th, I would say.
Okay, do you remember the day of the week?
Maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, that's my guess.
Okay, and do you remember the time?
Was a night.
Okay, so in February, night starts at about 5:30. Do you have any more
February
specificity?
what?
In February, night starts at about 5:30. Do you have any time frame that you can put on it?
Would say a night, late night, maybe at 9 or something. That's my time frame I'm thinking about.
9 p.m. is when
Yes,
you made the call?
something, oh, it was after that, I guess.
Wait, it was after 9?
I said again, it's my guess, yes. If you ask what time frame, I'd give you that.
I just asked the time.
I don't remember the exact time.
Okay.
Exact time. What are we doing?
How long before you made that call did you have the laptop in your hands?
How long were we using it before the phone call, you asked?
Or how long did you just have possession of it?
I don't remember for how long.
Okay, but it was before the call.
Well, yeah, we had to get a laptop in order to make the call, yes.
Okay, so it would be whatever time plus the time for the call
Yes,
that you would have had the laptop, right?
yes.
And with this particular situation, you seem to have a good memory of it. Who put the laptop back afterwards?
Who put the laptop back, I can say for sure.
Okay. Who took the laptop before the call?
Can't say for sure.
Okay. Now, on that same night, were there any FetLife messages that you sent?
Now that I recall,
None that you recall? So if there were, you don't know if they were before the telegram call or after the telegram call?
well, I don't be able to tell.
Sorry?
I'd not be able to tell.
You'd not be able to tell?
Without
Yes,
even
'cause I
looking at the
don't-
messages?
I don't recall much of it.
She's already saying that just a few days before the murder. The most important part of the timeline. Without even knowing what the messages are, she's already giving a blanket response that she wouldn't be able to know if she wouldn't be able to recall. Were you sending messages and corresponding with Joe? You had to get on the phone with him at some point through, I guess, Telegram, so he could hear your voice and see that you were a real person, thinking that you were Christine. But you wouldn't even be able to recall if confronted with FetLife messages. You just automatically would not know anything about them.
I'm sorry, you don't what into it?
I don't recall it.
Oh, you don't recall it?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Other than FetLife and Telegram activity, did you or Brendan do anything else with Christine's laptop?
A couple of days.
Well,
prior.
I'm asking about that day.
Oh, the day specifically,
Yeah.
I don't recall doing anything else with the laptop.
Okay, other than the Telegram discussion?
The phone call, yes.
Yes. Did you, while having that, did you log into any of Christine's personal accounts?
Uh-oh.
What do you mean?
While you had the laptop over that lengthy period of time for the call?
Uh-oh.
Personal account of what?
On her laptop?
Right, but what personal account are we talking
No,
about?
I'm asking you. You would know. You were there.
Personal account? Not that I remember.
Would it be personal accounts? Would it be email accounts? Would it be any messages that you sent? Would you log into anything relating to what was already on her laptop? Anything like that?
I just remember getting on Telegram to make the phone call.
Okay, so the answer is no, I don't remember any of those other things that you said.
Yes, it can be that.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time for afternoon
Yeah, I
break?
think it is, Joe.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break again to not talk to anybody about
I
this
wanted
case.
to
Don't bring
continue.
outside material.
We only have like 4 minutes to skip ahead. He's asking questions like he already has something in mind to pull out here. I don't know. She's making it clear, don't even try to refresh my recollection, because I'm going to tell you I do not recall. I wouldn't be able to tell. I don't know. And this is after the jury heard that she had no problem identifying specific things 3 days before her plea colloquy, while she was doing her interviews with the prosecution. She had no problem remembering specifics and identifying specifics for the prosecution 3 days before taking her plea. She didn't want to tell the truth until that day, but suddenly she knew the specifics that day, and now she doesn't know any specifics. Don't even try. Yeah, I think this is right on the money. I forget anything that will incriminate me in a more serious crime, and I'd add and or ruin this plea deal. All right, we're going to jump all the way forward. So, they're taking a short break. We skipped 3 minutes. We'll see when they come back. So, and I don't think, we heard from the prosecution, they tried to get ahead of this in their opening statement. And it's not just Juliana. It's not just her word. It's not just her statements. Then they said the blood evidence. So, right, we got to wait for whatever lab tech did the analysis on any blood that was collected at the scene and examined. We heard that fingernail clippings were gathered and that Christine was swabbed underneath her fingernails, all around her body. We're going to hear some of this stuff. Presumably, right? It was sent to a lab, so theoretically, I'd hope they would test this stuff. But then there's other things that we're not going to hear from the blood work, like the Brendan Banfield. He was rendering aid, whether that's because he genuinely wanted to save Christine or because he wanted to make a show of trying to save Christine. Who knows? But I think nobody's disputing that he was in physical contact with Christine, and if she had blood on her, it could have been the reason why he had blood on him. Is that the only reason? I would say that would be in dispute. But then the first officers that get on scene, they have him go sit in the tub. So now there's all that biological evidence in the tub because he's made to go sit in the tub. So if they were to like swab the tub down, they wouldn't be able to say, hey, there's biological material in the tub. No one got in that tub since we arrived here. Did you guys go in there and try to wash yourselves off, wash blood off you in the tub before we got here? You can't really, you ruined that opportunity. Yeah, but then we have, Amanda, he washes his hands at the station. And the officer concedes, like, pretty much he didn't think about it. He didn't realize that the guy was snotty. And because of the snot and boogers, go wash that off. And then, oh, oops. Oops. So there's mistakes that were made by agents of the state here as far as the physical evidence, the forensic evidence that could help iron out different details of the story. You know, our fingernail scrapings, maybe we'll still hear from that, but we're not going to have much on the blood that we might have been able to see in the tub. That would only be explained by somebody washing blood off before police arrived, because police told him to get in the tub. We can't test what was on his hand because he washed his hands. And now I think a lot of this, the reliance on Juliana, who I think has credibility issues, and the credibility is there whether she's innocent, complicit, did the whole thing herself. I think there's credibility issues because she's trying to stick to a plea with shaky details from the state. And the state does not want to flex and say they don't know certain details. And that's going to be my forever pet peeve. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys expect to see from this digital forensics expert? And it seems like we might have 2 witnesses on that. But it's the defense's position through opening statements that the digital forensics so sliced in between the theory that the state had that it caused a rift among detectives. There was infighting among agents of the states. Some didn't agree with the catfishing theory because of the digital forensics. And that leads me to believe that when we get to the digital forensics, we're going to see exactly why it's necessary that the state needs Juliana to say, well, we both were using the devices, and she can't pinpoint who was using it because she doesn't know if she was home the same time as Christine when something might have had an activity on it. She doesn't know if Brendan was actually home when a device at home had activity on it. So she can't actually say, but the state needs her to say, I was also using these devices. We were both doing this, because it's the only way to try to get a little wiggle room around what the digital forensics analysis and the individuals that did the analysis, what it shows and what they ultimately concluded. Because the defense is arguing that Christine, all signs, or the signs of the digital forensics point to Christine using her own devices at the same time some of these activities were occurring. Which is why we're getting questions about, did you log into any of Christine's other personal accounts that day? Around the 9 p.m. time is the time frame Juliana's estimating. Did you log into any other accounts? Well, I think there's going to be a data point that the same time that this message, this FetLife or Telegram thing that is supposed to just be Brendan and Juliana doing and Christine has no knowledge of it, I think we're going to see someone sign into an account that belongs to Christine. And I think we're going to see that happen with a few other data points. And I don't know, the more this moves forward, the more it seems to make sense to me why the state put Juliana up before getting the forensics in. And I think that might backfire. I think that might be backfiring. So, Amanda says, what if it was an auto sign-in? See, I need the state to get that out of one of these experts. Like, tell me that that's a possible explanation. Because I could be open to that. You know, if it's an auto sign-in, all right, there you go. You have an explanation. But if it's something where someone is, you can see that they're typing in a key and, oh, I forgot my password. Let me send a reset. Oh, I got to go through all of the motions to get myself signed in. Is it something that can be explained by Juliana having the device at the same time she takes this call, this Telegram call, so Joseph can hear the voice? And I still don't really... Do you guys feel like you have a... Betsy's making me think of this. Did Christine catch them in the act? Now, from Juliana's own testimony, she didn't move into the home with Christine and Brendan until after she'd begun having a romantic relationship with Brendan. But the state didn't really ask too many probing questions. We just heard that they were traveling to places like New York together without Christine being there, but the daughter would be there as well. So is it just like you're letting the au pair travel with your husband? We also heard, and I know this is so trivial and it could be for any number of reasons, but we heard that Christine was taking a weight loss drug. So I could kind of see a scenario where Brendan and Christine were maybe not legally separated, but for all intents and purposes, we're living in this house. Let's bring the nanny in. I'm working, you're working. We're making good money together. Let's not ruin what we've got going here. Let's bring the nanny in so we can work our schedules, but also have some freedom. I don't care what you're doing. I'm going to start dating on my own too. I think that's the stage that the defense is trying to set up with some of these things that seem like oddball and extraneous details, like the weight loss drug. And then let's see, Risa says, can you explain the catfish theory, please? So the state's theory of this case is that together, working together, Brendan and the au pair, Juliana, they come up with this plan to get rid of Christine. The state's theory, Christine is Brendan's wife, the state's theory is that the motive isn't necessarily they're having an affair and don't want to get caught. Like, I don't really think there was an issue with someone getting caught. I think it might have been known. But that there would have been a custody issue. And we had testimony from Juliana that said that Brendan would say, I want full custody of our 4-year-old daughter. She was 4 at the time of the murders. Valerie. And I'm worried, like, I don't want to go through that fight. I want full custody. And then Juliana also mentioned the money would be an issue for a divorce. So the state takes that and says, with that theory, they hatch this plan. They install these soundproof windows. They start plotting. They're going to do a sort of, that way it looks believable. They're going to set up a self-defense scenario or defense of others scenario where they're going to get somebody that's going to appear to Christine to be an intruder. How can we do that? Well, let's use one of those BDSM hookup dating sites and find someone that will agree to come over here and put on a rape fantasy. You're going to come in here, you're going to restrain me, you're going to use your tools, and you're not going to stop even if I tell you no. And we're going to find someone that's willing to do that without following the golden rule of meet face to face and make sure everything's gravy before you do something like that. So the state says Brendan and Juliana together went on FetLife and made this all happen. The problem is that the digital forensics analysis that was employed by Fairfax, so an agent of the state, when they did their extractions and the analysis, their findings seem to be more consistent with Christine actually having her devices at the time these things were happening. So now the state has to explain, well, how is it possible that these communications are only happening when Christine's devices need to be near Juliana and or Brendan? Well, if they're both doing things at certain times, Brendan could do it one day when maybe Juliana's busy, but Christine's also home, and then they'll just tag team to make it work. So I think what we're hearing with the 2 people having access to the devices is an important key to explaining how this could even be possible if the only way they could pull this off is also by having access to Christine's device when they might need it. Or that it's showing these messages are coming from a device connected to the home Wi-Fi, for example, when maybe Brendan wasn't home. Well, the state can go, well, Juliana, were you helping with some of these messages? Were you sending it while maybe Brendan was busy at work and you and Christine were both at home? So I think the kneading the dough of the details, and maybe that is really how it played out, just coincidentally, it went through. But I do think those storylines, we had to figure out details to keep the catfishing theory alive. And we haven't really heard evidence or testimony yet from witnesses that are we were promised witnesses that are going to speak to this rift, this infighting over this catfishing theory. And we haven't gotten there. But that's what the defense has promised us. And I do feel like the state, with their very quick chunk of direct this morning, they wanted to get ahead of what they knew was going to be coming with these sort of inconsistencies. But it really seemed like they glossed over a lot. And then almost the defense comes in and is laying out so many details that it's especially uninteresting to us because we're not able to see what's on screen. We can't read the messages or the smart jail communications that are being discussed. We just know that, oh, we're pulling up a new one from a different date and this is who you're writing to. Did you say this thing? And maybe we hear the highlighted part. It's a bit uninteresting because we can't read the full thing. It's not all out there for us. But eventually he ties it all together. We've got someone who doesn't want to say a story until they're about to take a plea. And they have discovery available to them to get all the details they might need to satisfy what they're supposed to acknowledge through this plea agreement. So I wonder what this jury pool is like, because this is Virginia, this is Fairfax. Are there like analysts on the jury that have to go through, like as part of their work, accounting, bunch of different numbers, like really detail-oriented stuff? And thank you for the super, by the way. Thank you for the question. If it's confusing, I think because you have the theories from both parties, but there's like questions with the theories that either side are presenting. Because really for the defense to say, well, Joseph Ryan came in here and did this all on his own, like, we don't know anything about Joseph. I think it's easier to believe someone just thought they were gonna get some pee. Gonna get some cat. Not cat with the K. But the state is going for not just that you can't prove it, but that the evidence shows that my client could not have been doing these things, like plotting and sending these messages.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Nemesis free the catfish. And the defense attorney also defined catfishing as like having the devices specifically. I think of catfishing as also pretending to be somebody that you're not online. Like using a fake picture or... Either way, I mean, if Joseph's the bad guy, Christine probably thought she was gonna have like a fun interaction with somebody, and that's how it turned out. If Joe was an unsuspecting stranger put into this ploy, then
All right,
Christine
your next question, Mr. Kerr.
Thank you.
probably thought she was about to be saved, and then her own husband and the nanny kill her. Like crazy.
Good afternoon again. Did you or Brendan access any of Christine's actual accounts during the scheme, or did you pretend to be Christine on all accounts that you created and controlled, like FetLife and Telegram?
They were on the two of them,
Just two?
the Telegram account and the FetLife account.
Okay. And that's all the messaging that you were part of?
Yes,
Telegram and FetLife?
yes.
Okay. The email account that came first, do you remember having any involvement other than being next to Brendan and setting it up?
No,
Did you have any involvement in that email account after it was set up?
no.
Who maintained, for example, emptying the inbox or emailing someone?
Brendan?
Okay, so that was Brendan.
Yes,
Okay. And then you were on FetLife and Telegram.
well, both of us, yes.
Okay, for the ones that you remember. Do you know, in your plan with Brendan, if he was emailing anyone on that account?
Which account?
The one that was set up specifically for FetLife and Telegram?
You mean the email?
Yeah.
I don't remember he emailing anybody. I was just receiving notifications from the FetLife account and deleting them.
Okay, so he was receiving notifications on the email account from FetLife and then deleting them?
Yeah,
Okay, on the email account.
yes,
Okay, and do you know that because you were there when he was doing it?
yes.
Okay, so how would that go? That he would find out about these emails and then take action?
What do you mean, how would,
Well, I'm assuming that he would check the email while the two of you were together.
yeah, that's what he used to do, yes.
And would he show you and say, oh, I got an email from this email account, or how would that happen?
Well, it was next to me. I could see it, the notification from FetLife.
Okay. And that notification on the email was something that he would be looking for because he doesn't want that FetLife to come up?
What do you mean?
Well, Christine's account was created, it wasn't an account that she knew according to you guys, right?
I'm not sure where we're going.
I'm not, what did you just say?
You need to rephrase your question, please.
Okay. The email that was created to look like Christine's account, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you said the plan was to, when you set it up, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So, what would the deleting the FetLife messages mean if it's not an account that she would know that she has?
Well, then when you guys are client, I can speak for him.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you two were in this together and he
Yeah,
talked
but-
to you about it and,
Talking to me is one thing, but he doesn't need to tell me step by step what he is doing on his own.
yeah, no, it appears that he didn't. Were the emails, did you see any of the FetLife emails?
I never opened them to read, no.
Okay, so you were on the email, you just didn't look at what they said.
Well, I can see from here, yes.
Okay, so it was when he was holding whatever device.
The one who was what?
You would see that because it would come onto whatever device he was holding.
Well, laptop, yes.
Okay, so it would be on Christine's laptop.
Yes.
Okay, and other than, you know, important days like setting up the email account, were there regular times that you guys would just grab the laptop?
No.
Okay, but you're saying that that would be where you would see the FetLife messages?
Well, at the same time, the FetLife website, yes.
Okay, so on the laptop, they'd come over email, FetLife messages, and then on the FetLife website, you'd get FetLife messages too.
Well, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about February 23rd. The night before. Can you just kind of walk us through what you did during the evening of February 23rd?
Well, I think I might have gone to the gym at some point that day.
You know what time?
I would say evening.
Okay.
That's my guess would be.
And the gym records would show that you went there and came back?
Well, the gym just shows when you first come to the gym, when you leave, doesn't do anything.
Okay.
So I don't know what time you left.
Do you know when you came home?
No, not the time specifically, no.
Okay. And was it after you left the gym and you came home that you took Christine's device?
Well, did I say anything about took her device? I didn't say anything about it, did I?
Well, wasn't that the plan, that the device was taken and you said either one of you would do that?
Well, but I'm confused with your question though.
Well, okay. Who took Christine's device that night?
Well, you're saying,
Ambiguous which device?
All right, Foundation.
Foundation.
Okay, foundation to which device, I guess?
Okay.
I guess.
Did you take any of Christine's devices that night?
I don't remember taking her device, no. Maybe her laptop, if,
Okay. Well, I'd consider that a device.
well, yes.
So you took the laptop, correct?
Well, you're saying it.
I'm asking you a question.
And I'm not sure I understand your question.
Did you take the laptop?
Well, might have.
Okay, February 23rd, was, in the grand scheme of the calendar of this case, a pretty important night. Don't
Yeah.
you agree?
Yes.
And my guess is this night probably ran through your head for a long time. Is that correct?
Can say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all I'm suggesting is an important night like this, you'd know what you did.
Yeah.
So which device did you take?
Well, it wasn't her laptop.
It wasn't her laptop?
Her laptop.
Oh, it was her laptop. Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. And where was Christine at the time?
Again, every time we took her laptop, she was in the house and was upstairs.
Okay, she was in the house and mostly upstairs?
Well, upstairs, yeah.
Upstairs.
Not mostly, yes.
Okay, can we get more precise?
Precise in terms of what?
Where?
In the master bedroom?
Was that where she was?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you get the laptop from?
Backpack.
And where was the backpack located?
It was always by the door. I don't remember she lived in her backpack anywhere else.
Okay, on February 23rd, her laptop was by the door prior to you taking it?
Well, in the backpack, yes.
Okay. So, when you took it, approximately what time was it?
I can't tell you what time it was because I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Would it have been nighttime?
I guess.
Okay. And other than taking her laptop, what were you doing with her laptop while she didn't know you had it?
Why she knew it?
What were you doing with it when she didn't know you had it?
Well, Brendan and I were maybe texting.
Okay. And you would use the laptop to text on what app?
It was not an app, it was a website.
Okay, website. Which
It would
website?
be either FatLife or Telegram.
Okay. And so, so do you know who was texting on the laptop at that time?
Not specifically, because I was making we were making the lunch for the next day
Okay.
also.
So who was making the lunch?
Brendan helped me make the supposedly lunch.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means. Did you make a lunch or did you not?
Well, yes. We
Okay.
did make the lunch, yes.
What did you make?
The sandwich, turkey sandwich,
A turkey sandwich?
yes.
Okay. So
You
that
remember?
went pretty quickly. What were you doing then with Telegram? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're taking someone's device,
The turkey
you're trying to
sandwich
get
is
it back as quickly
rememberable.
as
It's
possible, am I
memorable.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
You
are
stop
you
and make
sure
a
that you
sandwich.
would make a lunch after you took the laptop?
Well, I can tell you for sure that Brendan always knew when she was coming downstairs. He always knew it.
Okay.
We can hear the creaking of the stairs or the master bedroom floor creaking when somebody's walking up. So we can pretty much tell
But you have to.
somebody or she was coming downstairs.
She just said that they were specifically using. She corrected him. She said it wasn't an app. It was the website, either Telegram or FetLife. So you're logging in. You got to log into these browsers, and then you got to delete the history, all in the time that you hear someone coming down the stairs. But you make a turkey sandwich.
Okay, so that wasn't really an answer to my question, but you weren't concerned about being surprised by her using her laptop. Is that correct?
I mean, I was always concerned, but I trusted Brendan too.
Okay. So, were you ever caught with the laptop when you shouldn't have had it?
If I ever what?
Were you ever caught with the laptop when you shouldn't have had it?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have a close call where it was put back before she came down?
No, I don't remember.
Nothing
You
you
don't
remember?
remember?
For the laptop, no.
Okay. Oh, would the phone be different?
No.
Okay, what else would there be?
My brother and I were doing something in the kitchen.
Okay, but so what we were talking about close calls in terms of her discovering
Oh, no.
your behavior?
No.
Okay, so there was nothing like that?
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so let's go back to February 23rd. You got back from the gym, you made a turkey sandwich, you prepared it for the next day, and then you used the laptop to do what?
I think we're mostly, well, I guess we were about to text Joe or something.
You were supposed to ask Joe something?
Text, not
Text.
ask.
Okay. And your testimony, you talked to him previously, right?
To tell who?
To Joe.
Previously of what?
Previous testimony.
Previous to what?
Previous testimony, you testified that you talked to Joe before
yes.
this night.
On the
Correct.
phone call, yes.
Yeah. When did that happen?
The phone call?
Yeah.
I already answered, it was a couple days prior.
Okay. Well, you
I can't tell
definitely
you the
said
exact
that,
date,
you
but I
don't
know it
the
was
date.
the same week, but I can tell you for sure, like, the date.
Okay. Well, we're talking about February 23rd now. So when you had the laptop in your possession, what were you saying to Joe?
I think the telegram was mostly open on the screen, and I was around the kitchen, and Brendan was there too. And I'm not saying I was the one texting, saying we're mostly doing that on the laptop. The telegram was open.
So Brendan was there too.
I
And windows were on the
apologize,
screen.
but can you run through that again? I don't even think I understood what you said.
You'll forgive me if English is not my first language, but what I said is that I was there and Brendan was too, and doing other things in the kitchen, and he would also have access to her laptop the same way as I did.
Okay. And did you see Brendan on the laptop?
Yeah,
Okay. What time was that?
I would say a night, I would say.
Night?
What time did you make the lunches for the next day?
It was also around that time, I guess.
Around?
I mean, telling me to
Around
be
the time
specific
of
with
the
time, I can't do specific time.
Okay. And do you remember when you got the laptop back to Christine?
No,
Do you remember when it was put back into her bag or wherever you got it?
well, we always returned to where he was.
We're always what?
We always returned to where he was.
Okay. And who returned it that night?
Well, yeah.
I said who?
Oh, I don't remember who.
Okay. Was it you?
I just said I do not remember who.
Okay. And do you remember, if you don't know the messages, how many messages were sent?
I don't know how many messages were sent.
Were there any messages that you were responsible for, either in wording or sending or?
Well, I was responsible for a few of them, but I can't tell you now off the top of my head.
So you were responsible for a few of them on February 23rd?
I know I was responsible for the morning, the 24th, yeah, but the 23rd, I'm not really sure.
Okay. You just don't remember that night?
I'm saying I don't recall myself typing out the messages. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you remember Brendan typing out the messages?
Well, he was here, I was on the counter on the other side, so I can't really tell you what he was texting or who or what. I can't tell you that.
Okay. And you didn't ask him since you were kind of in a plan together?
Not really, not that I remember asking, no.
I mean, were you feeling agitated or worried about what was going to happen the next day?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Shout out to
And
J Money
so
for the love.
What, I mean,
Good to see
I
you.
would think you would want to know what those messages were that kind of set up what your next day was going to be.
Maybe they tell me, but if it's not something I remember, I can tell you something I did not remember.
I'm sorry, did you say?
If that's something I did not remember, I can't tell you.
Okay, so your answer is, I don't remember.
Put it that way, yeah, okay.
And you talked about having problems with your brain in trauma before?
Well, I didn't say problems, but I said that's what happens to people when they have trauma, yes. They go through trauma, that's what happens, yes.
Okay.
That's what happens to people. That's what happened to you, or
Were you not
no?
remembering anything before the trauma?
Maybe, it's possible.
Cause you to not remember anything?
It's possible, yes. I took some trauma classes in jail, so I've learned quite a bit.
Okay. Has
It's
anybody
it's
with
possible.
Has anybody with a medical degree ever advised you or checked you out for that?
No, I guess they have some knowledge on the subject, and that's why they talk to you about it in the jail.
Who? Your inmate?
Do you know
That told you
where
it'd be great for a
Christine's
show?
desk is located in the bedroom?
Christine is what?
Her desk was located in the bedroom.
Desk?
Yeah.
Well, there was a desk in the bedroom, yes.
That's what I'm asking. Do you know where it's located?
Yeah, there's a fireplace here, and then this side of the bedroom, there's a desk.
Well, so let's just kind of look at it from the standpoint of walking in the door of the bedroom.
Yeah,
And we've seen it on some of the body cam videos. The bed is to the right, the bathroom's to the right.
yes.
Where would the desk be if you're looking in from that direction?
To the left,
Okay, to the left.
yes.
And the desk, was it on the far wall or the near wall?
So I just remember the far wall.
The far wall. Okay,
yeah.
so you could see it after you take a few steps into the bedroom, if you look to your left?
You can, yeah, I could see it.
Okay. Did Christine ever keep her laptop there?
If she ever left her laptop there,
Did she ever keep her laptop there?
I wouldn't know.
Did she ever do work on her laptop, like work for Innova?
There was a printer, so I would guess she's done work there, but that not I have seen, no.
Okay. And I suppose you wouldn't go in there if you didn't otherwise have a reason to go in there?
No,
Okay. When you had said that you were taking depression medication for a couple of months, right?
yeah.
So is a couple of months 2 months? Or,
It might have been 2 or more than 2.
okay. And did it help you at all?
Like I said before, it made me numb.
Okay. And was that a help to you or a hindrance?
I didn't like it,
Okay. Is that why you went off?
yes.
Okay. Did you know why the name Anastasia 9 was chosen?
Well, the comment I remember Brendan telling me was that her middle name was Ann. That's the only thing I remember he telling me.
Okay, so Brendan told you that.
Yes.
Did you ever know, I'll withdraw that. You testified previously that you went to go get towels.
Yes.
And then you came back.
Yes.
But you indicated in that testimony you weren't sure why you went to get towels. Is that right?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay, so you went in toward the gun safe, is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you go there to put the gun into the gun safe or take the gun out?
Supposedly take the gun out. like I said before, but I had it with me.
I'm not sure what that means, I guess quotations, but what did you go into the bathroom to do and get towels?
That's what I said. He had told me to do it, and I did.
Okay, so he told you to go in and get towels.
Yes.
Isn't it true that the 911 operator told you to get towels?
Well, I can't tell for sure if that's something I don't remember.
You don't remember the 911 call?
I do remember the 911 phone call, but I don't remember the part specifically where the person told me to get a towel.
You don't remember the 911 operator saying get towels and whatever you can for compression?
Well, I would assume they would do it because that's the procedure, but like I said, that's not something I remember doing, the person telling me to do. I was not the one really talking on the phone call.
Okay, that's not my question. You heard it though.
I'm saying I do not recall that part.
Okay. When was the last time you heard the 911 call?
Last time what?
You heard the 911 call.
While Brendan was talking to the person, the 911 phone call person, and I know I was there, but I don't think my mind was really there.
In your preparation with the Commonwealth, did you not hear the 911 call?
No,
Or see a transcript of it?
no.
Okay.
So interesting. She doesn't prep, she doesn't review anything on the 911 call, and she can't remember it. She remembered a lot of details about other things yesterday.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Wait, is that where the screen name Anastasia came from? 50 Shades of Grey?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I have no further questions.
All right.
What?
redirect. Okay.
There's so much more I wanted to hear. But let's see redirect. Let's clean the banner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'm not going to go back through all of the letters that the jail communications that you have looked at today. But
Sure.
I did want to ask you, Mr. Carroll showed you, I'm going to say, approximately 70-something jail communications of you texting or letters. The communications that you saw and that you read from, is it fair to say that most of them were longer than the 1 or 2 lines or the paragraph that you read?
Yes.
Read them all.
And when in the communications that you were having and in the early days of your arrest and of your case, the communications in which you were expressing sorrow and sadness and despair, are those just the feelings that you were having at the time?
Those are feelings that I had, unless you have it.
And Mr. Carroll asked you about the genesis of this plan or the beginning of this plan and what you remember about the beginning of this plan and this, as the steps of the plan went more and more forward. Did you think that this was really going to happen?
I did not.
And Mr. Carroll also showed you a number of communications that, that you've had with a couple of different people with connections to the media. And when this is all over, when you get out of jail, when your case is over with, are you going to be able to return to work as an au pair?
I won't.
And do you have any idea what it is that you're going to do for monetary support for yourself?
No, I don't.
And do you have family in Brazil?
I do.
And are those family in Brazil going to be able to support you?
No, not at all.
So do you have any idea what it is that you're going to do for money or support or anything aside from what you might be paid to talk about your story with someone who's interested?
No, I don't.
Mr. Carroll asked you a lot about things that you might have remembered or not remembered while you were in jail. Is it hard to remember every single day in jail?
Yes. And sometimes we just know if you're being jailed in a situation. We try actually to push some thoughts out of our minds. We don't want to be doing that.
And is there a routine in jail? Is every day in the jail different and new and exciting, or are they all the same?
The same.
And is it fair to say that you became frustrated with the defendant before you ultimately entered your plea?
Yes.
And did you expect the defendant who came up with this plan to help you with your defense?
I did.
And how did you feel about this as you got closer and closer to trial and he wasn't helping you?
I felt alone. I felt that he was being unfair for not helping when the whole point of him being in jail was because of his plan, what he had planned. And he was not the one paying my defense. And yes.
And we heard from these communications, we heard from your letters and from your smart tablet communications that you were disappointed at times with your attorney when you were trying to prepare for your trial.
Yes.
Did he visit you often enough to get ready?
Yes, he did.
And were you able to get through all of the 8 terabytes that you received in discovery?
I would guess so. Yeah, he came to see me enough that we could go through some stuff. Other times he'd go through some stuff with my other lawyer.
But, sorry.
Go ahead.
So on one occasion, you wrote to your mom and said that he came in with a laptop that wasn't charged.
Yes.
And actually, I think I remember Mr. Carroll showing us two such communications. Was that something that inhibited your ability to get through and to look at discovery in the case?
Well, yes, potentially, yes.
And so all of the discovery that you have looked at, what Mr. Carroll is insinuating, right, is that you used the Commonwealth's evidence to make up a story about what happened. Is that what happened?
It is not.
Okay.
I know he wants to make sound that way for his client's privilege, but it's not.
Juliana, how old were you when all of this began?
21, just turned 22,
And how old are you now?
25.
So is it fair to say that you're 22, 23 years old when this plan begins? Is it fair to say that you're 22, 23 years old and you've fallen in love with your employer at the time that this plan begins?
Yes,
And your employer is older than you are, is that correct?
15 years older.
And he's a law enforcement officer, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that as this plan marched on, is it fair to say you're far away from home?
Yes,
And are you away from your mom, your grandpa, your other family members of support?
yes.
And after you were arrested in October of 2023, you're how old?
23, I would say.
So had you ever been in jail before?
No, never.
Had you ever been accused of a crime like this before?
Never.
And while you were in jail, is it fair to say that you're still a continent away from your family and your support system?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that you miss them?
terribly, yes.
And is it fair to say that you were worried and concerned about what your future would be?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that you relied on Brendan and Tess
I did.
for everything at that point?
For everything, yes.
Now, that morning in the room, in the bedroom, you were asked about calling 911 on that morning,
Yes,
and whether or not you may have dialed 911 more than once. Is that correct?
yeah, that was
Remember being
correct.
asked that?
Yes,
Okay. When you said you called 911 accidentally, you called 911 in response to Christine saying, Juliana, call 911.
yes,
And then you said, Brendan gave you the cut sign.
yes,
And you said you hung up.
yes.
Did you put your phone in your pocket at that point?
I don't remember.
Do you know where your phone was?
I'm sorry, I'm going to object to leading.
Oh, sorry.
Four separate
Leading.
questions were.
Leading,
given
sustained.
answer.
Fair. Do you recall where you put your phone after you hung up that call?
I can't say 100% sure though.
Do you recall if the pants that you were wearing that day had pockets?
My sweater had pockets. I think it was just a sweater. Yes,
Had she
Is it possible
pulled a
that you stuck your
pistol?
phone in your sweater pocket?
What about the pistol
totally, yes.
that she pulled out of her pocket?
Is it possible that your phone was knocking around in your pocket?
It's also possible, yes.
How did she have a gun in that?
May I have the court's indulgence for one moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this going to be the end of her redirect? I would ask, did you also have a gun in that same outfit? I wish we could watch the body cam. Show the jury.
Juliana, I have one last question for you.
Okay.
Everything that you talked to me about yesterday,
Yes.
Was it truthful?
was that all the truth? Is that the truth?
It is.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, she is.
All right. Ma'am, since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony or this case with anybody at this time until you're called again to the stand, all right? You can stay right there for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day of testimony. I'm going to go ahead and release you a little early tonight. Just make sure you have a restful evening. Stay away from sick people, please. Drink some water, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you. Have a good night. No outside research, and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Well, dang. So the state also wants her subject to recall. So
10 o'clock, 10 a.m. tomorrow.
no, so the firearms are sitting on the bed. But the point I was making is, let me see if I can pull up the, let's see, get a shareable link. And just let me pull a screenshot.
Ma'am, you're remanded back to the custody of the sheriff. You can go ahead and go back. All right, do we have anything else we need to do this evening? All right, and tomorrow morning, we're all set up for our witnesses for 10 a.m. start? We're good? Yes, ma'am. Okay, perfect. All right, we'll see you at 10 a.m. then. All right, thank you.
All rise.
All right, so early court day. They're not going all the way, and this is good. I got to get some stuff together for the Zach Adams stuff tomorrow. Who, let me be clear, I have all my theories about how one person might be guilty here, two people might be guilty here, one person might be more guilty than they're letting on, all these different theories. On a separate note, I actually consider myself, I want to make it clear that I 10 toes down believe in Zachary Adams' innocence. I believe he was wrongfully convicted. I don't think it's just a matter of, well, did they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? Is there more here that, is one person getting off easy even though someone else probably did something too? No. So I'm very excited to get back on that page. I thought this case would take me away a little bit from the kind of, the feeling of somebody's wrongfully convicted and it's a waiting game to see if anything can even be done about it. And this is just making me feel like somebody might be getting away with the murder, getting off very easily with time served. Because the way the prosecution, she's got to redirect, she's got to make sure the jury hears that it was truthful. But I don't know, I get the vibe from that prosecutor that she genuinely believes that Juliana was manipulated into doing these things. And that even though she did a thing she shouldn't have done, you know, there's mitigating factors there because she was manipulated into doing that. I genuinely think it comes off to me like the prosecutor believes that. I do not get behind that. I actually think it makes more sense that, sure, Brendan might have been the detail mastermind, but I think P is power, and someone wanted to have this romantic, keep doing our getaways, our date nights that we're doing. I know you want to keep your daughter. Let's make this all work. But when it comes to this story, the plan, if we believe that this was a plan that was carried out beforehand, Juliana says they went up into the safe in the bedroom before, without anybody questioning. Christine wasn't there when they go up to the safe to get these firearms out, because they're going to need the firearms to carry out this double murder that they're going to stage to look like a defense situation with an unknown stranger in the house. But Juliana said she had the pistol in her pocket, that she took the pistol out of her pocket and shot Joseph Ryan after realizing he was still alive. So this is apparently what was holding a pistol in her pocket while everybody's running around chaotically. I don't know. I've had some athletic jackets like that, and sometimes the pockets are good. They snugly fit a cell phone. Just kind of flat. And it fits. Sometimes it has a zipper. You can hold the phone in, even if you're like maneuvering around, sitting down in the car. It's not going to fall into that like Bermuda Triangle of the car between your arm, that little thing, and the seat, you know? But I don't know if just all willy-nilly. Pistol and a phone in here, just fine. Nothing falls out. I don't know. And unfortunately, I'm going to do a little bit more. I'm going to try to pull up her case, but Fairfax, they have a page for high profile cases. Currently, this is the only case on there, and the case numbers that they put up there were only for Brendan. The case number associated with Juliana's charges wasn't under there, so I've got to go and try to pull that up. But I think we heard some interesting timeline details today. We have, obviously, guys, the murder was February 24th, 2023. Juliana was arrested first. She was arrested in October of 2023, so 8 months later. 11 months later, after Juliana's arrested, 11 months after that, Brendan's finally arrested. That's September 16th, 2024. The first weeks of October, Juliana falls ill. She has 10 days that she spends in the hospital. And then by October 25th, 2024, she's doing the interviews with the state and getting the details down for the plea deal that she's going to sign on the night of October 28th and then accept in court on October 29th, 2024. Very interesting. And on October 25th, she's identifying specifically, Brendan typed that message. Brendan typed that message. Brendan typed that message. So, if you ask me, I think it might be credible that she says she can't identify who wrote what message, but that she was lying to the state on October 25th, trying to give them what they wanted by saying she could and did, in fact, identify these messages. I don't know. And I don't know of a trial where the male in a relationship, that there's like this conspiring of two people that are having a romantic relationship, two lovers, and I've seen the prosecutor give the sweetheart deal to the dude, even though he shot somebody and has to admit that he shot somebody, and they give him time served and then do a speech. Well, you did all of these things because you were vulnerable. I've just never seen that direction play out in the opposite direction. And I think if the state really believes that she shot Joseph Ryan, I think it's a travesty of justice that she's going to get time served. And again, this is the trial for Brendan, right? It's a totally different proceeding than if it was her at the defense table on trial, right? I really wonder how that case would go. I really wonder how a trial like that would go. But because of this specific proceeding here, it's the trial against Brendan Banfield, and she is the star witness testifying against him with details that the state would not be able to get in front of the jury in any other way. Do I think it's a necessary evil? I can picture her, if she really did all of these things, I can picture her persuading the next guy to do something, and she'll look innocent for it. She'll look like she's manipulated again. So I don't know. Just my take. They'll be back at 10 tomorrow. I believe no court on Friday. Tomorrow we're going to be doing like a double feature. So there will be the stream for this trial. There will be the stream for, we're going to listen to the Janet Britt recording with a whole panel of friends. So that's going to be a great time. I think, let me double check if Defense Diaries is doing anything right now. I have to send them some court filings, but I think they're going live. Oh my God, they're going live in like 5 minutes. So let's redirect over to them. I'm going to get them these files. I was trying to send it during the stream and then they ended early while I was working on it. So that will be, I think, a change of topics. We'll go talk about the Zach Adams case, where I really feel like the injustice is on two sides, right? I don't think Holly Bobo got justice. I don't think they have the right people. And I don't think that it's justice for those that I think were falsely accused. And not just Zach Adams, like those that are still wrongfully incarcerated, but you have people like the Piercy brothers who were charged, their names were smeared all over the media because there was this theory that there was some snuff film involving Holly, and the whole thing was fake. But that affects the Piercy brothers as well. But all of these just allegations, and then the state used this rumor about a video to try to get more information about Zachary Adams' brother, Dylan Adams. Like, they used it to their advantage to try to get information and weaponize the false accusation against other members of the community. So, to me, not a very good way to pursue justice. Before I get into a super long rant about the Zachary Adams case, which I have a different passion for. This case, I'm just confused. Like, I don't get it. I almost don't want to conceive that two people would plot this out, even though I know it happens. I don't want to conceive that if Joseph is the culprit, that he would go on a dating site and target people this way. And then if it was Christine sending the messages, you didn't meet them first. Like, I don't want those things to be possible in the world that we live in. But unfortunately, people are crazy. People do heinous things. And one mistake, one misstep, one not being diligent enough about your surroundings and observing what's going on around you and making sure things are good before you agree to get yourself in a situation, sometimes there's no coming back from it. So, and also, yes, Richard Allen, guys. So Defense Diaries and Andrea Burkhardt have both recently done great interviews with Brother Counsel, and Brother Counsel's trying to put together the details of the Richard Allen case. So if you're new to that case and want to watch Brother Counsel react to the information he's learning as someone that didn't initially follow the case, both episodes are super great. So putting that one out there as well. And Curious Coco will round it out here. I'm going to make sure let me make sure I set up my redirect so we don't get lost on the way to Defense Diaries. Let me save this redirect, because if you don't hit it twice, the redirect won't actually work. Defense Diaries. All right, so that is double saved, double checked, so that redirect should work. And then a big thank you here to Curious Coco New York. It's been good to see you. I feel like you've popped in and you might have been in the bushes a little bit midstream, but this case is crazy, so I'm glad to have you here. It says big love to you, Kat, for having the best slat in the chat. We love the chat. We love the mods. Thank you guys for holding it down. On the YouTube, my favorite place to catch a case. You gotta be careful how you word that. We're catching up with cases. We don't catch cases here. So, gotta keep the Rico away. Thank you so much for the super. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. Like, Dolly was going bananas. J Money's been a member for 4 months. Martina for 17. Risa helping us with a really great question to get us grounded. We had Iceman and Kay Schmidt pop in with the gifted subs. Ariane was like, oh my gosh, I wouldn't even watch this if it wasn't over here on this channel. We had a bunch of people turn green today. And then, of course, we had the rain parade from Sheriff Chuck, from Dolly Talk, from KP, dropping like 1 million gifted subs. So thank you guys. And thank you for just letting me be thoughtful on a microphone and not screaming at me that I'm being mean to somebody or something like that. So I appreciate all of your good jokes, your company, your thoughtfulness. And let's get over and see what Defense Diaries has to say about the Zachary Adams case. So see you guys over there. See you tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Have a good night.